Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
A tragic cry sounded, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Hung Shanyu's mouth. All the students in the building heard the commotion and came out to check. They were directly stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. The others naturally knew about Lu Yan. As a top third-year student, Hung Shanyu was also quite well known. However, it was too unexpected for Lu Yan to suppress Hung Shanyu at this moment. Damn, he didn't use any equipment or skills. That was the most direct collision of strength. Hung Shanyu actually lost. Although Lu Yan took him by surprise, he's not a warrior after all. As an undead monarch, doesn't he need to rely on the undead to fight? Why is he so strong? Are you ignorant? Lu Yan's combat strength is also very powerful. However, it's indeed very unexpected for him to be able to beat up Hung Shanyu to this extent. Could it be that his strength is even stronger than Hung Shanyu? At this moment, Hung Shanyu was also stunned. He did not expect the situation to turn out like this at all. He did not expect to be suppressed to this extent by this Lu Yan. What was wrong with the other party's strength? How could he be so powerful? Was this the strength a first-year student should have? Why was the other party even stronger than him? At this moment, Hung Shanyu was already somewhat regretful. He did not know Lu Yan very well and only knew that the other party was a first-year student and the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition. He originally thought that even though the other party was the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition, the other party was still just a first-year student. If so, wouldn't it be quite easy for him to teach the other party a lesson? However, he did not expect the outcome to be like this. This guy was definitely not simple. His 4 attributes were very powerful. However, at this moment, he was already in a difficult position. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding students, Hung Shanyu's face burned. He was furious and prepared to take out his weapon to counterattack. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Yo, you think this place is an arena? Why? Does it feel very good to fight here? Do you want me to call all the teachers in the school over to cheer for you? The lecturer of the class had returned. Looking at the scene in front of him, his face was vaguely angry. Lu Yan stood up and waved his hand. Then, he looked at this teacher and smiled. Teacher Wang, I didn't attack first. This guy insisted on finding trouble. I was defending passively. It's considered as legitimate defense. Teacher Wang snorted. The surveillance cameras will naturally show me what happened. As for the two of you, go to the office now and wait to be dealt with. With that said, Teacher Wang directly turned around and left. Lu Yan smiled and followed Teacher Wang towards the office. The other party had placed his hand on Lu Yan's shoulder to provoke Lu Yan first. Lu Yan had also told the other party to put down his hand, but the other party did not listen. The responsibility was not his. Hung Shanyu also stood up and followed, his expression somewhat ugly. He knew very well that he was unreasonable in this matter. Even after being beaten up by Lu Yan, he was still unreasonable. This was because he was the one who attacked first. Although he did not directly attack, according to the rules of the Golden Corner Academy, provocation was considered as taking the initiative. The students in the back looked at Lu Yan and Hung Shanyu's backs with strange expressions. I used to think that Lu Yan was awesome, but I didn't expect him to be so awesome. Even third-year seniors are not his match. Although the two of them did not attack with all their strength, Lu Yan has probably already suppressed Hung Shanyu in terms of 4 attributes. That's not necessarily true. After all, Lu Yan had suddenly attacked. It is possible that Hung Shanyu just did not react in time. After all, Hung Shanyu is a third-year senior. It's impossible for his 4 attributes to be inferior to Lu Yan, right? Regarding the strength of Lu Yan and Hung Shanyu's 4 attributes, a discussion quickly arose. On the other hand, Lu Yan and Hung Shanyu were brought to the office. Soon, the results were out. Since Hung Shanyu had provoked him first, Lu Yan was pretty much fine. Because it was currently a special time, Hung Shanyu did not receive any other punishment and only had some credits deducted. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. However, this made Hung Shanyu's heart ache. He would rather suffer physical punishment than lose his credits. However, it was too late to say anything now. Hung Shanyu could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Lu Yan directly left the office and prepared to go back and rest first. He originally wanted to meet up with the Dark Destroyer team first, but since the other party was so hostile to him, there was no need to communicate. After the other members of the Dark Destroyer team learned of the news, they all looked at each other. For a moment, there was silence. Everyone stopped talking about wanting to chase Lu Yan out of the Dark Destroyer team. The next morning, after completing the daily mission, Lu Yan directly headed to the gathering place of the Golden Corner Academy's Dark Destroyer team. After yesterday's lesson, Lu Yan had also looked up some information after returning. Now, Lu Yan's understanding of the Darkborn Society had already deepened a lot. To put it simply, the Darkborn Society was an organization formed by a group of traitors to humanity. When the Void Gate opened back then, a portion of them had chosen to lead the way and guide the Darkborn into human cities to destroy wantonly. Later, after the Darkborn were chased away, these people hid and secretly established the Darkborn Society, looking forward to the Darkborn descending here again. The reason why they were so fanatical about the Darkborn was because they thought that the Darkborn were the demon gods that ruled the world. They believed that this world would sooner or later be ruled by the Darkborn. Moreover, most importantly, through some rituals, the members of the Darkborn society would obtain some strength and resources from the Darkborn. This greatly deepened their admiration for the Darkborn. The reason for their large-scale operation this time was to bring the Darkborn to this world again. Unfortunately, their operation still failed. The situation outside had basically stabilized. The reason why they established the Dark Destroyer team was to take advantage of the fact that the Darkborn would surface this time and try their best to destroy the other party. Just as Lu Yan was thinking about the Darkborn society, the other members of the Dark Destroyer team had already gathered. Everyone's gazes landed on Hung Shanyu. Although they already knew that Hung Shanyu had been punished yesterday and that Hung Shanyu had been beaten up by Lu Yan, no one knew the exact situation. Hung Shanyu, what happened yesterday? Why were you beaten up by Lu Yan? That's right. Did the other party ambush you? Hearing everyone's questions, Hung Shanyu's face turned red. Then, he said somewhat unwillingly, I'm inferior to him. He's too powerful. I can't compare to him. The surroundings instantly fell into silence. Everyone looked at Hung Shanyu in disbelief. They originally thought that it was because of Lu Yan's sneak attack that Hung Shanyu was beaten up. Later on, Hung Shanyu was unable to counterattack because the teacher had arrived. They did not expect Hung Shanyu to actually admit that his strength was inferior to Lu Yan. Are you kidding? Hung Shanyu, your strength is the strongest among us. He's a new student. How can he compete with you in strength? That's right. Isn't that guy an undead monarch? He should have focused on increasing his intelligence attribute, right? How can his strength attribute be so high? Hung Shanyu's expression darkened and he did not continue speaking. It was already very embarrassing. At this moment, footsteps sounded from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Lu Yan enter. Lu Yan looked at the members of the Dark Destroyer team in front of him and swept his gaze around. He paused for a moment on Hung Shanyu before shifting his gaze again. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yan and also a member of the Dark Destroyer team. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan. They were slightly silent and did not know what to say for a moment. Just as everyone was silent, a muffled voice sounded. Lu Yan, welcome to the Dark Destroyer team. Everyone's gazes landed on Hung Shanyu. They did not expect Hung Shanyu to be the one who said this. Hung Shanyu's face turned red. Then, he looked at Lu Yan and said seriously, the reason why I provoked you previously was because I felt that you were not worthy of joining the Dark Destroyer team. I thought that you would drag us down. However, after fighting yesterday, I realized that you're very powerful. Your 4 attributes shouldn't be bad. You're qualified to join the Dark Destroyer team. I apologize for my rashness yesterday. Hung Shanyu did not have any ill intentions towards Lu Yan. He only felt that Lu Yan was not worthy of joining the Dark Destroyer team and would be a burden to them. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, the incident yesterday had already proven that Lu Yan's combat strength might even be stronger than his. He was naturally no longer unhappy. Lu Yan smiled when he heard this. No discord, no concord. Senior, you don't have to take what happened yesterday to heart. Seeing this, the others also spoke one after another to welcome Lu Yan into the Dark Destroyer team. The atmosphere softened a lot. At this moment, Li Mocking also walked over. He looked at the few of them and smiled. I thought you were going to be hostile to each other after meeting again. It's much better than I imagined. When everyone saw Li Mocking come, they fell silent. Li Mocking arrived at the arena and looked at the surrounding people. He chuckled and said, the reason why we established the Dark Destroyer team this time is firstly to destroy the members of the Darkborn society, and secondly, to train the top students in the school. Originally, this operation had nothing to do with the first-year students. I also know that the rest of you have some objections to Lu Yan's arrival. However, I can tell you with certainty that Lu Yan did not enter for any other reason. It's only because of his strength. Lu Yan is already level 25 and has an average of more than 200 attributes. Coupled with his undead army, be it attacking or retreating, he will be everyone's best teammate. To put it bluntly, the strategic value of the rest of you is inferior to Lu Yan. You're all lucky to have him join the Dark Destroyer team. Now, the danger level can be reduced by a lot. Hearing Li Mocking's words, the expressions of the surrounding people changed slightly as they looked at Lu Yan in shock. Level 25. More than 200 attribute points on average. They did not expect Lu Yan, who was only a first-year student, to have already reached this level. In their first year, they definitely did not reach level 25. Even in their second year, they had only reached level 25 in the later stages. How could this guy level up so quickly? Then, everyone thought of Lu Yan's undead army. That was true. It was much easier for this guy to kill demon beasts than others. He could naturally level up very quickly. However, what was going on with his 4 attributes? More than 200 on average. It was even more than theirs? It had to be known that they had been immersed in the Golden Corner Academy for 2 to 3 years and had increased their levels to about level 30. Coupled with a large number of resources, their 4 attributes had only reached more than 200. How could this guy's 4 attributes increase so quickly? For a moment, the expressions of the other members of the Dark Destroyer team changed. This was simply too humiliating. He originally thought that Lu Yan was here to slack off and earn a share of the credits and military points. He did not expect them to be the ones holding him back. They had been the fools all along? Li Mocking looked at the expressions of the surrounding people and also felt that it was about time. He directly said, "All right, everyone has gotten familiar with each other. Next, cooperate well and complete this mission. You should all know that the Darkborn are on a different level from demon beasts. We definitely can't underestimate them. We have to be careful and prioritize our safety. Do you understand?" "Understood," Lu Yan and the others said. Li Mocking nodded and then brought the surrounding members of the Dark Destroyer team to the teleportation formation. Their destination this time was Yutang Town near the sea in Eastern Sea City. There, a stronghold of the Darkborn Society had been discovered. However, the defense of Yutang Town was not enough to destroy it, so they needed the Dark Destroyer team to go there. As the light of the teleportation formation lit up, Lu Yan and the others quickly went into the light and directly disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at Eastern Sea City. After finding the person receiving them, everyone got into the car and directly headed towards Yutang Town. The people who received them were very enthusiastic about Lu Yan and the others. After all, the fact that a Darkborn Society stronghold was established near them made them unable to sleep or eat in peace. They were afraid that the other party would attack Yutang Town and sacrifice the people inside. The people who received them were all around level 20. They had basically not entered a university and had relied on their limited talent to reach their current level. Although the matter of the spatial crack had temporarily stabilized, the defensive strength of the various places was still not enough. This was especially true for towns. After the introduction of the few people receiving them, Lu Yan and the others also had a rough understanding of Yutang Town. This was a standard fishing port town. It relied on capturing some slightly threatening fish demon beasts to survive. "Everyone, the members of the Darkborn Society are hiding in a warehouse in our town that houses the corpses of fish demon beasts. Originally, because of recent events, we couldn't go out to sea to fish, so it was abandoned for a while. However, the people in the town happened to discover the members of the Darkborn Society there. They shouldn't have come from the local area. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden in the warehouse. After learning this news, we quickly reported it. We haven't alerted the enemy yet." Li Mocking nodded, indicating that he had a rough understanding of this situation. The other members of the Dark Destroyer team also discussed. Judging from the current situation, these Darkborn Society members should have escaped from another place and arrived here. They probably triggered a spatial crack elsewhere and their situation was stabilized, so they escaped and came here. It makes sense. I don't know why these Darkborn Society members worship those Darkborn as gods when those Darkborn treat them casually and kill them. Even so, they are still indifferent about dying and insist on summoning a spatial crack for the Darkborn to descend. They're just a group of traitors. They're just cheap. They're used to being dogs and can't straighten their backs anymore. Soon, the person who received them brought Lu Yan and the others to Yutang Town. Then, under Li Mocking's instructions, they directly headed towards the warehouse where the Darkborn Society members were discovered. The matter of the members of the Darkborn Society was still relatively important. Li Mocking wanted to settle it quickly to prevent any trouble. After arriving in the distance of the warehouse, Li Mocking and the others alighted and their gazes landed on a warehouse in the distance in front of them. A faint green light appeared in Li Mocking's hands. Then, Li Mocking placed it in his eyes. The faint green light directly covered Li Mocking's eyes. Then, Li Mocking looked at the warehouse in front of him. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. This should be an investigation method. Soon, Li Mocking finished investigating the situation in the warehouse in front of him, but he also frowned slightly. Looking at Lu Yan and the others, Li Mocking frowned and said, "The situation is much worse than I thought. There are 43 Darkborn Society members inside. 3 of them are third profession changers and are around level 40. As for the remaining 20-odd people, they're around level 30. Only a dozen of them are level 20. Hearing Li Mocking's words, Lu Yan and the others also frowned. They did not expect there to be so many members of the Darkborn Society inside. Moreover, most of them were high level. Li Mocking continued, "I think we'll stop the 3 third profession changers. However, you'll have to deal with the remaining 40 Darkborn Society members. Even if I attack with all my strength, I still need half an hour to kill all 3 of them. In other words, you have to last at least half an hour. Can you do it? If not, I can ask for reinforcements." After all, the other party's situation is somewhat unexpected. Everyone fell silent. In such a situation, even if Li Mocking stopped the 3 third profession changers, they probably would not be able to face the 40 members of the Darkborn Society. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After all, there were more than 20 level 30 people among them. On their side, there were only more than 10 of them. No matter how top-notch the students of the Golden Corner Academy were, it was unlikely for them to each fight 2 alone. Some even needed to fight 3 alone. Just as everyone was hesitating about asking for help, Lu Yan said, "There's no need for support. Just attack directly. Since the other party fled here, they definitely won't stay here for long. If we wait for reinforcements, the other party might directly leave. This is a very good opportunity now. We can't delay." A member of the Dark Destroyer team at the side frowned and said, "Lu Yan, this is not a joke." Teacher Li Mocking also said that he can only deal with the 3 third profession change members of the Darkborn Association. There are still 40 members left. We only have more than 10 people. The others also said, "That's right. If the 40 Darkborn Society members are all around level 20, we can still barely hold on. After Teacher Li Mocking kills the 3/3 profession change Darkborn Society members, he can help us. However, there are more than 20 level 30 professionals. How can we stop them? I think it's better to ask for help. It's extremely unwise to face them directly even though we know that the other party's strength far exceeds ours. Even Hung Shanyu frowned and said, Lu Yan, I know that your 4 attributes are very powerful and your combat strength is definitely not weak. However, the other party has too many high-level combatants. It's better for us to ask for help. Li Mocking's gaze also landed on Lu Yan. Instead of asking the other members of the Dark Destroyer team, it was more accurate to say that he was asking Lu Yan. Because Li Mocking was the leader of the team and needed to understand everyone's combat strength, he pulled up their recent combat videos. Li Mocking saw Lu Yan's performance in Huan City and Eastern Sea City, so he wanted to ask Lu Yan if he could fight directly. If not for Lu Yan, Li Mocking would not have asked and would have directly asked for reinforcements. Lu Yan looked at Li Mocking and said, just attack directly. There's no need to worry about the difference in numbers. I have a lot of undead on my side. Don't worry about the level 20 members of the Darkborn Society. My undead can directly drown them. As for the more than 20 level 30 Darkborn Society members, my undead and I can also stop at least 10 of them. As for the rest, it shouldn't be a problem for you guys to fight them one-on-one, right? Hearing Lu Yan's words, the others were stunned. If it's really as you said, Junior Lu Yan, it's naturally not a problem for us to fight one-on-one, but there aren't so many buts. Since Lu Yan has said so, let's directly take action. Even if we're not a match, with me and Lu Yan's undead army, it's not a problem for us to retreat safely. Hung Shanyu and the others could only nod when they heard Li Mocking's words. Since Li Mocking had put it that way, they naturally had to give it a try. After making a decision, Li Mocking brought Lu Yan and the others to the warehouse in front of him. Outside the warehouse, Lu Yan began to summon some undead to surround the area. He could not let these guys escape. Li Mocking and the others quietly approached the warehouse. Li Mocking was the first to arrive at the location of the 3/3 profession change Darkborn Society members. A long sword appeared in his hand and he directly pierced it through the wall in front of him. A tragic cry sounded, and then chaos instantly rose in the warehouse. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Charge out! Noisy voices sounded. Li Mocking retracted his bloody long sword and shattered the wall in front of him. He rushed towards the 3/3 profession change Darkborn Society members and directly dragged their figures into battle. A large number of Darkborn Society members also rushed out. Seeing this, Hung Shanyu and the others did not hesitate and directly welcomed them. Lu Yan also summoned a large number of undead and directly rushed towards the Darkborn Society members in front of him. The Netherworld Soul Scythe appeared. Lu Yan was wearing armor and instantly arrived in front of a level 20 member of the Darkborn Society. He slashed out with the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and his attack directly landed on the other party. A trace of blood instantly appeared on the other party's body. Then, this Darkborn Society member's body was split into two, and his corpse slammed onto the ground. A large number of undead in the surroundings also pounced over, directly drowning the level 20 or so Darkborn Society members. Seeing this, the level 30 members of the Darkborn Society also armed themselves and counterattacked. However, they were not prepared after all. With a charge, the level 20 members of the Darkborn Society were basically destroyed. Facing Lu Yan's undead army, these level 20 members of the Darkborn Society were like sheep entering a pack of tigers. They directly disappeared without causing any trouble. Seeing this, a fire-type mage of the Darkborn Society directly raised the staff in his hand. Thick fire power surged. Then, a living dragon surged out and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. He could tell that these undead were under Lu Yan's control. As long as he killed this guy, their situation would improve greatly. However, when the fire dragon arrived in front of Lu Yan's body suddenly disappeared from his spot. The fire mage's eyes suddenly constricted. He was about to use his defense, but it was already too late. Lu Yan's body appeared behind this fire-type mage. He raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and directly slashed at the fire-type mage's body. Crack! Cracks directly appeared on the armor of this fire mage. Then, it was slashed open by the Netherworld Soul Scythe, and flesh and blood splattered. Killed in one strike. The few Darkborn Society members beside this fire mage were directly stunned. They did not expect the fire mage beside them to die so easily. However, in the next moment, the pitch-black Netherworld Soul Scythe quickly enlarged. Boom! The little Netherworld dragon danced in midair and spat out a large number of Netherworld soul flames at the Darkborn Society members below, enveloping the bodies of many Darkborn Society members. Screams sounded from these Darkborn Society members. The burning of their bodies and souls made them suffer unbearably. They kept hitting their heads, wanting to relieve the burning pain that went straight to their souls. At this moment, Hung Shanyu and the others had just rushed in front of the Darkborn Society members and were about to attack when they were stunned to discover that not many of the surrounding Darkborn Society members were left alone. They were almost all drowned by the surrounding undead. Seeing Lu Yan kill the members of the Darkborn Society in front of them so effectively, Hung Shanyu and the others could not help but move their throats. Wasn't this Lu Yan a little too abnormal? Although he said that he would leave one-on-one Darkborn Society members for them, there were basically no remaining Darkborn Society members. Moreover, Lu Yan's combat strength was too powerful. He had actually directly insta-killed a level 30 fire mage. Although he had the element of surprise, it was still very exaggerated. Coupled with the two bone dragons in the sky, the flood dragon and the netherworld dragon, Hung Shanyu, and the others even suspected that Lu Yan alone could stall the remaining members of the Darkborn Society without them. Just now, they were still clamoring about waiting for reinforcements first. Thinking of this, the faces of Hung Shan and the others could not help but heat up. Fortunately, I didn't insist on waiting for support just now, otherwise, it would have been extremely embarrassing. This Lu Yan is really too powerful. As expected of Master Lei Shuo's disciple, Teacher Li Mocking is right. It's our luck that he can join our Dark Destroyer team. Previously, when Li Mocking said that they were lucky to have Lu Yan join the Dark Destroyer team, they were still somewhat unconvinced. However, now, no one was unconvinced. Kill that guy with the black scythe first? Destroy him first, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At this moment, one of the third profession change Darkborn Society elders fighting Li Mocking roared at the surrounding Darkborn Society members. He knew very well that if he did not kill the guy with the black scythe, not to mention the other Darkborn Society members, even the three elders would be forced to stay here. Li Mocking raised his eyebrows when he saw that the other party dared to separate his attention to remind the other members of the Darkborn Society. Buzz! The long sword in his hand trembled. Li Mocking directly headed towards the Darkborn Society elder and pierced the other party's arm. Li Mocking was stronger than the three Darkborn Society elders in front of him. Otherwise, he would not have said that he could kill all three Darkborn Society elders in half an hour. The three Darkborn Society elders looked at each other and felt a huge pressure. They were no longer distracted and focused on dealing with Li Mocking in front of them. When the surrounding Darkborn Society members heard the elders' words just now, they rushed towards Lu Yan. Some even ignored the surrounding undead. Perfect timing. A large number of Netherworld soul flames surged out of Lu Yan's body and quickly enveloped him. Then, he waved the Netherworld soul scythe in his hand and directly welcomed the surrounding Darkborn Society members. The Netherworld soul scythe danced in his hand as it constantly tore through the bodies of the surrounding Darkborn Society members. A large amount of Netherworld soul flame also spread out and landed on these Darkborn Society members. Although Lu Yan was now level 25, his 4 attributes could be said to have surpassed a level 30 combat professional. Coupled with the enhancement of his equipment, he could completely crush the surrounding Darkborn Society members without using any skills. The level 20 members of the Darkborn Society were pretty much unable to withstand Lu Yan's attack. Their defense would be instantly broken and they would be slashed into two. Although the level 30 members of the Darkborn Society could block Lu Yan's attack, they could not resist for long. They were also restrained by the existence of the Netherworld Soul Flame. Even if they surrounded him, they were still unable to restrict Lu Yan's attacks. A member of the Darkborn Society held a dagger and quietly appeared behind Lu Yan, wanting to assassinate him. His aura was hidden very well and even Lu Yan did not discover it. However, when he thought that he was about to succeed and the dagger in his hand suddenly pierced into Lu Yan's body, he heard a crisp sound. Bang! The dagger directly stopped in front of Lu Yan and was blocked by the undead Netherworld armor on top of Lu Yan's armor. It could not even touch Lu Yan's armor. How is this possible? The Darkborn assassin who had suddenly appeared was shocked. His attack was very powerful. Even an elder had to go all out to deal with his attack. Perhaps he could not even break this guy's defense? A cold light bloomed in his eyes, and his head directly danced. In midair, his expression was still shocked, completely unable to understand what was going on. Even until his death, he did not understand why he could not break the other party's defense. Aoyun also plundered among the members of the Darkborn Society. From time to time, he would eat a member of the Darkborn Society and send them flying with his tail. He was completely toying with the surrounding members of the Darkborn Society. The battle lasted for 20 minutes. Li Mocking killed a third profession change Darkborn Society member and severely injured the remaining 2 third profession change Darkborn Society members. On Lu Yan's side, all the members of the Darkborn Society he was targeting had been killed. Even many of the Darkborn Society members targeted by Hung Shanyu and the others were killed by Lu Yan and the surrounding undead. This made Hung Shanyu and the others give each other glances. They originally thought that Lu Yan would be a burden. They did not expect to be the ones dragging the team down now. After killing the surrounding Darkborn Society members, Lu Yan held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and directly headed towards Li Mocking in front of him. Arriving beside Li Mocking and cooperating with him, the remaining 2 severely injured Darkborn Society elders were quickly killed. The entire operation to kill the Darkborn Society was completed in less than half an hour. Seeing the surrounding undead quickly disappear, the gazes of Hung Shanyu and the others landed on Lu Yan. Isn't this guy's combat strength a little exaggerated? Why do I feel that he single-handedly killed all the members of the Darkborn Society? Damn it, I haven't even warmed up yet and these Darkborn Society members are basically all dead. That black flame should be the Netherworld Soul Flame, right? I remember seeing it in a book. Isn't this Lu Yan too powerful? I'm really embarrassed. Previously, I thought that Lu Yan wanted to take advantage and share our points. Now, it seems that we're clearly the ones who are taking advantage. Damn, it's really embarrassing. The entire battle had already ended, and only the corpses of the Darkborn Society members and the constantly burning black Netherworld Soul Flame were left on the ground. Hung Shanyu and the others' gazes landed on Lu Yan, their eyes very complicated. This guy's combat strength was a little too powerful. Li Moking's gaze also landed on Lu Yan, his eyes filled with admiration. Although he had seen the video of Lu Yan's previous battle and had some understanding of Lu Yan's combat strength, he was still very shocked to see it with his own eyes. It had to be known that Lu Yan was only 25 years old and already had such a performance. If Lu Yan grew up, his combat strength would definitely increase further. Li Moking checked the entire warehouse and then came out. There are no other Darkborn Society members. This place has already been cleared. Hearing Li Moking's words, Lu Yan and the others smiled. After all, their first hunt had been successful. It was not a bad start. Li Moking looked at Lu Yan and the others and concluded, this hunting operation can be considered a success for everyone. There's no need for me to explain what happened in this battle. Lu Yan played a huge role in it and was able to block all the remaining members of the Darkborn Society immediately. Although the points are divided equally, I hope you can remember who contributed the most. Hearing Li Moking's words, the faces of Hung Shanyu and the others turned slightly red. They knew that Li Moking was vaguely telling them not to be hostile to Lu Yan like before. After the battle just now, Hung Shanyu and the others had already seen Lu Yan in a different light and no longer underestimated him. The person who received them also quickly arrived. He looked at the scene in front of him and said very excitedly, "Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wonder how much of an impact these Darkborn Society members will have on us if they riot." That's right. As expected of the people from the Golden Corner Academy. It is indeed different when you guys make a move. You didn't let a member of the Darkborn Society go. Li Moking said a few polite words to the person who received him and directly left with Lu Yan and the others. The Dark Destroyer team was not established for this mission. There were still other missions to hunt the members of the Darkborn Society waiting for them. After returning to the town, Li Moking did not stop at all and directly headed to the next location. In Xinghong Town beside Yutang Town, the figures of Lu Yan and the others appeared. This place was very close to Yutang Town and there had also been a situation with the Darkborn Society here. Therefore, Li Moking brought Lu Yan and the others here. Xinghong Town was somewhat far from the sea and was not near the sea. This place produced a fruit that was very popular. After the people from Xinghong Town saw Lu Yan and the others, they were somewhat excited. "You're finally here. Quickly come with us to take a look at the situation. If possible, try your best to remove the threat of those Darkborn Society members." Hearing the other party's anxious words, Li Moking did not hesitate and directly brought Lu Yan and the others to the place where the Darkborn Society members were hiding. Looking at the building in front of them, Li Moking, Lu Yan, and the others frowned. They finally understood why the person receiving them was so anxious. This was because the place where the members of the Darkborn Society were hiding was in a middle school in Xinghong Town. At this moment, the students were going to school. No wonder the person receiving them was so anxious. If the Darkborn Society members hiding inside did anything, it would be a disaster for the entire school. Have the students and teachers in the school been evacuated? Li Moking turned around and asked the person who received them. The person shook his head. "We also just discovered traces of the Darkborn Society. It's time for class now. We're afraid that evacuating the teachers and students will attract the attention of the Darkborn Society, causing them to take action in advance. Originally, we planned to wait until after school at night before isolating the school. However, since you're here, we wanted to ask if you had any other good methods. After all, there are still variables between now and nighttime. It's naturally best if we can resolve it in advance." Li Moking nodded slightly and looked at the school in silence. Then, Li Moking looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "Do you have any thoughts?" A girl from the Dark Destroyer team said, "If that's the case, I think it's a good idea to wait until tonight. If we take action in advance, there will probably be some mistakes with all the teachers and students being in the school." Hung Shanyu looked at the school in front of him and said in a muffled voice, "I don't think there's a need to go through so much trouble. We can just rush in. With Lu Yan's undead army, it's not a problem to protect the teachers and students inside. We can't give the members of the Darkborn Society a chance to breathe. No one knows what they're doing inside. If they're triggering a spatial crack, we're giving them a chance by waiting." The others also spoke one after another. They were basically all siding with the girl or Hung Shanyu. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Li Moking's gaze landed on Lu Yan and he asked, "Lu Yan, what do you think?" Lu Yan pondered for a moment and looked at the school. He turned around and said to Li Moking, "Teacher Li Moking, can you check the location and exact strength of those Darkborn Society members?" The method they chose naturally needed to be based on the other party's situation. Li Moking used the same method again. A faint green light appeared in his hand and smeared onto his eyes. Then, Li Moking's gaze landed on the school in front of him and he checked carefully. After a while, Li Moking retracted his gaze and frowned. "It's a little far. I can't investigate the other party's strength clearly, but I can detect their distribution. Those members of the Darkborn Society are on the roof of 2 teaching buildings and an office building. They're divided into 3 units. Moreover, they probably have someone checking the surroundings. They're very vigilant. If we attack forcefully, the other party can discover us immediately. Therefore, we definitely can't attack forcefully." Hearing Li Moking's words, the expressions of Hung Shanyu and the others also became solemn. From the current situation, if it was really as Li Moking had said and the members of the Darkborn Society were scattered on the roof of the tall building in front of them, it was definitely impossible for them to attack by force. the other party could easily discover them. At that time, it would be a small matter for the other party to be prepared. However, it would not be good if they injured the teachers and students in the school because of this. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Reawakening looked at the school in front of him and thought of a way to deal with the current situation. From the current situation, there was no good solution. A female assassin in the team said, I can sneak into the shadows and enter the school quietly. However, I don't think I can take them alone. The surrounding people nodded. There were enemies in the 3 buildings. It was clearly not enough for an assassin to enter. At this moment, Lu Yan said, I have an idea. It should be feasible. When the others heard Lu Yan's words, their gazes shifted over. Lu Yan looked at Reawakening and said, I can disguise myself as a student and sneak in. Then, I will block the entrance to the roof with the undead. With the number of undead I have, I can isolate the other party from the teachers and students in the school before the other party discovers us. At that time, you can just directly rush over. The eyes of Hung Shanyu and the others lit up. This was a feasible solution. A member of the Dark Destroyer team said, in that case, can't we all disguise ourselves as students and enter? Lu Yan shook his head. No, it's fine to disguise 1 or 2 of us as students that are going back after skipping class. However, if there are too many of us, the other party will be vigilant. If we alert the enemy, the losses will not make up for the gains. It's better for me to act alone. Reawakening nodded. In that case, do as Lu Yan says. Let Lu Yan isolate the Darkborn Society members on the roof first before we attack. The female assassin from before said, I can go in with Lu Yan and cooperate with him. Lu Yan nodded and then asked the person who received him for a school uniform. After receiving the school uniform, Lu Yan did not put it on directly. Instead, he tied the school uniform around his waist. Then, he bought a roasted sausage from a stall at the side and headed towards the school in front of him. The female assassin had already used her ability to hide in Lu Yan's shadow. Lu Yan headed towards the wall on the left of the school. Although he could use the corpse stealth to enter, Lu Yan was afraid that the other party had some detection methods. If he was discovered, it would be troublesome. It was safer to enter like this. At this moment, on the roof of the school's office building in front of him, a group of black-robed Darkborn Society members was hiding. One of the members saw Lu Yan and frowned as he turned to face another person. Elder Lu, someone is approaching the school. It looks like a student. A person walked over from behind and his gaze landed on Lu Yan, who was struggling to climb over the wall with a roasted sausage in his mouth. Looking at Lu Yan's school uniform, Elder Lu turned around and said, Don't worry. He's just a student who skipped class. Just keep a close eye on the outside. We'll start our operation in the evening. Don't let your guard down. With that said, he returned and continued to rest. At this moment, Lu Yan had already climbed over the wall and entered the school. He was heading towards the office building in front of him. After arriving at the office building, Lu Yan entered a platform in the office building and directly released a large number of undead. Ao Yun came out and began to quietly sneak upstairs with the surrounding undead. Lu Yan did not stop. He passed through the platform and headed towards a teaching building at the back. The observing member of the Darkborn Society in the office building was very vigilant. He watched Lu Yan walk towards the teaching building before shifting his gaze and continuing to stare fixedly at the surroundings of the school. Lu Yan quickly arrived at a teaching building at the back. A large number of undead were released again and quickly spread upwards. The female assassin also came out of Lu Yan's shadow and made an okay gesture at Lu Yan. Then, she directly sneaked into the surrounding shadows and quietly crept up. Lu Yan also sent the undead to follow this female assassin. Although he could not evacuate the teachers and students, he could still send a message to the teachers inside and get them to keep the students in the classroom. Many students in the classroom sensed black shadows flash past the window. However, when they turned around, they did not see anything. At this moment, Lu Yan had already arrived at the last teaching building. Walking up the stairs, Lu Yan followed the stairs unhurriedly and quickly headed towards the roof above. He arrived at the last floor. Above him was the roof. Lu Yan still did not summon the undead. Sensing that the undead of the 2 buildings in front of him had already arrived at the second last floor and were sticking to the wall, Lu Yan directly used corpse stealth. Lu Yan's surroundings changed as he directly passed through the wall and arrived at the roof above. More than 10 Darkborn Society members appeared in Lu Yan's vision. There was an incomplete array on the ground, and 2 Darkborn Society members were working on completing it. Lu Yan's eyes turned slightly cold. Indeed, these Darkborn Society members had ill intentions when they chose the school as a hiding place. They wanted to do what they had done at the 4th high school in Linen City and open a spatial crack here. At this moment, a person in a black robe not far away seemed to have sensed something and looked in Lu Yan's direction. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. The aura of this Darkborn Society member was very dense. He should be around level 40. The other party frowned. Clearly, he had sensed something and stood up to head towards Lu Yan. The Netherworld Soul Scythe appeared in Lu Yan's hand and he directly arrived in front of a Darkborn Society member who had drawn a formation. He raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and directly slashed at the other party. The moment the Netherworld Soul Scythe landed on the other party, Lu Yan's figure appeared. At the same time, a large number of undead began to appear in the surroundings, enveloping all the surrounding Darkborn Society members. Be careful. The level 40 Darkborn Society elder looked at Lu Yan's figure, his pupils constricting as he shouted. However, at this moment, the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand had already landed and directly slashed the Darkborn Society member in half. The Darkborn Society elder was unable to restrain his anger. He roared angrily and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Two bone dragons appeared and directly blocked the Darkborn Society elder in front of him. Then, Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and covered it with the Netherworld Soul Flame before beginning to slaughter the surrounding Darkborn Society members. Other than the Darkborn Society elder, only 5 to 6 of the remaining dozen or so Darkborn Society members were around level 30. The rest were all around level 20. Lu Yan's target first landed on the level 20 or so Darkborn Society members. He kept slashing out with the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, killing these Darkborn Society members one by one. At this moment, outside the school, Reawakening and the others saw a large number of undead appear on the school roof. They did not hesitate and directly rushed in. Reawakening suddenly took a step and jumped out. With the enhancement of the armor on her body, he quickly rushed to the roof of the office building. The undead had already surrounded the few roofs. The Darkborn Society members on the roof could only deal with the surrounding undead and could not go down. Reawakening arrived at the office building and directly headed towards the elder of the Darkborn Society. There was an elder of the Darkborn Society on each of the 3 roofs. Reawakening dealt with the elder of the Darkborn Society on the roof of the office building herself. Hung Shanyu and the others went to the top of the teaching building where the female assassin was. They did not need to kill the Darkborn Society elder on the top of the teaching building. They only needed to stop the other party. Reawakening believed that Lu Yan could stop the Darkborn Society elder on the roof of the teaching building on his own. Taking advantage of this moment, the person who received them also informed the school to let the teachers and students retreat. At this moment, the students inside also knew what had happened. Under the lead of the teacher, they rushed out of the classroom in a panic and quickly went downstairs to leave the school. At this moment, some students looked up and saw the battle on the roof. There are so many undead. Are those demon beasts? No, these undead are fighting those black-robed Darkborn Society members. They should have been summoned by someone on our side. Could it be a Necromancer? Look, I see Lu Yan. It's Lu Yan? These are Lu Yan's undead. The students who looked up at the battle on the roof quickly discovered Lu Yan because Lu Yan was really too easy to recognize. That black scythe was simply the symbol of Lu Yan's identity. Now, Lu Yan could be said to be famous in the country, especially among these junior and high school students. Many of them already treated Lu Yan as their idol and were especially excited to see him. At this moment, on the roof of the last school building, after Lu Yan killed 2 Darkborn Society members, 5 to 6 level 30 Darkborn Society members surrounded Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand to slash at a member of the Darkborn Society in front of him. The Netherworld Soul Scythe landed on the other party's body, emitting a crisp sound as it was blocked by the other party's weapon. The others took the opportunity to attack Lu Yan. However, in the next moment, a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames surged from Lu Yan's body and instantly entered the surrounding Darkborn Society members. Their attacks also landed on Lu Yan, but they could not even break the defense of the undead Netherworld armor. Lu Yan flipped the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and slashed across the body of a member of the Darkborn Society at the side, directly breaking the armor on the other party's body, leaving a wound on it. A miserable cry instantly sounded from the other party. His eyes instantly widened, and the intense pain made him twitch a little. The damage in the depths of his soul was still somewhat unbearable. The other surrounding Darkborn Society members were also forced back by the Netherworld Soul Flame and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly pounced forward. The Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand kept slashing out, quickly leaving wounds on the surrounding level 30 Darkborn Society members. With Lu Yan's current 4 attributes and the enhancement of the Netherworld Soul Scythe and the Red Flame Dragon armor set in his hand, the level 30 or so Darkborn Society members in front of him were not his match at all. The remaining level 20 members of the Darkborn Society were also quickly drowned by the surrounding undead. Then, these undead directly enveloped 5 to 6 level 30 Darkborn Society members. Together with Lu Yan, they quickly killed these level 30 Darkborn Society members. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, and only a level 40 Darkborn Society elder was left on the roof where Lu Yan was. This Darkborn Society elder was also relatively powerful. In this time, he had forcefully destroyed a bone dragon. The remaining bone dragon was also crippled and a lot of its bones had scattered. It would probably be directly shattered in less than 2 minutes. Seeing all the surrounding Darkborn Society members die, this level 40 elder was directly furious. He held his weapon and rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and directly blocked the other party's attack. His body suddenly trembled and he took a few steps back. The other party was still very powerful. In the sky, the little Netherworld dragon spat out Netherworld Soul Flames at this level 40 Darkborn Society elder from time to time. A large number of Netherworld Soul Flames missed the other party, but some still directly landed on the other party. The soul burning of the Netherworld Soul Flame made this level 40 Darkborn Society elder frown. He directly mobilized the strongest strength in his body, prepared to end the battle quickly and then support the other roofs. At this moment, Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He sensed something and smiled. With the Netherworld Soul Scythe in hand, the Netherworld Soul Flame suddenly surged, covering the Netherworld Soul Scythe and burning fiercely. Then, Lu Yan directly rushed towards the Darkborn Society Elder in front of him. When this Darkborn Society Elder faced Lu Yan, his body suddenly froze, and his eyes revealed shock. He felt the strength in his body quickly drain, as if it was suppressed by something. Lu Yan looked at the other party and the smile on his face became richer. The plague power had taken effect. Previously, Lu Yan had used plague power on this Darkborn Society Elder to weaken the other party. Plague power, Epic used the undead power to form the power of the death plague that covers the front. It can weaken all the attributes of the enemy in the range. According to the other party's strength, it can at most weaken by 50%. Note, the power of the dead plague is colorless, tasteless, and invisible. It's very difficult to discover. It's a special skill and can't be upgraded. According to the introduction of the power of plague power, it did not specify how long it would take for it to take effect. Now, it seemed that the time it took to take effect was also different according to the other party's strength. The strength of the Darkborn Society Elder in front of him was not ordinary, so the effect was relatively slow. However, it was fine as long as it was effective. Lu Yan directly used a soul crystal. The enhancement of the Netherworld Soul Scythe instantly doubled. A cold light appeared in the Netherworld Soul Scythe as he directly slashed at the Darkborn Society Elder in front of him. The Darkborn Society Elder in front of him revealed a shocked expression. He did not expect the situation to turn out like this at all. His overall strength had been suppressed by something, and the disappearance of his strength instantly made him panic. Sensing Lu Yan's current powerful strength, this Darkborn Society Elder braced himself and raised the weapon in his hand, wanting to block Lu Yan's attack before making plans. This Darkborn Society Elder felt that he had probably been cursed. As long as he was given time to breathe, he would have a way to remove the suppression on his body. However, when the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand slashed onto the weapon in his hand, this Darkborn Society Elder's body instantly sank. He felt an unstoppable force directly crush his body. Bang! With a crisp sound, this Darkborn Elder's body was instantly sent flying. Before he could stabilize himself, Lu Yan's figure had already appeared behind him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand slashed out again and directly landed on this Darkborn Elder. It instantly tore through the other party's armor and entered the other party's flesh. Boom! The Netherworld Soul Flame soared and directly devoured this Darkborn Elder. A miserable cry sounded from this Darkborn Elder. This attack directly took half of his health points. Escape? He had to escape. This Darkborn Elder was already completely flustered and only had the thought of escaping in his heart. Without hesitation, the Darkborn Elder directly prepared to use an escape technique to escape. However, just as he was about to use it, a violent pain sounded in his mind. This soul attack and the burning of the Netherworld Soul Flame instantly made the Darkborn Elder delirious and he could not focus on using the escape technique at all. Lu Yan appeared behind this Darkborn Elder again. The Netherworld Soul Scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Flame in his hand slashed across this Darkborn Elder's head and instantly broke the armor on the other party's neck, directly cutting off his head. After killing this Darkborn Elder, Lu Yan jumped onto the little Netherworld dragon and headed towards the roof of another teaching building not far away. After arriving at the top of this school building, Lu Yan saw Hung Shanyu and the others trying their best to resist the Darkborn Elders. All the level 20 Darkborn members had already been killed. Many level 30 Darkborn members had also been killed by Hung Shanyu and the others. However, this Darkborn Elder made them retreat step by step. Even one of their team members was injured. Damn, this guy's combat strength is too powerful. His combat strength is around level 40. It's still a little too difficult for us. Hung Shanyu forcefully blocked the attack of the Darkborn Elder in front of him and frowned as he retreated. Their mission was still to stall this Darkborn Elder, but it was still very difficult. The others also frowned, thinking about how to stall for more time and buy time for mocking. Bang! At this moment, Lu Yan jumped down from the little Netherworld dragon and slashed down with the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, directly forcing the Darkborn Elder in front of him to retreat. The little Netherworld dragon spewed out a large amount of Netherworld Soul Flame from above before heading towards the Darkborn Elder and the remaining level 30 Darkborn members. The Darkborn Elder's expression was cold. A black light seeped out and covered his body, blocking the Netherworld Soul Flame. However, those level 30 or so Darkborn members were not so lucky. They were more or less covered in some Netherworld Soul Flame. Although these Netherworld Soul Flames would not take their lives, they kept burning their souls, causing their combat strength to plummet. Moreover, as time passed, their combat strength would decrease more and more. When it reached a critical point, the pain in their souls would directly prevent them from fighting. The gazes of Hung Shan and the others landed on Lu Yan and they were slightly stunned. Wasn't Lu Yan on the roof of the teaching building behind them? Why had he come to support them? Hung Shanyu and the others subconsciously looked back and discovered that there was no longer anyone standing on the teaching building behind them. Only corpses were left on the ground. What was going on? There was also a level 40 Darkborn Elder on the top of the teaching building, right? Why was the other party gone? Lu Yan, what about the Darkborn members on the roof? Could it be that they broke through your undead defense? A female team member said with an ugly expression. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. They can't even break through your defense. Do you really think they stand a chance at breaking through my defense? Don't worry, I've already killed all of them. Killed, all of them? All of them. Hung Shanyu and the others were stunned. They did not expect to hear such an answer. They could still understand why the other Darkborn members were killed. After all, Lu Yan's undead combat strength was indeed very powerful. Coupled with Lu Yan's super powerful combat strength, he could even quickly kill level 30 Darkborn members. However, what about the level 40 Darkborn elders? Were they also killed so easily? How long had it been? It had been less than 5 minutes, right? Teacher Li Mocking was not done yet, but Lu Yan had already cleared the roof? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Just as they were thinking, Lu Yan was already starting to fight the Darkborn elder in front of them with the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Seeing the exchange between the two sides, Hung Shanyu and the others had a new understanding of Lu Yan's combat strength. Then, they also reacted and surrounded the Darkborn elder. 3 minutes later, Li Mocking killed the Darkborn members there and quickly arrived at Lu Yan's side. She accompanied Lu Yan and killed the Darkborn elder. The entire process only took 10 minutes before all the members of the Darkborn society on the 3 roofs were killed. The gazes of Hung Shan and the others landed on Lu Yan, their faces filled with shock. They did not expect Lu Yan's combat strength to be so powerful. It could simply be said to be ridiculously powerful. This battle was basically Li Mocking and Lu Yan's special show. They were simply useless. To be honest, they found it hard to accept it. After all, they were all top students. They did not expect the difference to be so huge. Now that Hung Shan and the others recalled how they had mocked Lu Yan previously, their faces turned red. It made them feel feverish. After cleaning up the corpses of the surrounding Darkborn Association members, Lu Yan and the others directly arrived below. All the teachers and students had already evacuated from the school. It was just that they had not gone far. After all, there were still a large number of teachers and students in the entire school. The speed of retreat was still relatively slow. The principal was about to let all the teachers and students go back to rest when Lu Yan and the others had already appeared below. Soon, the news reached the principal's ears, making him stunned. The members of the Darkborn Society had already been completely wiped out? Hadn't it only been a few minutes? However, the principal then announced this news and told the teachers and students that they did not have to go home and could start class normally. All the teachers and students returned to the school again. Although some students were somewhat dissatisfied with their break being cancelled, they were still very excited to see Lu Yan and the others. They had also witnessed the battle of top combat professionals and had planted the seed of wanting to become stronger in their hearts. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the principal, Li Mocking quickly left with Lu Yan and the others. They still had other missions to complete. After handing over this mission, they quickly rushed to the next location. In the car, Li Mocking smiled and said, "Our luck is not bad. Both operations were based on real news and there was no false news. I hope the next target is also based on real news." Fake news? How can there be fake news? Lu Yan asked when he heard this. Didn't they only inform the Dark Destroyer team to take action after confirming it? Li Mocking explained, because of the previous actions of the Darkborn Society, everyone is in a panic now. Therefore, many people will report it if they see any problems. Sometimes, the local guards don't dare to investigate, so they can only rely on us to confirm it. Several reports of Darkborn members have already happened elsewhere, but after checking, it turned out to be false alarms. Speaking of which, these misunderstandings are basically caused by Dark-type combat professionals. They wear black robes and can easily be considered members of the Darkborn Society. Lu Yan and the surrounding people nodded. They did not expect such a situation. Then, Lu Yan asked, "What's our next goal?" Li Mocking looked at her phone and said, "The next location is somewhat special. It's at a brothel. It says that they discovered that a private room has been booked by a group of guys in black robes. These guys won't let the waiters in and it's unknown what they're doing inside." A brothel? The expressions of Lu Yan and the others became somewhat strange. They did not expect the next place of investigation to be such a place. They were all in the car and directly headed towards a nearby small town. Generally, when the Dark Destroyer team moved, they would continue their operations around their first target. This way, their efficiency would be higher. This time, their goal was the ancient peak town beside them. It was a small town beside a mountain and the road was relatively rugged. After walking a bumpy mountain road, Lu Yan and the others entered ancient peak town. The two people receiving them brought Lu Yan and the others to a huge wooden house. There was a sign hanging on the wooden house that said Wind Moon House. The name was simple. Then, Lu Yan saw an image at the entrance of the Wind Moon House. There were some photos of women printed on it that were slightly explicit. They were posted at the door like business cards and were checked by the surrounding people. To Lu Yan's surprise, Lu Yan saw the figures of some foreign races in the images. There were also images of dark elves. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. To be able to have a foreign race beauty holding the fort in such a small town, it seemed that the person behind this Wind Moon House was not simple. "Let's go in and take a look." Li Mocking looked at the Wind Moon House and brought Lu Yan and the others there. As soon as he entered, a few women in revealing clothes welcomed him. "Ayo, so many VIPs. Come, come, come. Hurry up and come in." The woman at the front was slightly stunned when she saw Li Mocking. Then, the smile on her face did not fade away at all. Li Mocking looked at the woman and directly said, "Open room 203 for me." The woman was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly. "Ayo, the space in room 203 is a little small. There are so many of you, so it's clearly not enough. Why don't I open room 202 for you?" Li Mocking said coldly, "Open room 203. Don't you understand?" The smile on the woman's face froze, but she said softly, "All right, all right, all right. Room 203. I'll open it for you now. Come, come, come. I'll bring you up first." As she spoke, the woman twisted her waist and walked forward. Li Mocking looked at Lu Yan and the others, nodded, and followed. Lu Yan and the others also learned from the previous news that the group of suspected members of the Darkborn Society was in room 204, directly next to room 203. The woman brought Lu Yan and the others to the second floor. Then, she arrived at room 203 and pushed the door open to enter. "Honored guests, eat your fruit plates and snacks first. I'll go and lock down the room for you first." After the woman brought Lu Yan and the others into room 203, she directly retreated. Lu Yan sized up room 203 and frowned. That woman was not lying. This private room was indeed somewhat small. The group entered and could not even sit on the sofa. There were even 2 to 3 people who needed to stand. Li Mocking pointed at the room next door and said, "That group of guys is in the private room next door. However, the room here is very far away and the walls are very thick. We can't sense the commotion. Next, I'll explain the specific combat method. Lu Yan and Wang Lei have the ability to hide and can enter first. Then, we'll directly break through the wall from here and enter room 204. Lu Yan, after you enter, release the undead first and completely surround the area. This way, not only can you prevent them from escaping, but you can also ensure the safety of the surrounding people." Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. This plan was still relatively feasible. The female assassin at the side also nodded. With her ability to hide in the shadows, she could conceal her aura. Her concealment effect was extremely good and she could quietly enter room 204 at the side. Li Mocking discussed the details with them again. Just as they were talking, the door suddenly opened. The woman who had brought them in just now walked in again. A group of women followed behind her and also walked in. "Dear guests, I'll bring you a batch first. You can choose. If you're not satisfied, I'll bring another batch." "Ayo, esteemed guests, it looks like this is your first time coming to our Wind Moon house, right? Let me tell you, the girls of our Wind Moon house are amazing. I guarantee that you'll linger after trying." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the women who followed in all flirted, tempting Lu Yan and the others to choose them. Looking at the coquettish woman in front of them, the boys' gazes instantly froze. They did not expect there to be such a show at all. In particular, one of the succubi attracted many gazes. Li Mocking's expression turned cold. "Get out." The woman in the lead frowned and then continued with an apologetic smile, "Everyone, you probably came here to relax. This is the service here. If you don't have this requirement, please." Seeing that Li Mocking, the group's leader, was a woman and that they were not interested in their service, she naturally thought that these guys were here to cause trouble. Hearing this woman's words, Li Mocking directly threw a handful of money at this woman. "Take the money and get lost quickly. Without our permission, no one is allowed to enter." The woman's expression instantly turned ugly when she was hit by the money. However, when she saw how much these bills were, a smile immediately surged on her face. "Sigh, since you don't need our service, we'll take our leave. Please have a good time." The woman bent down and picked up the large sum of money on the ground as she smiled apologetically. As she spoke, she stuffed the money into her underwear. So what if she got cursed? Wasn't it fine as long as she got paid? "Let's go, sisters. I'll give you a bonus when we get back." The woman waved her hand and left with the girls. When she reached the door, the woman in the lead pursed her lips and muttered softly, "Tisk, there are really so many strange people. They're like the people next door. They don't even let us in. I wonder what kind of abnormal thing they're playing." However, at the very least, they even ordered a few girls. They don't want any girls at all. How are they supposed to have fun? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Li Mocking frowned slightly and looked at the departing woman with disgust. However, Li Mocking did not say anything in the end and only watched them leave the private room. After everyone left, Li Mocking's gaze landed on Lu Yan and the others. "Did you hear that? The private room next door ordered a few girls. They probably want to use them for sacrifice. We don't have much time. We have to move as soon as possible." Lu Yan and the others nodded. Then, the female assassin called Wang Lei directly escaped into the surrounding shadows and quickly disappeared. Lu Yan also quickly put on his equipment and nodded at Li Mocking. Then, he directly used corpse stealth. At the same time, a large number of undead began to appear in the surroundings, surrounding the entire second floor. Li Mocking watched as Lu Yan entered the wall and disappeared. She said to Hung Shanyu and the others, "Everyone, get ready." After hearing the commotion of the battle next door, directly attack and rush over. Hung Shanyu and the others nodded and were already prepared to break through the wall next door. Lu Yan held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and used corpse stealth to enter the wall in front of him before quickly entering. Soon, Lu Yan arrived at room 204 next door. As soon as he entered, Lu Yan frowned. In the private room, there were a few corpses lying everywhere. They were all women of the Wind Moon house. On the ground where the corpse lay, a pitch-black array was slowly flowing. Clearly, it had just been activated. This private room was very big, but there were not many people inside. There were only a dozen or so. There were 2 level 40 Darkborn elders, and the rest were all level 30 Darkborn members. These guys wanted to tear open a spatial crack here and let demon beasts or Darkborns descend. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly headed towards the array, wanting to destroy it first. The 2 Darkborn elders seemed to have sensed something. Their gazes landed on Lu Yan in unison. Then, they took out their weapons and slashed in Lu Yan's direction. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and lifted the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, directly blocking the 2 attacks in front of him. Then, the Netherworld Soul Flame was released by Lu Yan and directly landed on the array below, instantly burning. The entire array quickly burned, and the corpses on it were quickly devoured. Even the array that had just been activated slowly stopped circulating because of this. Kill this guy. The 2 Darkborn elders looked at Lu Yan and directly roared. It was not easy for them to find such a good place. They had just built a formation. They did not expect it to be destroyed by such a guy. How could they tolerate this? A large number of undead began to appear in the surroundings and directly surrounded the surrounding Darkborn Society members. One of the Darkborn elders held a huge hammer and directly headed towards Lu Yan, wanting to destroy this person who had destroyed the array. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand to block the other party's attack. His body quickly took 2 steps back. Boom! At this moment, the wall was broken open and Hung Shanyu rushed in, pouncing towards a member of the Darkborn Society. Reawakening and the others also rushed in, making the already crowded room even more crowded. Seeing this, Lu Yan shouted at Reawakening, "Teacher Reawakening, that guy wants to repair the array formation. Kill him first." Reawakening nodded and rushed towards another Darkborn elder on the array. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire roof was lifted, and the space instantly expanded a lot. The guests and staff in the Wind Moon House were all brought out by the receiving staff and rushed out in panic. A large number of undead surrounded the entire Wind Moon House, blocking the path of the Darkborn Society members inside. Hung Shanyu and the others had a tacit understanding. They cooperated with the surrounding undead and headed towards the Darkborn Society members in front of them. As for the other Darkborn Society elder, they naturally let Lu Yan take care of him. As second and third year seniors, they actually handed the most dangerous enemy to their junior. Hung Shanyu and the others were still somewhat embarrassed. However, it could not be helped. Lu Yan's combat strength was much higher than theirs. The Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand was wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Flame. Coupled with the surrounding undead, he fought the Darkborn Society elder to a draw. This Darkborn Society elder had an anxious expression. He did not expect the situation to suddenly become like this. Hearing the screams of the surrounding Darkborn Society members who kept falling into the surrounding pool of blood, this elder was furious. However, he had no choice. The combat strength of the surrounding guys was too powerful. Most importantly, these undead were all very powerful. They were completely incomparable to the fragile skeleton soldiers summoned by the Necromancer in his impression. This Darkborn Society elder knew very well that it was unlikely for them to be able to leave today. Therefore, he held the weapon in his hand tightly and attacked with all his strength, wanting to take advantage of this moment to kill more of these guys. However, Lu Yan kept blocking the attack of the Darkborn Society elder, not giving him any chance. 10 minutes later, the entire second floor of the Wind Moon House was flattened, and all the members of the Darkborn Society were killed. 2 Darkborn Society elders and more than 10 Darkborn Society members were not much of a threat to Lu Yan and the others. The gazes of Hung Shanyu and the others landed on Lu Yan. They no longer looked unconvinced. Instead, their eyes were filled with admiration. No matter where one was, experts would obtain respect. Given his performance, Lu Yan was definitely worthy of being called an expert. Hung Shanyu and the others were even certain that their Dark Destroyer team only needed Lu Yan and Teacher Reawakening. With the undead, even without them, they could still complete these few missions. It was just that they would be slightly slower. This could not help but give Hung Shanyu and the others a blow. They looked at Lu Yan with even more admiration. This guy was simply an army alone. Reawakening informed the reinforcements and quickly assessed the outcome of this battle. "Let's go." Reawakening looked at Lu Yan and the others beside him and said. After the handover, Reawakening quickly left with Lu Yan and the others. When she left, the lady boss of the Wind Moon House was still nagging at them about compensation. However, Reawakening only looked at her coldly and made her stop. The losses caused by the operation mission would be compensated by the people who had received them. Reawakening and the others did not have to care. "Teacher Li, are there any more missions today?" After leaving the Wind Moon House, Hung Shanyu looked at Reawakening and asked softly. Logically speaking, 3 missions a day was already not bad. They could rest now. However, these 3 missions were all very simple. Hung Shanyu and the others did not do much, so they naturally did not want to end it so early. Every time they completed a mission, they would receive a large sum of credits and military points. Hung Shanyu and the others naturally did not want to miss out. Reawakening smiled and then nodded. Everyone's performance today was not bad. You can rest after the last mission. As he spoke, Reawakening brought Lu Yan and the others back to the car and began to advance to the next location. In the car, Reawakening turned on her phone and looked at the message on the screen, introducing the last operation of the day to Lu Yan and the others. Our goal this time is still in Ancient Peak Town. It's in a manor on the mountain. That manor is a tourist attraction in Ancient Peak Town. I heard that it has 100 years of history. A few days ago, someone in Ancient Peak Town saw figures moving around in that manor. At night, a few tourists and people from the Ancient Peak Town also disappeared near the manor. However, the people who entered to investigate did not discover anything abnormal, so they asked us to go and find out what's going on. Lu Yan subconsciously said, "Manor? It should be able to accommodate many Darkborn Society members, right?" Li Mocking smiled and said, "If the manor is really filled with Darkborn Society members, it's a big mission for us. Then won't the credits and military points we obtain increase after completing this mission?" Hung Shanyu joked. "That's for sure. Perhaps we can obtain thousands of credits and military points from this mission." Wang Lei covered her mouth and smiled. After a few battles, everyone became familiar with each other and chatted as they headed towards the manor on the mountain. Soon, the car stopped under a huge mountain beside Ancient Peak Town. Li Mocking brought Lu Yan and the others out. Then, she pointed at the mountainside and said, "That manor is halfway up the mountain above. Let's go up on foot to avoid alerting the enemy. Wang Lei, sneak into the shadows and investigate the situation ahead. If there's anyone guarding, inform us in time." Compared to Lu Yan's corpse stealth, Wang Lei's stealth technique was even more superb and was even harder to discover. Wang Lei nodded and directly entered the shadow before quickly disappearing. Li Mocking also led Lu Yan and the others and quickly rushed towards the mountainside. Along the way, everyone was very cautious. After all, at a time like this, the chances of enemies keeping watch were still relatively high. It was always good to be careful. However, to Lu Yan and the others' surprise, they did not discover any sentries along the way. Wang Lei, who had sneaked into the shadows in front of them, did not send any news back. It was as if there was no one along the way. Soon, Lu Yan and the others arrived outside the manor halfway up the mountain and hid behind a huge rock to observe the situation in the manor in front of them. The manor was very large and looked very ancient. The buildings were somewhat weathered. The manor was pitch black and did not have any light. It was completely an abandoned manor that no one cared about. Hung Shanyu frowned and said, "Teacher Li Mocking, is there a mistake? It doesn't look like there's anyone in that manor. There doesn't seem to be any aura inside." At this moment, Wang Lei also slowly appeared. She looked at Li Mocking and said, "Teacher Li Mocking, there's no one around for me to investigate. I investigated along the manor but didn't discover anything strange." As she spoke, Wang Lei was somewhat hesitant. "I suspect that there's no one inside. Do you want me to go in and investigate the exact situation?" Li Mocking shook her head when she heard this. Then, a faint green light appeared in her hand and she placed it in front of her eyes. Then, Li Mocking looked up at the manor in front of her. After looking around, Li Mocking frowned. She did not see anyone, as if this was an empty manor. However, the news should not be wrong. There should be something going on here. "Teacher Li Mocking, how's the situation?" Hung Shanyu asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Li Mocking retracted her gaze and shook her head. "There's no one inside, nor is there any movement." Hearing Li Mocking's words, the surrounding people were stunned. Wang Lei said, "Could it be fake news?" The few of them frowned. If it was fake news, their trip would have been in vain. At this moment, a second-year student behind whispered, "Teacher Li Mocking, I can sense a strange aura from the manor in front of me." Everyone's gazes landed on him. Li Mocking also said, "What strange aura?" The student said, "I'm also a little uncertain, but it feels similar to when Junior Lu Yan used that concealment ability. I can sense a faint aura, but I can't see where he is." Hearing the other party's words, some people's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Lu Yan also raised his eyebrows slightly before frowning slightly. The other party's aura was similar to his own during corpse stealth. Lu Yan suddenly realized something and said, "Space. If there are really members of the Darkborn Society in the manor ahead, they might be hiding in an alternate space." In essence, it could be said that he was hiding his body in another space when he used corpse stealth. If this boy sensed an aura similar to the one he had when he used corpse stealth in the manor in front of him, it was very likely that there was another space in the manor that could be used to hide. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding people's bodies suddenly trembled. They did not expect this possibility. Li Mocking also raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he did not think in this direction. However, on careful thought, it seemed very likely. Then, Li Mocking did not hesitate and a faint green light appeared on her left hand again. Then, Li Mocking raised her right hand, and a faint blue light appeared in it. Two lights, one blue and one green, appeared in Li Mocking's hands. Then, she stuck it to her eyes. The two lights fused and covered Li Mocking's eyes. Li Mocking's gaze landed on the manor. She looked up and saw a different scene this time. Li Mocking's body suddenly trembled and she frowned. Her gaze lingered on the various parts of the manor for a long time before retracting. Seeing this, Lu Yan and the others surrounded her and looked at Li Mocking impatiently. "Teacher Li Mocking, how's the situation inside?" Li Mocking frowned and said, "Something's wrong. There's indeed an alternate space in that manor. There are a large number of Darkborn members inside and they almost occupied the entire manor. According to my preliminary investigation, at least 100 to 200 Darkborn members are hiding here." Hearing Li Mocking's words, the bodies of Lu Yan and the others around him suddenly trembled. They did not expect so many Darkborn members to be hidden in the manor in front of them. At least 100 to 200 members of the Darkborn Society? Then this is simply a stronghold of the Darkborn Society, Hung Shanyu exclaimed. Lu Yan frowned slightly and said, this should be a stronghold of the Darkborn Society. Previously, we've never been able to discover the hiding location of the members of the Darkborn Society. It's very likely that they relied on this method to hide. Li Mocking nodded. There was indeed such a case previously. I forgot about it. However, right now, they're in another hidden space. If we can't find the entrance, we won't be able to enter. Lu Yan and the others also frowned. Although they had discovered the members of the Darkborn Society in the manor, if they could not enter, everything would be useless. At this moment, Li Mocking continued, I'm going to prepare to ask for help. We need the help of the other Dark Destroyer teams and combat professions who have an understanding of space. Otherwise, we won't even be able to enter. Lu Yan and the others nodded. Given that there were 1 to 200 Darkborn members, they indeed needed support. No matter how much they wanted credits and military points, they still had to ensure their basic safety. Seeing this, Li Mocking did not hesitate and directly turned on her phone to report the situation here. Then, she requested the support of the surrounding Dark Destroyer teams. The news was quickly sent back. In the 2 small towns around the ancient peak town, there was a Dark Destroyer team each. They were both not bad and there were also people who had studied space. Most importantly, their operations had already ended. One of the Dark Destroyer teams was even from the Golden Corner Academy. Li Mocking did not hesitate and directly applied for the support of the 2 teams. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Soon, the 2 teams rushed over. They had agreed to Li Mocking's request and were quickly heading towards the manor. Li Mocking looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, there are 2 Dark Destroyer teams nearby. One of them is from our Golden Corner Academy and they're rushing over. Everyone, wait. Lu Yan and the others nodded and waited. I wonder which Dark Destroyer team from Golden Corner Academy is coming. I remember that the Golden Corner Academy has established a total of 5 Dark Destroyer teams, right? I'm not sure. I hope it's the Dark Destroyer team formed by the Cloud Society. Their combat strength is the strongest. What do you mean they're the strongest? Our team's combat strength is clearly the strongest, okay. Tisk, that's because Teacher Li Mocking is leading our team. The other Dark Destroyer teams of the Golden Corner Academy don't have a teacher leading them. If we remove Teacher Li Mocking, Hung Shanyu and the others were discussing which Dark Destroyer team of the Golden Corner Academy was rushing over as well as the strength of the few Dark Destroyer teams of the Golden Corner Academy. At the side, a third-year student was about to say that they had such powerful combat strength because of Li Mocking's lead, but when he looked at Lu Yan not far away, he directly shut his mouth. If not for Lu Yan and Teacher Li Mocking leading the team, the combat strength of their Dark Destroyer team would definitely be the weakest among all the Dark Destroyer teams in the Golden Corner Academy. After all, the leaders of the other Dark Destroyer teams of the Golden Corner Academy were all 4th-year seniors. The members were basically all 4th-year students. There were only a few 3rd-year students. It was completely different from the team Lu Yan was in, which had 2nd-year students. Of course, it was also because of this that they had Teacher Li Mocking leading the team. However, with Lu Yan around, even if Teacher Li Mocking wasn't a part of the team, the combat strength of their team was probably still not the weakest. Lu Yan alone was basically comparable to the combat strength of the entire team. The 2 Dark Destroyer teams did not make Lu Yan and the others wait for long. Half an hour later, the 2 Dark Destroyer teams directly rushed over. One of the Dark Destroyer teams was from the Golden Corner Academy. However, it was not formed by the Cloud Society but by another club. This Dark Destroyer team was also called the Black Eye Dark Destroyer team. The members were all members of the Black Eye Society. The other Dark Destroyer team was not from the Golden Corner Academy or a university. It was formed by combat professionals from the outside world and was called the Dawn Team. Li Mocking exchanged pleasantries with the leaders of the 2 Dark Destroyer teams before discussing the exact situation of the manor at the side. The 3 teams stood together. The Dawn Team was at the side and was not familiar with Lu Yan and the others. They only watched from afar. The members of the Black Eye team walked over and chatted with Hung Shanyu and the others. Everyone was from the Golden Corner Academy and many of the 3rd and 4th-year students knew each other. They were naturally able to converse. Shanyu, what's going on your side? I remember that it's your first day out, right? How was it? How were your gains? The vice-captain of the Black Eye team, Lu Fengyu, looked at Hung Shanyu and asked. Hung Shanyu smiled and said, it was not bad. We've already completed 3 missions. If I complete this mission, we should be able to obtain thousands of credits and military points. Hearing Hung Shan's words, Lu Fengyu revealed a surprised expression. Indeed, it's good to have a teacher leading the team. We've only completed a total of 3 missions so far. Hung Shanyu subconsciously looked at Lu Yan. Without Lu Yan, even if they had Teacher Li Mocking leading the team, they probably would not have been able to complete 3 missions in a day, let alone have time to complete the 4th mission. Lu Fengyu followed Hung Shan's gaze and was slightly stunned when he saw Lu Yan in the team. Is that Lu Yan? Lu Fengyu frowned slightly. At the side, Hung Shanyu raised his eyebrows and said, you also know about Lu Yan. As 4th-year students, they were basically busy with graduation. Even if Lu Yan became the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition, the 4th-year students wouldn't really pay much attention. Hung Shanyu did not expect Lu Fangyu to also know Lu Yan. Lu Fangyu's frown relaxed and he nodded calmly. He did not know Lu Yan from the National New Student Exchange competition. Instead, it was because of one person. Zhao Yuhang? Lu Fangyu had previously wooed Zhao Yuhang but was rejected. However, he did not learn from his lesson and continued to pay special attention to Zhao Yuhang. Zhao Yuhang's cultivation method was different from theirs. It was a cultivation method that suppressed one's strength first before erupting after reaching a bottleneck. This caused Zhao Yuhang's combat strength to decrease greatly. After Lu Fangyu learned of this, he went to Zhao Yuhang's side, wanting to become Zhao Yuhang's guardian and protect Zhao Yuhang during this period of time. Unfortunately, he was still rejected by Zhao Yuhang. After that, after Zhao Yuhang returned from an outing in the wilderness, she kept talking about Lu Yan. She even asked about Lu Yan, making Lu Fangyu very jealous. If Lu Yan was only an ordinary student, it would have been fine. However, as Lu Yan became more and more outstanding, the jealousy in Lu Fangyu's heart gradually deteriorated and turned into complete disgust. Looking at Lu Yan, Lu Fangyu's expression did not change at all, but he had some thoughts. After chatting briefly with Hung Shanyu, Lu Fangyu brought a few teammates he was familiar with to the side. "Brother Lu, what's the matter?" A teammate looked at Lu Fangyu and asked. Lu Fangyu nodded slightly and then said, "I want to mess with someone. Cooperate with me later." Hearing Lu Fangyu's words, the surrounding people were stunned for a moment. Then, their gazes swept across the Dawn team and Lu Yan's team a few times. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. They had just arrived and Lu Fangyu already wanted to mess with someone. The other party was obviously either from the Dawn team or from the other Dark Destroyer team of the Golden Corner Academy. "Brother Lu, why? Do you have an enemy?" Another teammate looked at Lu Fangyu and smiled. Lu Fangyu nodded. "He's not really an enemy. He's just a guy I don't like and I want to teach him a lesson." His teammates directly said, "Brother Lu, who is it? To be able to make you so angry, why are you messing with him at a time like this?" Now, the three Dark Destroyer teams were supposed to work together. For him to want to deal with the other party at this time, it was enough to see how much Lu Fangyu hated this person. Lu Fangyu vaguely pointed in Lu Yan's direction. "It's that guy, the first-year Lu Yan." The surrounding people looked vaguely with different expressions. "Lu Yan? This name is quite familiar. He seems to be very famous in our school. I know. I heard that as the champion of this year's National New Student Exchange competition, he performed very well and is even considered a god among the new students. Damn, he's only a first-year student. What god? How laughable. I can't believe he's able to join the Dark Destroyer team in his first year. Looks like he probably got in through the back door. Now that you mention it, I also don't like this guy. However, I heard that he's Principal Lei Shuo's disciple. We can teach him a lesson, but we can't go too far." The surrounding people spoke one after another and directly decided to attack Lu Yan later. The reason why the few of them decided to attack was because they were also very unhappy with Lu Yan. Coupled with the fact that Lu Fangyu was the vice captain and was in charge of the distribution of club resources, they all wanted to please Lu Fangyu. Lu Fangyu nodded and sneered. "Don't worry, I only want to teach him a lesson so that this guy won't be too arrogant." Lu Yan felt a few gazes shoot towards him. He looked up at Lu Fangyu and the others and frowned slightly, but he did not take it to heart. Soon, Reawakening had already come to an agreement with the captain of the Black Eye team and Sheng Yi of the Dawn team. There were people in the Black Eye team who could break through the hidden space. In a while, the three teams would enter the manor together and cooperate with this Black Eye team to break through the hidden space in the manor. Then, they would kill the members of the Darkborn Society. Reawakening and the other two returned and told their team members the plan. Soon, the three teams headed towards the manor in front of them together and followed the plan. There was definitely something in the manor ahead that could trigger an alarm. The moment they entered the manor, they would probably be discovered by the Darkborn Society members in the hidden space. However, with the three Dark Destroyer teams, there was no need to worry about this. They could just directly break through the hidden space and attack. They entered the manor very smoothly and did not encounter any abnormalities. Reawakening and the others did not enter the luxurious castle in the manor in front of them. Instead, they directly stopped in the courtyard. The situation inside was relatively complicated. It was more beneficial for them to spread out from the courtyard. The person in the Black Eye team who could break through the hidden space slowly walked out and stopped in the center of the courtyard. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and gathered his strength, prepared to break through the surrounding hidden space. Seeing this, Reawakening said to the surrounding people, "Everyone, be prepared. The members of the Darkborn Society in the hidden space should have already discovered us. They might come out of the hidden space in advance and attack us. They might also attack us the moment the hidden space is broken. Everyone, gather together. You have to be very vigilant to avoid being ambushed by the other party." Without needing Reawakening to say anything, after entering the manor, the expressions of everyone around became vigilant, afraid that they would be attacked by the sudden appearance of the Darkborn Society. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan held the Netherworld Soul Scythe tightly in his hand and did not choose to summon the undead at this moment. After all, that would pressure the members of the Darkborn Society in the hidden space. It might even backfire. If he did not summon the undead, they might even lure them out in advance. Strength condensed around the closed-eyed student, and the surrounding space began to fluctuate. Lu Yan looked at him. It was rare for someone to have the ability to break through the hidden space. However, from the looks of it, it would take a long time for him to condense his strength, so it seemed somewhat useless. Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan suddenly saw a person move his feet and slowly walk towards the student who had closed his eyes to gather strength. It was the guide who had brought them to the manor. This guide was also a combat professional. He was level 30 and was a warrior. Lu Yan remembered that he was also a tour guide of this manor and was very familiar with this place, so he acted as their guide. What was this guy trying to do by approaching this student? Lu Yan frowned slightly. Could it be that he wanted to protect this student? Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan saw the guide raise the heavy sword in his hand and suddenly slash at the student. The whistling sound from the side shocked everyone around the closed-eyed student. They were all protecting this student so that he could condense his strength and break through the hidden spatial power. They did not expect their own people to attack this student at this moment. At the side, Hung Shanyu and the others wanted to attack, but it was already too late. Even Lu Yan was unable to use the Monarch Netherworld escape in time because this guide was too close to the student who was condensing his strength. However, just as everyone's expressions changed drastically and the heavy sword in the guide's hand was about to land on the student's neck, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the ground around the student. The black shadow directly opened its mouth and bit the heavy sword in the guide's hand. Then, it directly rushed up and sent the heavy sword in the guide's hand flying. Then, several figures crawled out of the shadows on the ground and directly restrained the guide's body. Lu Yan did not summon the undead, but he had already scattered them under the surrounding ground to guard against the possible surprise attack of the Darkborn Society members in the hidden space. Coupled with the shadow in the black shadow necklace guarding the student, he was basically fine. Even if there had been a large number of attacks, this method could still buy Lu Yan a second to use the Monarch Netherworld escape. However, to Lu Yan's surprise, the members of the Darkborn Society were not lured out. Instead, they had lured out the traitor in the team. Lu Yan's gaze landed on the guide restrained by his shadow and he narrowed his eyes. Was this guy also a member of the Darkborn Society? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Someone in their team was actually going to attack the student they were protecting. Lu Fangyu looked at Aoyun, who had snatched away the heavy sword in his hand, and then at the black shadow that was restraining this guide, his expression somewhat solemn. He looked at Lu Yan obscurely. These two methods were already somewhat shocking for Lu Fangyu. He felt that this guy's strength was not simple. Li Mocking's gaze also landed on the restrained guide, her eyes slightly cold. Are you a member of the Darkborn Society? The guide was restrained, but a crazy smile appeared on his face. Member of the Darkborn Society? They're only my subordinates. I'm a demon servant. I am Lord Demon God's servant. How can they be compared to me? The guide laughed loudly, and his body trembled violently. Bones pierced out of his body, directly turning him into a white bone monster. Then, the flesh on the white bones wriggled and quickly bulged, enveloping all the white bones. At the same time, two bloody flesh wings forcefully poked out from the back of this monster. The guide's mouth also expanded, and his teeth transformed into spike-like serrations. His hair separated and turned into a bald head with some black bumps on it, looking pitted. This guide had become a monster. What's this? Damn, has he directly turned into a monster? Looks like some kind of mutation. Has this happened before? He called himself a demon servant? I remember that there was a record in a book previously that humans who accept too much Darkborn power will undergo such a mutation and become a monster. Everyone, be careful. Those who can transform into such monsters have basically taken in a lot of Darkborn power. They're still very powerful. The surrounding people discussed one after another, and their expressions became solemn as they looked at the monster in front of them. The guide who had transformed into a monster said coldly, "Mutated? A group of lowly guys like ants. This is an evolution. A glorious evolution. Ants like you are not worthy of knowing this. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Now, kneel down. Accept the judgment of the demon god." As soon as the guide who had turned into a monster finished speaking, an extremely huge pressure was released from his body and directly spread out quickly, covering everyone around him. Some people felt their bodies tighten and a tremble came from the depths of their souls. It was as if they had sensed an extremely dense horror and directly knelt down, unable to move. This feeling was very strange, as if their souls were suppressed and they could not control their bodies at all. The people beside Lu Yan also knelt down. Wang Lei was only able to escape after going into the shadows. Bang! More people from the two teams knelt. Not far away, Lu Fangyu, who was looking coldly at Lu Yan, gritted his teeth. His entire body trembled as he tried his best to resist the force that was making him kneel. He already felt that he could not hold on any longer, but he wanted to see Lu Yan kneel down first. Li Mocking looked at the surrounding scene and her expression suddenly changed. This is the soul pressure of the Darkborn Black Soul race. Be firm and resist this pressure. Otherwise, you'll become the other party's puppet. Li Mocking did not expect to encounter the soul pressure attack of the Darkborn Black Soul race here at all. Among the 5 Darkborn races, the Black Soul race was the most mysterious. They also appeared the least in battles with humans previously. The other party had soul pressure and could directly attack the soul. If they could not resist, their souls would be controlled and they become the other party's puppet. The Darkborn power this guide had obtained was clearly from the Darkborn Black Soul race. A large amount of Darkborn power corroded him, turning him into this monster, but it also gave him the soul pressure unique to the Darkborn Black Soul race. They had been careless. Now that most of them were suppressed by this soul pressure, if the Darkborn Society members in the hidden space rushed out again, the consequences would be unimaginable. They had to kill the guide in front of them who had become a monster first? Reawaking's thoughts raced. With the long sword in hand, she rushed towards the guide. However, because of the soul pressure, although Reawakening was not forced to kneel, she was still greatly affected and her movement speed decreased a lot. At this moment, the surrounding space began to distort, and figures holding weapons appeared in the surroundings. Reawaking's expression became very ugly. The worst situation had happened. The Darkborn Society members in the hidden space had come out at this moment. Seeing that the surrounding kneeling combat professionals were about to be killed by the Darkborn Society members, Reawakening revealed a determined expression. She prepared to use a secret technique to quickly kill the guide even if it meant that she had to be severely injured. However, in the next moment, Reawakening was stunned for a moment. In her eyes, a figure appeared behind the guide and directly slashed the weapon in his hand at the other party. The soul pressure instantly disappeared. Reawakening felt her body relax. After being stunned for a moment, she waved her sword and killed the surrounding Darkborn Society members. The guide's body froze as he looked at the black scythe in front of him in disbelief. He turned around and looked at Lu Yan, who had appeared behind him at some point. He said in shock, how can you not be affected by the demon god? Lu Yan looked at the guide who had become a monster and said with disdain, demon god? You sure make colluding with the Darkborn sound divine. I thought you were very powerful just now. It turns out that you're so weak. As he spoke, Lu Yan retracted the netherworld soul scythe in his hand and directly severed the guide's head. Soul attack might be a very high-level method for others. After all, they did not have soul defense and were very easy to be affected. However, when that soul pressure appeared in Lu Yan's soul space, it was directly enveloped and burned by the netherworld soul flame. Lu Yan was only affected for less than a second before directly recovering his mobility. Then, he used the Monarch Netherworld escape and directly appeared behind this guide who had turned into a monster. He originally thought that the other party would have some decent counterattack, but he did not expect the other party's defense to be so weak. His attack directly pierced through the other party's body. It seemed that other than the soul pressure attack, he did not have any other decent methods. When Lu Yan attacked, the undead also appeared in the surroundings, blocking the attack of the Darkborn Society members that suddenly came out of the hidden space. The team members who had knelt down just now also reacted and stood up to resist the attacks of the surrounding Darkborn Society members. Most people's gazes landed on Lu Yan from time to time, revealing gratitude. If not for Lu Yan, they would probably have been killed by the surrounding Darkborn Society members. Not far away, Lu Fangyu's expression was very ugly. He originally wanted to see Lu Yan kneel, but he did not expect Lu Yan's figure to directly disappear. Then, Lu Fangyu could not take it anymore and directly knelt on one knee. A member of the Darkborn Society appeared beside him and wanted to attack him, but his attack was suddenly blocked by the undead. Lu Fangyu naturally knew that the surrounding undead were all summoned by Lu Yan. Not only did he fail to see that guy kneel down and embarrass himself, but he had even knelt down himself. Moreover, he had been saved by the other party. This did not make Lu Fangyu feel grateful. Instead, he became even more disgusted with Lu Yan. If not for this guy, he would not have been embarrassed like this. With anger in his heart, a bow appeared in Lu Fangyu's hand. He used the blades on both sides of the bow to kill the Darkborn Society members beside him. Then, Lu Fangyu knocked an arrow and shot out several arrows, directly killing the surrounding Darkborn Society members. He wanted to vent his anger on the surrounding Darkborn Society members. There were not many Darkborn Society members around, only about 30. Under the attack of Lu Yan and the surrounding Dark Extermination teams, many of them were quickly killed. At this moment, the space in front of them that was rippling began to calm down. The student who had been condensing his strength suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch forward. An inexplicable force appeared on his fist before quickly arriving at the area of spatial ripples in front of him. Then, ripples appeared again in the area that had calmed down and a hole was suddenly torn open. Another scene was projected from it, and one could vaguely see a manner similar to the one they were in. The hidden space had been broken. However, a huge force then acted on the hidden space and slowly closed the hole. The other party has the power to break through the hidden space. The hole I ripped apart can only last for 2 seconds. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. The student shouted anxiously. If the hole in the hidden space closed again, they would fall into a passive state again. Those members of the Darkborn Society were in the hidden space and could come out or escape at any time. It would be very troublesome for them to deal with them. Hearing the words of the student who had broken through the hidden space, the members of the Dark Destroyer team around the open crack were somewhat hesitant. At this moment, they could definitely rush in. However, it was unknown how many people could rush in 2 seconds. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was best for them to avoid rushing in and falling into danger. In comparison, although they would fall into a passive state outside, at the very least, their lives would not be in danger. Just as everyone was hesitating, the open spatial crack slowly closed. Reawakening could no longer care less and directly rushed in with her sword. The moment Reawakening entered the spatial crack, a figure appeared at the spatial crack and rushed in with Reawakening. In the next second, the crack completely closed, and the surroundings fell into silence. The remaining Darkborn Society members in the surroundings disappeared into the hidden space. The remaining people looked at each other. This situation was indeed somewhat unexpected. Just now, Teacher Reawakening seemed to have rushed in. I don't know what's going on inside, but Teacher Reawakening is alone. The person who spoke did not continue, but everyone around knew what he wanted to say. There were a large number of Darkborn Society members in the hidden space, more than 100 of them. If Teacher Reawakening went in alone, it could be said that she would be doomed. At this moment, Wang Lei said, I saw Lu Yan also enter. The two of them should be able to last inside, right? Lu Yan? It was this Lu Yan again. The corner of Lu Fengyu's eye twitched. Then, he said, in the face of a large number of Darkborn Society members in the hidden space, even Teacher Reawakening probably won't be able to last long. With another first-year guy, how many more seconds can she last? Hung Shanyu frowned. With Lu Yan around, they can last for a long time. Now, the most important thing is to break through the hidden space and enter to save Lu Yan and Teacher Reawakening. As he spoke, Hung Shanyu's gaze landed on the student who had used his strength to break through the hidden space not far away. When Lu Fengyu heard this, he directly said, I think that's a waste of time. The members of the Dark Destroyer team behind Hung Shanyu were furious when they heard this. Lu Fengyu? What do you mean? What do you mean by a waste of time? The members of the Dawn team watched quietly from the side, not wanting to participate in the internal affairs of the Golden Corner Academy. Lu Fengyu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Hung Shanyu and the others to have such a huge reaction. Then, he said, what I mean is that Teacher Reawakening is already doomed after entering. Lu Yihan needs to condense his strength for a long time to break through the hidden space. To put it bluntly, during this period of time, Teacher Reawakening might already be. Therefore, what we have to do now is quickly report the situation to the higher UPS and ask for support. Then, we have to leave this place to avoid being surrounded and destroyed by the members of the Darkborn Society in the hidden space. Without Teacher Reawakening, our combat strength is not enough to resist the members of the Darkborn Society in the hidden space. Hearing Lu Fengyu's words, the eyes of the members of the Black Eyes team and the Dawn team flickered slightly. They felt that what Lu Fengyu said was not unreasonable. Hung Shanyu said angrily, Teacher Reawakeng's situation is not clear yet, but you're already talking nonsense here. I can't believe you're already talking about what's going to happen after Teacher Reawakening gets killed. We have to hurry up and break through the hidden space to save Reawakening and Lu Yan. Behind him, the members of Lu Yan's team also said, that's right. Instead of thinking about saving the other party immediately, you're saying such things. You're really embarrassing our Golden Corner Academy. With Lu Yan around, Teacher Reawakening will be fine. Now is our chance. That's right. The person who entered is not a piece of trash like you. It's Lu Yan. With him around, not to mention lasting until we break through the hidden space, it's not a problem for him to last until the reinforcements are sent over. Lu Fengyu's expression became extremely ugly. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to let Lu Yan die in the hidden space. He did not expect the other party to believe Lu Yan so much. He was only a first-year student. How powerful could his combat strength be? Lu Fengyu was about to speak when he was stopped by the captain of the Black Eyes team, Wang He. Wang He looked at Hung Shanyu and the others and smiled. You're right. As students of the Golden Corner Academy, how can you guys give up on Teacher Reawakening and Junior Lu Yan, who are in danger? Lu Yihan, continue to condense your strength to break through the hidden space. After arranging for Lu Yihan to condense his strength, Wang He looked at Hung Shanyu and the others and said, however, Junior, there are still some things that we need to prepare in advance. Although I believe in the strength of Teacher Reawakening and Junior Lu Yan, if something happens to the two of them after we break through the hidden space, we still have to retreat quickly. After all, without Teacher Reawakening, our combat strength is not enough to resist the members of the Darkborn Society. Hung Shanyu and the others looked at each other and nodded. They believed that as long as they broke through the hidden space again, Teacher Reawakening and Junior Lu Yan would be unscathed. Everyone present waited quietly. However, after the previous lesson, their defense against Lu Yihan increased a lot. At this moment, in the hidden space, Reawakening had just entered when she cursed in his heart. She was too rash. If she entered alone and the hidden space closed, she would have to face the members of the Darkborn Society alone. This was a stronghold of the Darkborn Society. It was unlike the other Darkborn Society members who had attacked previously. There were more Darkborn Society members here, and there were definitely experts among them. It was very dangerous for her to fight alone. It seemed that she had to use a secret technique to stall for time. Just as Reawakening was thinking, she suddenly felt a presence beside her. She turned around and was pleasantly surprised. Lu Yan. Reawakening looked at Lu Yan beside her with a pleasantly surprised expression. With Lu Yan by his side, Reawakening had a new opinion of the current situation. The two of them should be able to face the situation here. Lu Yan nodded at Reawakening before his gaze landed on the space in front of him. At this moment, they were in a hidden space. The surrounding environment was somewhat similar to the environment outside. At this moment, they were still in the empty space in the manor. In front of them was a huge castle building, exactly the same as the castle in the manor outside. However, unlike the castle outside, which was made of stone, the castle inside was wooden. In the castle in front of them and around, the members of the Darkborn Society were holding weapons and staring fixedly at them. Lu Yan's gaze directly landed on the top of the castle. There were two figures there, and the aura they emitted was very huge. Li Moking's gaze also swept around before landing on the two figures at the top of the castle. 2 level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elders, 10 level 34 to 35 Darkborn Society members, more than 100 level 30 Darkborn Society members, and the rest are all level 20 Darkborn Society members. Li Moking investigated the level of the Darkborn Society members and said bitterly to Lu Yan beside her. The number and level of the Darkborn Society members ahead had exceeded her expectations. However, Li Moking then said to Lu Yan, leave the 2 level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elders to me. Then, I'll deal with more than 50 level 30 Darkborn Society members. I'll leave the rest to you. How about that? This was already the limit of Li Moking's endurance. After all, she had to fight them alone. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and then said, Teacher Li Moking, you just need to focus on dealing with the 2 level 46 and 47 Darkborn Society elders. Leave the rest of the Darkborn Society members to me. Li Moking was stunned for a moment before looking at Lu Yan and saying, can you deal with so many members of the Darkborn Society yourself? Lu Yan nodded. It's all right. I'll try my best. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Moking no longer hesitated. All right, I'll deal with the 2 Darkborn Society elders as soon as possible. Li Moking secretly made up her mind. If Lu Yan could not hold on later, she would directly use a secret technique to forcefully kill the 2 Darkborn Society elders and help Lu Yan. People with sins, you can be considered lucky to have come here. The Demon God has given each of you a chance to redeem yourselves. As long as you kneel and sincerely pray for Lord Demon God's forgiveness, Lord Demon God will forgive your sins and will give you the strength of the Demon God. In the castle, the 2 Darkborn Society elders slowly spoke, as if they wanted to persuade Lu Yan and Li Moking to surrender. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when he felt a strange fluctuation appear in his soul. However, it was then burned to ashes by the netherworld soul flame. Soul technique? Lu Yan looked at Li Moking at the side and discovered that Li Moking's expression was somewhat stunned. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly waved a netherworld soul flame that landed on Li Moking and quickly disappeared. The soul burning of the netherworld soul flame made Li Moking groan. However, Li Moking then woke up and was shocked. She had almost been tricked just now. She did not expect these 2 Darkborn Society elders to have such strange methods. This should be a special method from the Darkborn Black Soul race that could target the soul. If she was hit, she might be controlled by the other party. The consequences were unimaginable. Can your black flames target soul attacks? Li Moking looked at Lu Yan and asked. Just now, she was somewhat puzzled. She had already received the soul pressure of that guide, so why was Lu Yan completely fine? It seemed that the reason was because of the black flames. Lu Yan nodded. This is the netherworld soul flame. It can burn souls and also get rid of soul attack methods. Li Moking's eyes lit up. Release some netherworld soul flame at me so that I won't fall prey to such strange methods when I fight those 2 Darkborn Society elders later. Lu Yan hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher Li Moking, I'm not familiar with the control of the netherworld soul flame yet and can't control it carefully. If I put it on you, I'm afraid it will cause damage to your soul. It was impossible for Lu Yan to control the netherworld soul flame carefully now. He could only ensure that the netherworld soul flame would not harm him and his undead. However, for the others, the netherworld soul flame would directly burn their souls. Nov. L. B /JNN. Li Moking nodded. Don't worry, I can still withstand this bit of soul burning. Moreover, being burned by the netherworld soul flame is still better than being controlled by the other party using some special soul method, right? Lu Yan no longer hesitated when he heard this and directly released a portion of the netherworld soul flame onto Li Moking's body, enveloping Li Moking's upper body. Li Moking frowned slightly, but then she nodded at Lu Yan. Then, she directly held her long sword and rushed towards the top of the wooden castle. The 2 Darkborn Society elders above the castle revealed surprised expressions when they saw that their methods were useless. Then, the 2 of them waved their hands and got the surrounding Darkborn Society members to kill their way forward. Since they could not subdue these 2 guys, they could only destroy their bodies. At that time, it would probably not be bad to sacrifice their flesh and blood to the demon god. Lu Yan raised the netherworld soul scythe in his hand, and a large number of undead appeared around him. The 2 bone dragons were also summoned and directly blocked the Darkborn Society members rushing towards Li Moking. With the obstruction of the surrounding undead, Li Moking successfully arrived at the top of the castle and attacked the 2 Darkborn Society elders. Lu Yan directly used the undead twin to double the number of undead around him. Firstly, it reduced the pressure on the undead and secondly, it reduced the losses of the undead. After all, in the beginning, the undead army suffered the greatest losses. At this moment, letting the undead created from the undead twin stand at the front could reduce their losses to the greatest extent. Lu Yan held the netherworld soul scythe and headed towards the 10 level 34 to 35 Darkborn Society members. In the entire venue, these were the only people that were somewhat threatening to him. The surrounding undead could block the others. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The 4 bone dragons, Aoyun and his copy, and the 2 little netherworld dragons rushed towards the 10 level 34 to 35 Darkborn Society members with Lu Yan. Arriving in front of them, Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and directly slashed at a member of the Darkborn Society. The Darkborn Society member raised the long saber in his hand. After blocking Lu Yan's attack, he directly slashed at Lu Yan's waist. A member of the Darkborn Society behind him drew his bow and directly shot an arrow at Lu Yan. Lu Yan quickly turned around and dodged the arrow. He sensed the arrow wind and frowned. This archer's attack power was very high. If this arrow landed on him, he would probably suffer. His defense would probably be broken. After all, the other party was between level 34 and his combat strength was still very powerful. Thinking of this, Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and blocked the attack of the Darkborn Society member in front of him. His body flew out. Then, Lu Yan's body froze and he directly disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Lu Yan's figure appeared behind the archer from the Darkborn Society. The Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand directly slashed at the other party. Bang! This attack directly broke through the defense of the Darkborn Society member in front of him and the Netherworld Soul Scythe was embedded into the other party's body. A miserable cry sounded from this archer's mouth. A portion of his body was directly slashed open. Before blood could spill, the other party was incinerated by the Netherworld Soul Flame. Then, Lu Yan turned around without hesitation and blocked the attack of the Darkborn Society member with the long saber just now. As for the archer from the Darkborn Society, Lu Yan no longer cared about him. Even if the other party was not killed, he would still be severely injured. This guy would quickly be burned to death by the Netherworld Soul Flame. The Bone Dragons, Aoyun's clone, and the two little Netherworld Dragons blocked the remaining 8 level 34 to 35 Darkborn Society members. Lu Yan only needed to focus on the blade-wielding Darkborn Society member in front of him. Facing Lu Yan's attack, the saber-wielding Darkborn Society member in front of him did not last long before the long saber in his hand was disarmed by Lu Yan and his head was severed with a scythe. With Lu Yan's 4 attributes, the enhancement of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, and the enhancement of the set on his body, he could completely surpass 10 levels to fight the other party. However, killing this long saber Darkborn Society member still cost Lu Yan a soul crystal. However, even so, Lu Yan still earned a lot. Then, Lu Yan arrived beside the little Netherworld Dragon and dealt with the Darkborn Society member in front of him with it. The Darkborn Society members in front had already been hit by a lot of Netherworld Soul Flames by the little Netherworld Dragon. Their bodies were wrapped in Netherworld Soul Flames, and their combat strength had decreased a lot. Coupled with Lu Yan's participation, the Darkborn Society member in front of him quickly could not resist and was directly killed by Lu Yan in less than 2 minutes. It was even easier for Lu Yan to kill the remaining level 34 to 35 Darkborn Society members. After all, Lu Yan and the little Netherworld Dragon were both free. Soon, the remaining level 34 to 35 Darkborn Society members were also quickly killed by Lu Yan. Basically, he killed one every minute. It was very quick. The remaining 2 to 3 level 34 and level 35 Darkborn Society members finally felt panic. They wanted to escape, but they no longer had a chance. They were directly surrounded by Lu Yan, Aoyun, and the others and killed. The surrounding level 30 Darkborn Society members wanted to help, but they were entangled by the undead and could not be separated at all. From the beginning of the battle until now, it had only been nearly 10 minutes before Lu Yan killed 10 level 34 and 35 Darkborn Society members. Lu Yan held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and looked at Reawaking's battle in the castle in front of him. Reawakening was still relatively at ease facing the 2 level 46 and 47 Darkborn Society elders. Of course, a large portion of the credit had to go to Lu Yan. If not for Lu Yan's Netherworld Soul Flame protecting Reawakening from the soul attacks of 2 level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elders, Reawakening would not have had it so easy. Of course, the Netherworld Soul Flame also gave Reawakening a headache to a certain extent, indirectly weakening her combat strength a little. However, the reduced combat strength was definitely incomparable to the soul attacks of the 2 level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elders. Seeing that Reawakening had no problem dealing with the other party, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the surrounding level 30 Darkborn Society members. There were many of these Darkborn Society members and they needed to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of damage to the undead army. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and rushed towards the Darkborn Society members in front of him. During the battle, Lu Yan also discovered something interesting. That was, there were many Darkborn figures in Lu Yan's undead army. They were all transformed from the Darkborn they had killed previously. These Darkborn kept their appearances from when they were alive. When the surrounding Darkborn Society members faced the attacks of these Darkborn undead, they subconsciously did not dare to attack and would only dodge. After all, these Darkborn were considered to be related to the demon god by the members of the Darkborn Society. Looking at this situation, an idea sprouted in Lu Yan's heart. He could build a Darkborn undead team to specially deal with these Darkborn Society members. At that time, he would see if they considered their lives to be more important than their faith in the so-called demon god. Soon, Lu Yan discovered another phenomenon. The little Netherworld Dragon liked to devour the corpses of these Darkborn Society members, causing almost no Darkborn Society members to appear in Lu Yan's undead army. They were all devoured by the little Netherworld Dragon. He did not know why the little Netherworld Dragon liked to eat these Darkborn Society members. However, the current little netherworld dragon grew very quickly. As long as it fought every time, its body would grow a lot. This was because during the battle, it would devour many enemies. The current little netherworld dragon's body could already accommodate 3 Lu Yans. Soon, it would be able to lose the word little and just be called netherworld dragon. The surrounding undead were still somewhat pressured by the many level 30 members of the Darkborn Society. However, after Lu Yan brought Aoyun and the others to join, the situation changed. The situation in front of them directly became a one-sided massacre. In 5 minutes, Lu Yan killed more than 30 level 30 Darkborn Society members. Coupled with the fact that Aoyun and the others had killed a lot, the number of surrounding Darkborn Society members directly decreased by more than half. Then, Lu Yan ignored the remaining Darkborn Society members and directly held the Netherworld Soul Scythe as he headed towards the 2 Darkborn Society elders above the castle, prepared to help Li Mocking kill the 2 Darkborn Society elders first. At this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in a space not far away. Then, a spatial door opened. The student named Lu Yihan looked at the scene in front of him with a stunned expression. Then, a surprised voice sounded from his mouth. "They're fine? Teacher Li Mocking and Junior Lu Yan are fine? They even killed a large number of Darkborn Society members." Lu Yihan originally thought that after breaking through the hidden space, he would see a tragic scene. After all, more than 10 minutes had passed. Inside, Teacher Li Mocking and Junior Lu Yan were facing the siege of hundreds of Darkborn Society members. Moreover, there were definitely powerful Darkborn Society members among them. Under such circumstances, they felt that the 2 of them were probably doomed. He had only broken through the hidden space to try his luck and see if Teacher Li Mocking could persevere. As for Lu Yan, he had long been sentenced to death in Lu Yihan's heart. After all, he was only a first-year student. If Teacher Li Mocking ended up protecting him, Teacher Li Mocking would probably have already been killed. However, after the hidden space was broken, Lu Yihan was directly stunned. He did not expect such a scene in front of him at all. He saw a large number of undead that almost completely covered the hidden space. A huge number of undead almost filled his entire vision. There were almost no Darkborn Society members in his vision. What was going on? Lu Fengyu and the others were also stunned when they heard Lu Yihan's voice. They were fine? Li Mocking and Lu Yan were both fine? Lu Fengyu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. It was still possible for Li Mocking to survive the attack of the members of the Darkborn Society. After all, Teacher Li Mocking was still very powerful. It was not a problem for her to last for a while. However, what right did Lu Yan have to survive? He was a first-year student. What right did he have to survive the siege of hundreds of Darkborn Society members? Could it be that Teacher Li Mocking had protected him? However, this was not right. Facing the siege of so many Darkborn Society members, if Teacher Li Mocking tried her best to protect a first-year student, her situation would become very dangerous. In a critical situation, Teacher Li Mocking definitely had to consider her safety first. Lu Fengyu racked his brains but could not figure out why Lu Yan was fine. Then, Lu Fengyu's gaze landed on the hidden space in front of him. Then, Lu Fengyu's body froze. There were so many undead. Lu Fengyu knew that Lu Yan could summon a large number of undead. However, as a first-year student, how powerful would the undead he summoned be? Lu Fengyu expected that at this moment, the ground of the hidden space would definitely be filled with the remains of undead and Lu Yan's corpse. However, now, there were indeed undead everywhere, but they were not corpses. As for Lu Yan, he was even more lively and was fighting the 2 Darkborn Society elders with Li Mocking. Hung Shanyu and the others looked at the scene in front of them and also raised their eyebrows slightly, their eyes revealing disbelief. Although they had already seen how powerful Lu Yan was, there were still a lot of Darkborn Society members this time. Moreover, it was only him and Li Mocking. Coupled with the fact that Lu Yihan had taken very long to break through the hidden space the second time, Hung Shanyu and the others felt that even if Li Mocking and Lu Yan could survive, they would be in a difficult situation. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, the scene in front of them was completely different from what they had expected. Li Mocking and Lu Yan were not injured at all, let alone forced into a difficult situation. Instead, they were about to destroy the members of the Darkborn Society inside. This could not help but make them wonder if they did not need the Black Eye team and the Dawn team to support them. It seemed as if they only needed this Lu Yihan who could break through the hidden space to come over. The members of the Dawn team were also shocked. They did not expect the 2 of them to be about to destroy all the members of the Darkborn Society in the hidden space. At this moment, the hidden space seemed to have lost the strength to maintain itself and directly shattered. The wooden castle directly landed beside the stone castle outside, emitting a muffled sound. A large number of undead also fell from it, completely enveloping the surrounding space. Seeing this, Hung Shanyu and the others did not hesitate. They directly held their weapons and rushed forward. Although most of the members of the Darkborn Society had already been killed, they still had to help. Lu Fengyu looked at Lu Yan's figure and gritted his teeth, but he still followed. His decision to leave him in the lurch just now would definitely leave a bad impression on the surrounding people. Perhaps even his teammates would have some objections to him in the future. It was all Lu Yan's fault. Why didn't he die? The surrounding Dark Destroyer team swarmed forward and quickly killed the remaining Darkborn Society members in front of them. Only the 2 level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elders were left in the entire manor. With Liu Yan helping share the pressure of one of the Darkborn Society elders, Li Mocking had already suppressed the remaining elder, forcing the other party to retreat step by step. On Liu Yan's side, he could rely on Aoyun and the little Netherworld dragon to restrain the Darkborn Society elder in front of him. After all, this Darkborn Society elder was between level 46 to 47. It was still very difficult for Liu Yan to injure him. However, some of the Netherworld soul flame still tainted the other party. Although it did not cause much damage to the other party, it still made it relatively difficult for the other party to deal with it. Seeing this, the captains of the Black Eye team and the Dawn team headed towards Liu Yan and joined forces with Liu Yan to attack the level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elder in front of them. The two captains were both around level 40. Coupled with Liu Yan, they directly suppressed the level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elder. The situation became one-sided. The surrounding Darkborn Society members were quickly cleaned up by Hung Shanyu and the others. The battle above the castle also quickly came to an end. Facing Li Mocking's fierce attack, the level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elder in front of her was somewhat unable to withstand it. His body was pierced by a long sword and blood flowed out. This Darkborn Society elder panted heavily and became somewhat powerless to resist Li Mocking's attack. The other Darkborn Society elder at the side was also in a bad situation. With the addition of the two captains, wounds began to appear on his body and he was constantly forced back. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Darkborn Society elder in front of Liu Yan roared and waved the weapon in his hand. He attacked with all his strength and directly forced Liu Yan and the others back. Then, this Darkborn Society elder quickly retreated and roared at the other Darkborn Society elder, Ying Xiong, there's no choice. We can only use our last resort. Even if we die, we can't let them off. When the other Darkborn Society elder heard this, he also said angrily, all right, it's our honor to be able to sacrifice for Lord Demon God. Ha ha ha, Lord Demon God, here I come. With that said, this Darkborn Society elder's body quickly swelled. Li Mocking's expression changed and he quickly retreated. The Darkborn Society elder in front of him actually wanted to self-destruct. The body of the other Darkborn Society elder also quickly expanded. Clearly, he also wanted to self-destruct. Seeing this, Liu Yan and the two captains beside him also quickly retreated to prevent themselves from being affected by the aftershock of the self-destruction. Boom, boom, Li Mocking, Liu Yan, and the others had just retreated not far when two violent explosions sounded from ahead. The two Darkborn Society elders directly self-destruct, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. A huge force also rushed out. Liu Yan and the others raised their weapons in front of them to block this impact. Looking at the ground of flesh in front of him, Liu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect these two Darkborn Society elders to die in such a manner. The surrounding members of the Dark Destroyer team heaved a sigh of relief. This battle was finally over. All the members of the Darkborn Society had been killed. To them, this was a very good outcome. Unexpectedly, the last-minute counterattack of the two Darkborn Society elders did not go as planned. They were completely unscathed and had completed the mission. Taking down a Darkborn Society stronghold was a huge contribution, but they did not seem to have done much and directly completed it. Everyone's gazes landed on Li Mocking and Liu Yan. Most of their gazes were on Liu Yan. The reason why this mission could be completed quickly had a lot to do with Liu Yan. His undead had killed most of the surrounding Darkborn Society members. They hadn't done much to help after coming over. Moreover, he was actually able to stop a level 46 to 47 Darkborn Society elder alone and let Li Mocking focus on suppressing the other Darkborn Society elder. This was simply too abnormal. If not for Liu Yan, Li Mocking would probably have been severely injured even if she did not die. Liu Yan had completely turned the situation around. It could be said that Liu Yan had contributed the most in the battles. Even Li Mocking could not compare to Liu Yan's contribution. Just as the surrounding people were about to rest, a pitch-black light suddenly lit up from the place where the two Darkborn Society elders had self-destruct. The light quickly flowed, forming a strange array formation in midair. Then, the flesh and blood of the two Darkborn Society elders directly wriggled and quickly entered the strange black array formation. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Buzz. All the flesh and blood quickly melted into the black strange array formation and quickly disappeared. Then, the entire array formation lit up with a blood-red color. As a vibration sounded, the entire array formation seemed to have been activated and the surrounding space began to distort. Liu Yihan's expression changed drastically when he saw this. A spatial crack? A spatial crack is about to be torn open there. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect such a situation to happen after the two Darkborn Society elders self-destruct. Seeing that the space there was distorted and had already cracked, the few members of the Dark Destroyer team beside it directly attacked. A large number of attacks headed towards the strange array formation, wanting to stop it from operating. However, when all the attacks landed on the strange array formation, they were all devoured. Even the arrows shot out disappeared. Then, the strange array formation seemed to have transformed the attack into its own energy. The entire array circulated again, and a powerful force directly tore open the surroundings of the space in front of it, creating a crack. The pitch-black spatial crack opened, making everyone's heart sink. This was because everyone understood that the opening of the spatial crack meant that a large number of demon beasts or darkborns was about to appear. Lu Yihan saw the spatial crack open and gritted his teeth. Damn it, my level is too low now and I have too few spatial methods. Otherwise, I can completely eliminate the array formation that is creating the spatial crack. At the side, Lu Fengyu smiled when he saw this and said, this spatial crack has opened at the right time. We haven't really done much. It just so happens that some demon beasts or darkborns have come to give us a chance to warm up and increase our credits and points. Although they did not spend much effort to destroy the members of the Darkborn Society in the manner, most of the credit went to Li Mocking and Lu Yan. They barely killed any members of the Darkborn Society. It had to be known that although the three teams were cooperating to attack, the points would be distributed to whichever team that killed the Darkborn Society members. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Of course, the mission reward points after completing the mission were divided equally between the three teams. The other two teams had come all the way here and basically did not obtain any killing points. They were only receiving the final mission points and were naturally somewhat unhappy. Hearing Lu Fengyu's words, the members of the Black Eye team and the Dawn team also nodded slightly. They looked at the spatial crack with anticipation. Perhaps if some demon beasts or Darkborn came, the situation would be better for them and they could obtain more points. Otherwise, it would basically be a wasted trip. Moreover, they would be embarrassed if they were to receive the final mission points without doing anything. According to the previous situation, the demon beasts and Darkborns coming out of the spatial crack would not be too powerful. Moreover, because they were not coming out of the Void Gate, these demon beasts and Darkborns would also be suppressed by space and their strength would decrease a lot after exiting the spatial crack. Coupled with the fact that they had so much combat strength now, it should not be a problem. Just as everyone was thinking, the spatial crack in front of them suddenly tore open, and a figure walked out. It was a Darkborn. However, there was only one Darkborn. A Darkborn quickly walked out of the open spatial crack and directly arrived. Then, the spatial crack behind him directly closed and disappeared. Everyone was stunned. When the spatial crack opened, there was actually only one Darkborn. In front of him, Li Mocking's expression suddenly changed. She said to everyone, when the spatial crack opens, the demon beasts and Darkborn that pass through will consume the power of the spatial crack. After they're exhausted, the spatial crack will close. This Darkborn can directly consume the spatial crack opened by the flesh sacrifice of two Darkborn Society elders. His combat strength is definitely very powerful. Everyone, you have to be careful. Moreover, this Darkborn is from the Darkborn Black Soul race. We must be careful. Hearing Li Mocking's words, the expressions of the surrounding people suddenly changed. Lu Yan's eyes also flickered slightly as they landed on the Darkborn in front of him. This was the first time he had seen a Darkborn Black Soul race member. The Darkborn in front of him was very tall. Like the Darkborn Demon King, he had two flesh wings on his back. However, compared to the flesh wings of the Darkborn Demon King, the flesh wings on his back were much smaller. Compared to his tall body, his flesh wings could even be said to be small. However, the most eye-catching thing was the three heads on the other party's head. A three-headed Darkborn? Lu Yan tightened his grip on the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and felt a powerful threat from the other party. The other party's three heads circled around, and his 6 pairs of eyes almost covered the entire area, allowing him to clearly investigate the situation around him. He had 6 arms on his body, 3 heads and 6 arms. Neza? However, compared to Neza, this Darkborn Black Soul race was much more ferocious. He did not have a nose on his face and only had a mouthful of sharp teeth that almost occupied his entire face. Lu Yan had now seen the 4 races of the Darkborn. The Darkborn Black Soul race in front of him was the ugliest. Just as he was thinking, Li Mocking shouted, Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Li Mocking and understood what she meant. He waved his hand and released a Netherworld Soul Flame that instantly covered Li Mocking. After her body was covered in the Netherworld Soul Flame, Li Mocking held the long sword and quickly rushed towards the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Since the other party was a Darkborn Black Soul Race member, he definitely had a method to target the soul. The possession of the Netherworld Soul Flame made Li Mocking feel more secure. The gaze of the Darkborn Black Soul Race also landed on Li Mocking and the others. His legs bent slightly before he opened his mouth facing Lu Yan and the others' heads. The mouth was very big to begin with. After it opened, it seemed to have covered the entire head, leaving only a pitch-black mouth that was like an abyss. Woo! A sharp cry sounded from the mouth of the Darkborn Black Soul Race. It was like a wave as it quickly spread towards Lu Yan and the others. Li Mocking, who was at the front, was the first to bear the brunt. The sharp cry seemed to have materialized and directly slapped Li Mocking. Li Mocking's body suddenly froze. Then, she frowned. Even the Netherworld Soul Flame wrapped around her body was sent flying by a lot. However, she then regained her mobility and continued to rush towards the Darkborn Black Soul Race in front of her. Lu Yan, who was behind, also sensed this impact and sensed a very familiar feeling. It was somewhat similar to his Spirit Tide skill. It was also a tide of attacks that targeted the soul. However, the attack released by the Darkborn Black Soul Race member was clearly several times stronger than Lu Yan's. Even with the protection of the Netherworld Soul Flame, Lu Yan still felt a shock to his soul. The sharp cry fused into his mind, as if it wanted to launch the sharpest attack on his soul. However, the Netherworld Soul Flame inside suddenly soared and directly protected Lu Yan's soul space. No matter how the tide of soul attacks attacked, it could not enter Lu Yan's soul world at all. However, Lu Fangyu and the others behind Lu Yan could not handle it so easily. When the sharp cry sounded in their ears, the bodies of Lu Fangyu and the others suddenly froze, their eyes revealing fear. Ah! A member of the Dawn team at the side screamed. He hugged his head and directly stabbed his teammate beside him with a weapon. Pfft! The sharp weapon directly pierced through the body of a member of the Dawn team. The intense pain woke him up. Looking at his crazy teammate in front of him, he opened his mouth, but he did not say anything and directly fell to the ground. Some of the stronger members of the Dawn team blocked this sharp soul attack. Seeing this, they all went forward, wanting to stop this crazy team member. At the side, uncontrollable members also appeared in the Black Eye team. The captain of the Black Eye team frowned slightly before controlling these people with his teammates who had recovered. Everyone's expressions were no longer filled with anticipation. Instead, they were filled with solemnity. He originally thought that demon beasts would come from the spatial crack. They did not expect a monster to appear. With a sharp cry, he turned the few members into lunatics who could not control themselves, causing them to attack indiscriminately. At this moment, Lu Yan's team had the most unaffected members. After all, compared to the other two Dark Destroyer teams, the overall strength of Lu Yan's team was the weakest. Lu Yan looked at his crazy teammates and did not hesitate. The Netherworld Soul Flame surged out of his body and directly spread out to cover these crazy teammates. Seeing this, Hung Shanyu hurriedly said, Lu Yan, they only temporarily lost their minds because of the attack of the Darkborn Black Soul race. They aren't enemies. Don't attack them first. Lu Yan said, I'm helping them. With that said, Lu Yan directly held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and rushed towards the Darkborn Black Soul race in front of him. Aoyun and the little Netherworld Dragon also appeared beside Lu Yan and rushed forward with him. Behind him, Hung Shanyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw that although his crazy teammates screamed because of the black flames, their expressions also recovered and they stopped attacking indiscriminately. Then, the black flames quickly disappeared from their bodies. Nov. L. B /JNN. Hung Shanyu was shocked when he saw this. He looked at Lu Yan's back and his expression was already somewhat stunned. Was this guy really only a first-year student? Even if he was the first place in the National New Student Exchange competition, wasn't this performance a little too abnormal? At the side, the captains of the Dawn team and the Black Eye team also reacted. They got their teammates to stabilize their crazy teammates and rushed towards the Darkborn Black Soul race in front of them with a few stronger teammates. Only by dealing with the guy in front of them could they resolve the crisis. Reawakening was the first to arrive in front of the Darkborn Black Soul race member. The long sword in his hand directly pierced towards him. The Darkborn Black Soul race member looked at Reawakening in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect his soul attack to not affect the other party at all. Then, the Darkborn Black Soul race member's gaze landed on the black flames on Reawakeng's body, and his eyes flickered slightly. Then, his gaze landed on Lu Yan behind him. Looking at the Netherworld Soul Flame wrapped around the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand, a trace of fluctuation flashed in his eyes. Netherworld Soul Flame. The Darkborn Black Soul race member recognized the Netherworld Soul Flame with a very surprised expression. He did not understand why the Netherworld Soul Flame would appear in the hands of a human. At this moment, Reawakening had already rushed over. A huge axe appeared in one arm of the Darkborn Black Soul race member and directly blocked Reawakeng's attack. Then, a long saber appeared in his other arm and directly slashed at Reawakening. Reawakening hurriedly turned around and moved swiftly between the other party's two weapons. A staff appeared in one arm of the Darkborn Black Soul race member. He raised it slightly, and a violent wind surged out, directly enveloping Reawakeng's body and beginning to tear it apart. Another bow appeared in his arm. The Darkborn Black Soul race member directly knocked an arrow and shot it towards Reawakening, who was enveloped by the violent wind. Reawakening, who was struggling to resist the surrounding violent wind, frowned. She did not expect the Darkborn Black Soul race to be so difficult to deal with. He could use a method with one arm. He was a warrior, a mage, and an archer all rolled into one. Previously, Reawakening had only checked the information about the Darkborn Black Soul race member in a secret document. This was the first time he was facing one. He did not expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. Bang! Lu Yan arrived in time and directly shattered the arrow. Then, he held the Netherworld Soul Scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Flame in his hand and directly slashed at the Darkborn Black Soul race member in front of him. The eyes of the Darkborn Black Soul race member in front of him flickered, revealing a huge fear of the Netherworld Soul Flame. His body flashed and he directly dodged to the side. Then, he raised the staff in his hand, and ice crystals pierced out from the ground and quickly headed towards Lu Yan. At the same time, the other two arms drew their bows and arrows instantly shot out. They were divided into several directions and instantly enveloped Lu Yan's body in front of him, preventing Lu Yan from dodging at all. Lu Yan's body suddenly froze. Then, he directly disappeared from his spot, dodging the ice crystals and a few arrows. When he appeared again, Lu Yan had already arrived behind the Darkborn Black Soul race member. With the Netherworld Soul Flame in his hand, he directly slashed at the other party. Aoyun also attacked from the other side and instantly headed towards the flank of the Darkborn Black Soul race member. The little Netherworld Dragon also spat out a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames from above, as if it wanted to envelop the other party. The Darkborn Black Soul Race member was calm. The moment Lu Yan appeared, he flipped his arm and directly blocked the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand with the long saber in his hand. This attack was blocked very smoothly, as if he already knew where Lu Yan was going to attack. Aoyun's attack was also blocked by the huge axe in the other party's hand, and the other party even left a wound on Aoyun's body. Nov. L. B //JNN. As for the Netherworld Soul Flame spat out from above, this Darkborn Black Soul Race member was clearly very afraid. His arms were raised, and blood seeped out from his fingers. As he waved his arms, he summoned a black screen of light that directly blocked the spewing Netherworld Soul Flame. Lu Yan felt the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand suddenly tremble, and his body was instantly sent flying. This Darkborn Black Soul Race member was very powerful. Lu Yan's eyes revealed shock. Previously, he only felt that the aura of this Darkborn Black Soul Race member was very dense, but he did not sense the other party's strength. Clearly, the other party should at least have combat strength close to level 50. It was on a completely different level from him. He was unable to block a single attack. If not for Teacher Reawakening being involved in front of him, the other party would probably have directly severely injured him after attacking continuously. At this moment, the captain of the Black Eye team and the captain of the Dawn team rushed over and joined forces with Reawakening to suppress this Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Lu Fangyu and the others also arrived from behind and attacked the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. However, the Darkborn Black Soul Race member appeared to be at ease in the face of everyone's attacks. It basically did not have any difficulty resisting. The 6 arms in its hand waved various weapons and blocked all the attacks. Moreover, it could even counterattack. Lu Yan held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and rushed towards this Darkborn Black Soul Race member again. This time, Lu Yan did not choose to attack in close combat. Instead, he jumped into the sky. Netherworld Soul Flame leaked from the Netherworld Soul Scythe. As Lu Yan waved the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames directly enveloped the other party's body. Compared to the Netherworld Soul Flame spat out by the little Netherworld Dragon, Lu Yan's Netherworld Soul Flame was more powerful. After all, Lu Yan had absorbed much more of the Netherworld Soul Flame origin than the little Netherworld Dragon. The Darkborn Black Soul Race member did the same. He used his blood to summon a black screen of light to block the Netherworld Soul Flame that enveloped his body. At the same time, 6 deep green lights suddenly lit up in the 3 eyes of the Darkborn Black Soul Race and instantly shot forward. 2 of them shot towards Lu Yan, 2 towards Reawakening, and the remaining 2 towards the captain of the Black Eye team. Lu Yan frowned slightly and raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, wanting to block this strange light. However, the azure green light seemed to have no substance. It directly passed through the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand and entered Lu Yan's body. Boom! The azure green light seemed to have triggered something and directly stimulated a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames that enveloped Lu Yan's body. The Netherworld Soul Flame enveloped the azure green light and began to quickly burn. However, because of this azure green light entering his body, Lu Yan's body still froze. After shooting out 6 deep green lights, the Darkborn Black Soul Race member directly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. He condensed his strength and shot a pitch black and dense arrow directly towards Lu Yan. He did not attack the others. Instead, he took this rare opportunity to shoot this arrow at Lu Yan. It was obvious that he was afraid of Lu Yan. Or rather, he was afraid of the Netherworld Soul Flame in Lu Yan's body. Bang! The pitch black and dense arrow directly landed on Lu Yan, causing cracks to appear on the undead Netherworld armor covering Lu Yan's body. Then, with a muffled sound, the undead Netherworld armor instantly shattered. The pitch black and dense arrow advanced again and pierced through the red flame dragon armor on Lu Yan's body before entering his shoulder. The arrow was originally aimed at Lu Yan's head, but when the pitch black arrow landed on the undead Netherworld armor, Lu Yan regained his mobility and turned his body. This attack was too fast, but it was not fatal. The life conversion ring was not activated. Lu Yan grunted and his body was directly sent flying. Seeing this, Aoyun and the little Netherworld dragon directly retreated to Lu Yan's side. In their hearts, Lu Yan's safety was naturally the most important. In front of the Darkborn Black Soul Race member, Reawakening faced the 2 azure green lights. A large number of Netherworld Soul Flames surged out of her body, enveloping the azure green light and burning it. As for the captain of the Black Eye squad at the side, he used some unknown method and disappeared from his spot, dodging this attack. However, the 2 azure green lights accidentally entered Lu Fangyu's body behind. Lu Fangyu's body froze. Then, he instantly felt his head turn cold before his body lost control. Lu Fangyu's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Although his thoughts were clear, this situation where his body was completely out of his control made him panic. At this moment, Lu Fangyu raised the weapon in his hand and directly rushed towards Lu Yan not far away. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Clearly, Lu Fangyu had been controlled by the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. After Lu Fangyu's body was controlled, it was as if his body had fallen into an ice cave. He tried his best to think of a way to break free from this control. However, when he saw himself rush towards Lu Yan, he was stunned. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity? Now that he was being controlled, even if he killed Lu Yan, the others could not say anything. After all, he was being controlled. The blame was on the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Thinking of this, Lu Fangyu deliberately let go of the control of his body, allowing the power that controlled him to use his body better. At this moment, Lu Yan was coincidentally injured. It was a good opportunity to kill the other party. Lu Yan, who had fallen, slowly stood up and frowned as he watched the pitch-black arrow on the arrow slowly disappear. This attack had dealt him a lot of damage. If not for his high physique, he would probably have been severely injured. Fortunately, with the double protection of the undead netherworld armor and the red flame dragon armor on his body, Lu Yan wasn't too injured. At this moment, Lu Yan also saw Lu Fangyu rushing towards him. Was he being controlled? Lu Yan frowned tightly, but he saw the ruthlessness flash in the other party's eyes. Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan held the netherworld soul scythe tightly in his hand. Lu Fangyu looked at Lu Yan in front of him and pretended to be panicked. Junior Lu Yan, my body is controlled. It's not that I want to attack you, but I have no choice. You better run quickly to avoid being injured. When Lu Yan heard the other party's words, his expression did not change as he said, Senior, since you're being controlled, how can I leave you alone? Don't worry, I have a way to help you remove the control. I'll help you now. As he spoke, Lu Yan directly welcomed Lu Fangyu. Lu Fangyu was overjoyed. He did not expect this Lu Yan to be so stupid and actually take the initiative to get killed. However, he still said in panic, Junior Lu Yan, you have to be careful. My combat strength is... Before Lu Fangyu could finish, the netherworld soul flame in Lu Yan's hand blocked the weapon in Lu Fangyu's hand. Then, he suddenly raised it, making Lu Fangyu take a few steps back. Then, a black shadow rushed out from the side and instantly bit Lu Fangyu's body. The huge bite force directly made Lu Fangyu vomit a mouthful of blood. Lu Fangyu looked at Aoyun, who was biting him, and was directly stunned. What was going on? How could this guy be so powerful? This was even after he was injured. What if the other party was not injured? Just as he was thinking, the netherworld soul scythe in Lu Yan's hand, wrapped in the netherworld soul flame, directly landed on Lu Fangyu. The netherworld soul scythe tore through the armor on Lu Fangyu's body and landed on the other party, leaving a wound on Lu Fangyu's body. At the same time, a large number of netherworld soul flames spread to Lu Fangyu's body and began to burn his body and soul. Lu Fangyu let out a miserable cry, his eyes revealing shock and regret. Then, he said desperately, Junior Lu Yan, do you want to kill me? I just lost control of my body. I wasn't trying to attack you. Lu Yan smiled and said, Senior, you're mistaken. I'm only helping you remove the control of your body. I don't mean anything else. As he spoke, Lu Yan scattered a large number of netherworld soul flames again and directly enveloped Lu Fangyu's body tightly. Then, Lu Yan held the netherworld soul scythe and rushed towards the darkborn black soul race member in front of him. As for this Lu Fangyu, if he was lucky and could last until the battle ended, he might not be burned to death by the netherworld soul flame. After all, Lu Yan was focused on his battle. It was very reasonable for him to forget his senior who was being burned by the netherworld soul flame, right? Reawakening and the others saw how difficult the darkborn black soul race member was and increased their attack strength. Only then did they barely suppress the darkborn black soul race member in front of them again. However, as time passed, everyone could clearly sense that the aura of this darkborn black soul race member was slowly increasing. Nov. L. B //JNN. After coming out of the spatial crack, the other party's strength was suppressed. As time passed, this suppression would slowly disappear. If the suppression completely disappeared, the strength of this darkborn black soul race member would be completely unsealed. Even when facing the current darkborn black soul race member, Reawakening and the others already found it very difficult to handle. If the other party completely recovered his strength, they would probably all be wiped out here. Seeing this, Lu Yan got the little netherworld dragon to constantly spit out netherworld soul flames from above to restrain a portion of the darkborn black soul race member's strength. Then, Lu Yan covered the surrounding people who were attacking the darkborn black soul race member with netherworld soul flames to prevent the darkborn black soul race member from using any soul attack methods. Lu Yan slowly retreated and took a deep breath. He said to Reawakening and the others, Teacher Reawakening, use your strongest attacks to weaken this darkborn black soul race member in the shortest time possible. Leave the rest to me. Reawakening and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, Reawakening said, listen to Lu Yan. Use your strongest attacks. At the very least, we have to kill this darkborn black soul race member. The others hesitated for a moment before nodding. They knew very well that they definitely could not delay any longer. They had to deal with this darkborn black soul race member in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, when his strength completely recovered, they would have no chance at all. Not far away, Lu Yan also slowly adjusted his state, prepared to use his strongest attack. Lu Yan mobilized the netherworld soul flame in his soul world and quickly spread it out, enveloping the netherworld soul scythe in his hand. Wasn't the other party afraid of the netherworld soul flame? He would use the netherworld soul flame to slash out his strongest attack. The battle became intense. After all, everyone could clearly sense that the strength of the darkborn black soul race member was constantly increasing. If they waited for the other party to completely recover his strength, it would be over. Therefore, they had to attack with all their strength now and strive to kill this darkborn black soul race member in a short period of time. The captains of the two Dark Destroyer teams displayed their strongest attack methods. Attacks landed on the darkborn black soul race member in front of them one after another. Together with the surrounding people, they steadily suppressed the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. The strongest attack method of the Darkborn Black Soul Race member was Soul Attack. Other than soul attack methods, although the attack of this Darkborn Black Soul Race member was also somewhat strange, the strength was not that high. Therefore, with Liu Yan's netherworld soul flame enveloping them, Li Mocking and the others' combat strength had indirectly increased a lot. Li Mocking held her breath and focused. A faint green aura appeared on the long sword in her hand. This aura lingered around the long sword and quickly enveloped the long sword in Li Mocking's hand. The faint green aura circulated on the long sword in Li Mocking's hand like water waves, emitting a flexible aura fluctuation. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Li Mocking held her sword and headed towards the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. She directly arrived in front of him and stabbed with the long sword in her hand. The Darkborn Black Soul Race member raised his huge axe with one arm and directly blocked Li Mocking's sword. However, in the next moment, the faint green aura circulating on the long sword in Li Mocking's hand was like water, quickly flowing like a water snake. It instantly rushed forward and pierced through the space in front of her. Pft! The sound of water piercing sounded. The faint green aura that was like water directly pierced through the chest of the Darkborn Black Soul Race member and instantly broke through from behind. Then, it pierced towards the other party's head. The Darkborn Black Soul Race member snorted and did not notice this strange attack. Blood appeared on his hands and scattered in midair, forming a strange outline. Buzz! The surrounding space trembled, and black fog spread out, directly enveloping the body of this Darkborn Black Soul Race member. At the same time, this black fog also blocked the attack of the faint green aura. Seeing this, the captain of the Dawn team condensed a powerful attack and directly entered the black fog. However, the attack directly disappeared after entering the black fog, as if it had been eaten by the black fog. The black fog directly decreased a little. Seeing this situation, the expressions of the surrounding people became somewhat ugly. They did not expect the guy in front of them to be so difficult to deal with. However, the surrounding people directly attacking the black fog one after another. No matter what, this black fog was still somewhat strange. It was also extremely good to reduce it. As a large number of attacks landed in the black fog, the entire black fog began to quickly shrink. However, then, a furious roar sounded from the black fog. Boom! A wave of air rushed out from the black fog, lifting it and directly rushing towards Li Mocking and the others. Li Mocking and the others' expressions tightened, and they felt as if their souls were trembling. It was a soul attack? Li Mocking and the others knew very well that they did not have any methods to resist soul attacks. They could only place their hopes on the black netherworld soul flame wrapped around their bodies. The soul impact wave instantly swept past Li Mocking and the others. The netherworld soul flame on their bodies was torn apart and directly left their bodies. However, this also allowed them to block this attack. Their souls only felt numb for a moment and were not injured at all. Li Mocking held the long sword in her hand and her entire body emitted a faint green aura as she directly arrived in front of the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. The long sword in her hand stabbed out and was about to land on the Darkborn Black Soul Race member before being blocked by the huge axe in the other party's hand. Then, a faint green aura quickly spread out from Li Mocking's body like a spirit snake and directly wrapped around the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Then, it directly pierced through the body of this Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Several attacks were carried out at the same time. As they pierced through this Darkborn Black Soul Race member, they also circled behind him and suddenly pierced towards the back of his head. At the same time, the captain of the Black Eye team and the captain of the Dawn team attacked one after another. They used their strongest attacks and headed towards the Darkborn Black Soul Race member in front of them. The weapons in the 6 arms of this Darkborn Black Soul Race danced and kept shooting down the attacks. However, when the surrounding attacks landed, even though this Darkborn Black Soul Race member's combat strength was very powerful, he was somewhat unable to withstand it. Li Mocking's attack had already pierced through his body, affecting his subsequent battle greatly. Of course, the most important thing was that the attack methods of this Darkborn Black Soul Race member were mainly soul attacks. However, such an attack method was completely countered by Liu Yan's netherworld soul flame. The attack just now was already the strongest attack this Darkborn Black Soul Race member could unleash at the moment. However, it was still blocked by the netherworld soul flame covering Li Mocking and the others. Under such circumstances, the Darkborn Black Soul Race member's situation also became difficult. Attacks landed one after another, and wounds appeared in places where he was unable to block. Not far away, Liu Yan was also condensing his strongest attack. The Monarch Blessing had increased some of his attributes. When Liu Yan fought the Darkborn Black Soul Race member previously, he had used the power of the Dead Plague. By now, it should have taken effect. The power of the Dead Plague was not instantaneous like the undead suppression. Instead, it was like a poison. It would invade during battle. It would determine the time to attack and the intensity of the attack based on the other party's strength. The combat strength of the Darkborn Black Soul Race member was very powerful, so the outbreak of the Dead Plague was also somewhat late. However, Liu Yan could clearly sense when the power of the Dead Plague would act up. Liu Yan had also been waiting for this moment. When the time was up, Liu Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered Aoyun and the Little Netherworld Dragon to rush forward. Aoyun and the Little Netherworld Dragon cooperated with Li Mocking and the others and directly restrained the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Then, Lu Yan consumed a soul crystal to double the effect of the netherworld soul scythe. Then, Lu Yan consumed 3 more soul crystals to condense a fatal blow. A wind blew, and Lu Yan's body instantly disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived behind this darkborn black soul race member. He raised the netherworld soul flame in his hand, and the netherworld soul flame on it suddenly soared. Lu Yan directly slashed out. At the same time, the sure kill effect was also activated. The netherworld soul scythe seemed to want to slash open everything in front of it. The heart of the darkborn black soul race member who was facing the attacks of Reawakening and the others turned cold as he felt a dense threatening aura. This feeling came from the depths of his soul, making him tremble. Ignoring everything else, this darkborn black soul race member immediately screamed. A huge sound wave instantly spread out, directly stunning Reawakening and the others around him. Then, taking this opportunity, this darkborn black soul race member transformed into a black shadow and directly wanted to escape. However, it was useless. The netherworld soul scythe in Lu Yan's hand slashed down as usual, as if it had landed in the void. However, in front of him, the black shadow formed by the darkborn black soul race member suddenly froze. A cold light flashed and the black shadow was directly slashed open. A miserable cry sounded. The body of the darkborn black soul race member fell out and rolled on the ground. Then, a large number of black netherworld soul flames surged out of the darkborn black soul race member's body before directly enveloping it. Screams sounded from the netherworld soul flame, making the netherworld soul flame that was wrapped around the other party's body constantly expand. However, in the end, it did not dissipate. Thick netherworld soul flame enveloped the body of the darkborn black soul race member and kept burning. The screams also started to slowly decrease until finally disappearing. Reawakening and the others also returned to their senses. They looked at the darkborn black soul race member wrapped in the netherworld soul flame in front of them and heaved a sigh of relief. The attack of this darkborn black soul race member was too strange. The netherworld soul flame that covered their bodies had already disappeared. If they suffered another attack from the other party, they would probably be finished. Fortunately, Lu Yan's attack was effective. Reawakening and the others' gazes landed on Lu Yan, their eyes somewhat surprised. Even Reawakening was shocked by the combat strength Lu Yan had displayed. This guy had only been in the Golden Corner Academy for a short time, but he was already so powerful? Reawakening was not only in a daze when she thought of the recruitment back then. The eyes of the 2 captains of the Dark Destroyer team also flickered as they looked at Lu Yan, their eyes also filled with surprise. The captain of the Black Eye team thought to himself, no wonder the Cloud Society keeps inviting him. This guy is even a first-year student. Whichever club he joins, that club will definitely become the #1 club in the Golden Corner Academy. Unfortunately, such a guy even rejected the #1 club, let alone us. I wonder if this guy will still join a club. Just as the few of them were thinking with different expressions, the netherworld soul flame in front of them slowly disappeared. The corpse of the darkborn black soul race member smashed onto the ground. Lu Yan's gaze landed on the corpse of the darkborn black soul race member, but he noticed that the other party's corpse had not transformed into his undead. He could not help but feel that it was a pity. However, he then had a thought and directly went forward to use another skill on the corpse. Undead touch. The undead touch could condense the undead power and transform the corpses it touched into undead. However, the transformed undead were not Lu Yan's undead but equivalent to wild undead. They would only have a natural favorable impression of Lu Yan. Lu Yan still wanted to study such a darkborn black soul race member. Thick undead power gathered on his finger. Then, Lu Yan stretched out his finger and tapped the corpse of this darkborn black soul race member. The undead power directly entered the corpse of this darkborn black soul race member, making the other party's body tremble. Then, the corpse of this darkborn black soul race member showed signs of awakening. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly put away the corpse of this darkborn black soul race member. Seeing this, Reawakening and the others did not say anything. After all, this darkborn black soul race member could be said to have been killed by Lu Yan alone. He naturally had the right to deal with it. The surrounding members of the Dark Destroyer team also heaved a sigh of relief. They originally thought that some demon beasts and ordinary darkborns would appear and they would be able to increase their points. They did not expect such an abnormal thing to appear. Nov. L. B /JNN. If not for Lu Yan, they would probably have suffered. Reawakening and the others also spoke one after another, letting the surrounding members of the Dark Destroyer team rest on the spot. At this moment, a miserable cry sounded from not far away. Howl, save me, save me. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure wrapped in pitch-black netherworld soul flame running around. Seeing this, the surrounding people revealed surprised expressions, not knowing what that was. At this moment, a member of the Black Eye team said in confusion, "It sounds like Vice Captain Lu Fangyu." The members of the Black Eye team were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Then, they looked left and right and were shocked when they discovered that Lu Fangyu was gone. It's really Vice Captain Lu Fangyu? This is Vice Captain Lu Fangyu. The members of the Black Eye team went forward one after another, wanting to destroy the black flames. However, they were tainted by the black flames and screams quickly sounded from their mouths. The burning from the depths of their souls made their bodies tremble. The corner of the captain's mouth twitched when he saw this. Just now, although the black flames wrapped around his body protected him from the soul attack of the darkborn black soul race in front of him, they were still constantly burning his soul. Therefore, he knew very well how powerful the black flames were. Without hesitation, the captain of the Black Eye team arrived beside Lu Yan and whispered, "Junior Lu Yan, Lu Fangyu should have accidentally been tainted by these black flames. Please remove these black flames." Although he did not know what had happened to Lu Yan and Lu Fangyu previously, the captain of the Black Eye team was very polite to Lu Yan. When Lu Yan heard this, he seemed to have suddenly reacted and patted his head. "Ah, how silly of me. Just now, Senior Lu Fangyu was under the sole control of that Darkborn Black Soul Race member and wanted to kill me. I thought that I could use this Netherworld Soul Flame to help him remove the control. However, I didn't expect the battle to get so intense. I completely forgot about this. I'll help Senior Lu Fangyu remove these Netherworld Soul Flames now." As he spoke, Lu Yan arrived in front of Lu Fangyu, who was enveloped by the Netherworld Soul Flame. He first retracted the Netherworld Soul Flame on the surrounding black-eyed team members. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on Lu Fangyu, who seemed to have become a burning person in front of him. Lu Yan slowly stretched out his hand and aimed it at Lu Fangyu in front of him. Boom! Thick Netherworld Soul Flame spewed out and quickly enveloped the other party's body. The little fiery man had become a big fiery man. "Vice Captain, Lu Fangyu, Junior Lu Yan, what's going on?" A cry sounded from the surroundings. No one expected Lu Yan to directly increase his strength and spray a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames on Lu Fangyu. Lu Yan looked flustered. "Aya, I'm sorry. I didn't obtain this Netherworld Soul Flame for a long time. I'm not very familiar with it yet. I'll try again." As he spoke, Lu Yan aimed his palm at Lu Fangyu again. Another dense Netherworld Soul Flame shot out and completely enveloped Lu Fangyu's body in front of him. Lu Fangyu no longer screamed. After running forward for a while, he directly fell to the ground. As Lu Yan chased after him, he said anxiously, "Aya, Senior Lu Fangyu, I'm really sorry. I made a mistake again. I'll definitely help you put away the Netherworld Soul Flame this time." As he spoke, Lu Yan raised his palm again and aimed it at Lu Fangyu in front of him. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, the Netherworld Soul Flame on Lu Fangyu's body finally quickly spread towards Lu Yan's palm and quickly entered before disappearing. The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. At least he did not make another mistake this time. A few members of the Black Eye team hurriedly went forward to check on Lu Fangyu. At this moment, Lu Fangyu's entire body was charred, and the armor on his body was burned until it cracked. Lu Fangyu was barely breathing. A few members of the Black Eye team hurriedly used emergency measures to save Lu Fangyu. The captain of the Black Eye team looked at Lu Yan discreetly and then at Lu Fangyu on the ground. He had already guessed that there was some conflict between the two of them. However, he did not probe further. For someone like Lu Yan, the first thing he thought of was to rope him in and get close to him. He definitely would not make enemies with the other party. Seeing Lu Fangyu being carried away, Li Mocking arrived in front of the captains of the Black Eye team and the Dawn team. Looking at the two of them, Li Mocking directly said, "Although I invited your teams for this mission, we mainly relied on our team. Therefore, the points for this mission, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Li Mocking did not finish, but the two people in front of him knew what Li Mocking meant. The captain of the Black Eye team directly said, "Teacher Li Mocking is right. We'll take a fifth of the mission points this time. How about that?" The captain of the Dawn team also said, "We're also fine with a fifth." Although the rules stated that the points would be divided equally, the two teams basically only came to take a look. In the end, they only contributed a little when facing the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. They basically did not contribute much in the beginning, so they only asked for a fifth. Li Mocking nodded in agreement. There was Lu Yan and the others behind her, so she naturally had to protect their interests. Soon, the entire mission completion process was completed. Li Mocking returned to the team, and the three teams dispersed. As for Lu Fangyu, he was directly carried back. Even if the burns on his body were treated, he would basically be crippled. After being burned by the Netherworld Soul Flame for so long, his soul had long been unable to withstand it. The damage to the soul was not so easy to repair. After a day of battle, everyone was somewhat tired. They prepared to go back and rest first. Generally speaking, the operations of the Dark Destroyer team were relatively focused. After a day or two of operations, they would rest for a few days. After all, it was still relatively dangerous for the Dark Destroyer team to face the members of the Darkborn Society. It was common for them to be injured. Coupled with the fact that the Dark Destroyer team would obtain points relatively quickly, they would basically have enough points to increase their strength after a day or two of missions. Therefore, they would also rest for a relatively long time. In conclusion, Li Mocking and the others went to the school to rest. On the way, Li Mocking said, "Although the credits and points in the team are divided equally, it should be clear to everyone who performed the most. I think Lu Yan should get the majority of the credits and points." Hearing Li Mocking's words, Hong Shanyu directly said, "I don't think there's anything wrong. Without Lu Yan, it's impossible for us to complete these missions so easily. I suggest that Lu Yan directly obtain half of the credits and points." The surrounding team members also agreed. After all, without Lu Yan, their Dark Destroyer team would probably only be able to complete 3 missions at most. Moreover, they would probably also suffer some losses. Now that they had completed so many missions unscathed, most of the kills belonged to Lu Yan. It was not a problem for Lu Yan to obtain half of the credits and points. Seeing this, Reawakening also directly said, "Alright, in that case, Lu Yan will obtain half of the credits and military points. Everyone will split the rest equally." Lu Yan declined a few times when he heard this, but in the end, he could only accept it. After returning to the school, Reawakening calculated all the credits and points. Lu Yan obtained a total of 11,000 credits and 12,000 military points. In just a day, they had obtained so many credits and military points. One could imagine how much benefits the Dark Destroyer team received. Of course, this was only because Lu Yan had gotten half of the rewards. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Yan took a shower and first rested briefly. Then, he began to check the information about the Darkborn. In the past few days, Lu Yan had also come into contact with more Darkborn and had gotten very interested in the few races. Now, Lu Yan already knew about the 4 Darkborn races, but he still did not know what the last Darkborn race was. However, there was very little news about the Darkborn on the internet. Even on the internet of the Golden Corner Academy, there was not much news about the Darkborn. After checking, Lu Yan did not learn much and could only give up. At this moment, his phone rang. Lu Yan picked it up and saw that it was Luo Liulai. After answering the call, Lu Yan knew that Luo Liulai was coming to the Golden Corner Academy in 2 days. Lu Yan was naturally relatively happy about this news. After telling Luo Liulai that he would pick her up, he hung up. As soon as he hung up on Luo Liulai, Lu Yan's phone vibrated again. Lu Yan opened his phone and saw that it was a message. It was from Irina. That eldest daughter of the Dawn Group? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and directly opened the message on his phone. "Mr. Lu Yan, you should have already returned to the school, right? I wonder if you're free tomorrow? I have something good to give to you." Looking at the content of the message, Lu Yan frowned. Lu Yan was not surprised that this Missy of the Dawn Group knew that he had returned to school. After all, with the strength of the Dawn Group, it was still very easy for her to find out his schedule. Lu Yan was hesitating if he should meet this Irina. Lu Yan knew very well that Irina was only trying to rope him in to prepare for a power struggle with her brother. To be honest, Lu Yan did not want to get involved in this mess. However, Irina was still very kind to him. Moreover, Irina should know more about the Darkborn. Thinking of this, Lu Yan replied, "Sure. What time? What location?" At this moment, in a manor in the suburbs not far from the Golden Corner Academy, Irina was lying beside the pool in a bathrobe. Looking at the news in her hand, a smile appeared on Irina's face. Then, Irina quickly replied. Then, she picked up the red wine glass at the side, shook it, and drank it in one gulp. The dark red wine slid down the corner of her mouth and flowed past her fair collarbone, surging into the 2 snow-white mountains and tainting the tablet in Irina's arms. The screen of the tablet displayed the scene of Lu Yan's battle. Lu Yan, I have to get my hands on a guy with potential like you. At 10 tomorrow morning, I'll get someone to wait for Mr. Lu Yan at the school entrance. At that time, he'll bring you to see me." Looking at the message sent back by his phone, Lu Yan did not say anything and directly replied, "Okay." The next morning, Lu Yan stood up and finished his daily mission before taking a shower and changing his clothes. After breakfast, Lu Yan stood up and headed out of the school at 10. When he arrived outside the school, a middle-aged man in a suit directly welcomed Lu Yan. "Mr. Lu Yan, right? I was even sent by Miss Irina to bring Mr. Lu Yan to see Miss Irina." Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lu Yan nodded and followed him into an aircraft. The aircraft quickly took off and headed towards the suburbs. Soon, the aircraft approached a manor and slowly landed. Nov. L.B//JNN. Lu Yan was brought to a golf course inside by this middle-aged man. Irina was playing golf inside. This was also the first time Lu Yan had seen Irina in sportswear. Previously, Irina's clothes were basically gown style and were somewhat loose, but one could already see her curvaceous figure. Now, Irina was wearing a tight sportswear that accentuated her perfect figure. Coupled with her beautiful face and innocent temperament, it was an extreme temptation for every man. Even Lu Yan could not help but feel his mouth go dry when he saw Irina like this. "Mr. Lu Yan." When Irina saw Lu Yan come, she ran towards Lu Yan excitedly. "Damn!" Looking at Irina, who was trembling in front of him, Lu Yan could not help but worry for the 2 little white rabbits. Seeing them jump around like this, he was really worried they might escape their cage. Arriving in front of Lu Yan, Irina smiled and said, "Mr. Lu Yan, it's still early. Why don't we play together for a while?" Lu Yan looked at Irina and nodded slightly. Since he had arrived at the other party's territory, he naturally had to follow Irina's arrangements. Lu Yan had never played golf before, but he had seen others play before. Lu Yan still knew a little about how to play it. Coupled with the fact that his 4 attributes had increased greatly after becoming a combat professional, his control over his strength had also become much better. After trying a few times, Lu Yan could already play very well. As Irina watched Lu Yan play, she smiled and said, "Mr. Lu Yan, golf is still relatively beneficial. It can help you control your strength. If you have time, you can come to my place to play more." Lu Yan smiled and did not comment. Playing golf was indeed beneficial to one's control of strength. Or rather, as long as one played a sport that required precise control of strength like golf, it was beneficial to one's control of strength. Irina only said this because she wanted him to come and visit her more frequently. After playing, Irina was already drenched in sweat. The sweat soaked her clothes and stuck to her body, making her even more seductive. Mr. Lu Yan, let's take a shower together. The food is already prepared. Irina looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Hearing Irina's words, Lu Yan nodded. It was still quite hot today. After arriving at the bathroom, Irina suddenly looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Mr. Lu Yan, do you want to take a shower with me? The space here is more spacious. As she spoke, Irina even opened the door to her room. Lu Yan said expressionlessly, there's no need. I still prefer to shower alone. With that said, Lu Yan directly entered the bathroom at the side and closed the door. Irina looked at Lu Yan's closed door and did not say anything. Then, she entered her bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Lu Yan looked down and shook his head. How disappointing. After a simple shower, Lu Yan changed into the clothes he had prepared at the side and directly went out to the restaurant to wait for Irina. Girls took their time showering. After 20 minutes, Irina finally arrived. At this moment, Irina had changed into an evening gown and had returned to being a dignified young lady. Irina sat down and clapped her hands. The food was served one by one. After the two of them ate for a while, Irina went straight to the point. She looked at Lu Yan and said, Mr. Lu Yan, I wonder how much you know about the Void Gate. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Irina to talk about this. Shaking his head, Lu Yan said frankly, I don't know much about the people behind the Void Gate. I came today to ask Miss Irina about the Darkborn. Irina's eyes flickered. She did not mention the Darkborn. Instead, she looked at Lu Yan and said, Mr. Lu Yan, you should know that after the Void Gate opened, many demon beasts have invaded. However, we've also taken action in the world behind the Void Gate. Lu Yan nodded and thought of the Netherworld Soul Flame. According to Taizu, this Netherworld Soul Flame was obtained from behind the Void Gate. We've never stopped exploring the world behind the Void Gate and have also obtained a lot of things from inside. I asked Mr. Lu Yan to come today because I wanted to give you a gift. As she spoke, Irina waved her hand and got the servant beside her to bring over a gift box and place it in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly before he opened the gift box in front of him. A pitch-black heart-like object appeared in front of Lu Yan. Looking at the items in the gift box, Lu Yan's eyes revealed surprise. He did not expect the gift from Irina to be such a thing. It was shaped like a heart and had a texture like a stone. It was pitch-black and emitted a familiar fluctuation. However, it was not an undead aura. Lu Yan thought of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the aura of the Netherworld King? After absorbing the Netherworld King bloodline, Lu Yan had a very sharp perception of the Netherworld King's aura. He couldn't believe that the thing in the gift box in front of him actually contained the Netherworld King's aura. This surprised Lu Yan very much. After all, things that contained the undead power might be very easy to obtain, but things that contained the power of the Netherworld King were very difficult to obtain. Looking at Irina in front of him, Lu Yan frowned and said, Miss Irina, what's this? Irina smiled. This thing was obtained from behind the Void Gate. According to professionals, it should belong to a high-level undead. It's very likely the other party's heart. I thought that since Mr. Lu Yan is an expert in undead power, you will probably take a greater liking to this thing, so I made the decision to give it to you as a gift. Heart? Lu Yan's gaze landed on the item in the gift box again. This could not be the Netherworld King's heart, right? Then, Lu Yan shook his head. Although this thing had a dense Netherworld King aura, it was impossible for it to be the Netherworld King's heart. Thank you, Miss Irina. I'll accept this gift. Lu Yan looked at Irina in front of him and thanked her. Although he knew that accepting the other party's gift would cause him to be more entangled with the other party, Lu Yan had no choice. This was simply too generous of a gift. Although he did not know what was in this gift box for the time being, Lu Yan felt that it should be very beneficial to his strength. This was brought back from behind the Void Gate. No matter what it was very valuable. Seeing Lu Yan put the gift box into his storage space, a smile appeared on Irina's face. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. For her, the best outcome was for Lu Yan to accept the item. At this moment, Lu Yan looked at Irina in front of him and asked, I wonder if Miss Irina can help me resolve my question just now? I really don't know much about the Darkborn. Lu Yan did not forget his goal for coming. He looked at Irina in front of him and said. When Irina heard this, her eyes also flickered slightly. I don't know much about the Darkborn. I only know that they have 5 races. Lu Yan nodded. I also know this. I've already seen the Darkborn Desolate Knight race, the Darkborn Giant race, the Darkborn Demon Keen, and the Darkborn Black Soul race. However, I still don't know anything about the last Darkborn race. I wonder how much Miss Irina knows about the remaining Darkborn race. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Irina's eyes flickered slightly. Then, she looked at Lu Yan and said, Mr. Lu Yan's understanding of the Darkborn exceeds my expectations. I don't know much about the Darkborn race. I also know the 4 races you mentioned, but the 5th race is very mysterious. I'm not sure either. Lu Yan frowned when he heard this. He did not suspect that Irina was lying to him. There was probably no need for that. However, as the eldest daughter of the Dawn group, wasn't it a little too exaggerated for Irina to not even know about this 5th race? After all, in Lu Yan's opinion, the 5 races of the Darkborn should not be a secret. Looking at Lu Yan, Irina continued, Mr. Lu Yan, although I don't know what the 5th race of the Darkborn is, I've previously learned that the 5th race is very mysterious. In the military region, the news of the fifth race of the Darkborn is also a top-notch secret. Lu Yan was stunned again. The news of the fifth race of the Darkborn was actually a top-notch secret in the military region? This was also completely unexpected for Lu Yan. Just as Lu Yan was thinking about what the fifth largest race of the Darkborn was, Irina continued, Mr. Lu Yan, I don't know much about the Darkborn, but I can tell you something. At this point, Irina paused for a moment and then looked at Lu Yan. Mr. Lu Yan, you should have killed many Darkborns recently. However, the current Darkborns who have come from the spatial crack are basically not true Darkborns. Not a Darkborn? What do you mean, Miss Irina? Lu Yan looked at Irina and frowned. Irina said, according to the information I learned, only those who reach level 50 can become true Darkborn. Just like us humans, level 50 Darkborn will have a chance to increase their strength. After breaking through, their strength will become stronger and they will also become a true Darkborn. Or rather, a superior Darkborn. A true Darkborn? A superior Darkborn? Hearing this news, Lu Yan frowned. It seemed that there were still many things he did not know about the Darkborn. Irina continued, Mr. Lu Yan, I'll tell you one last thing. A true Darkborn, or rather, a superior Darkborn, looks very similar to us humans. Other than some characteristics like wings, there's almost no difference. That's all I know about the Darkborn. Lu Yan looked at Irina's meaningful smile and nodded slightly. The superior Darkborns looked very similar to humans? What did this mean? Lu Yan shook his head and did not continue thinking. It was still too early to consider this. Then, Lu Yan looked at Irina and continued to ask, there's something else I want to ask Miss Irina to explain. It's about the Void Gate. What kind of world is behind the Void Gate? Regarding this, Lu Yan was very curious. After all, in the beginning, his understanding of the Void Gate was that the Void Gate was a door for demon beasts and foreign races to come from another world. Later on, he learned that humans had also entered the Void Gate to explore. Therefore, Lu Yan was very curious about the other world on the other side. Irina looked at Lu Yan and pursed her lips lightly. Then, she slowly said, the information you previously learned about what's behind the Void Gate should have described it to be very ferocious. It's said to be a terrifying place filled with demon beasts and foreign races, right? Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. In the previous books, the description of the world behind the Void Gate seemed to be like this. Irina sighed softly. If there was a ferocious place beyond the Void Gate, how could there be angels, titans, dragons, and divine dragons? Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and said, could it be that the world environment behind the Void Gate is very good? Irina nodded. The environment of the world behind the Void Gate is much better than you think. There's a sufficient aura that contains powerful strength there. When the Void Gate opened, that aura entered Earth and caused the anomaly on Earth. It was also from that time that humans were able to change their professions. It should also be because of the influence of that aura. There's a huge difference between the two worlds. Although I have to admit that compared to us, that world is like a superior world. The power aura contained in the air is richer, and the creatures there are also stronger. Hearing Irina's words, Lu Yan's body suddenly trembled. He did not expect the world behind the Void Gate to be like this. Lu Yan consumed it for a moment before continuing to ask, since the world over there is better, why did the 4 foreign races come to us? Irina shook her head. The 4 foreign races have always been relatively mysterious. I basically don't know much about them, but I guess there are only 2 reasons why they came to us from that world. 1, they were forced. As for the other reason, there is probably something that attracts them to our world. Lu Yan fell silent. Although he had never seen the 4 foreign races, Lu Yan could imagine how powerful these 4 foreign races were from the bits and pieces of the ancient books. If they were forced, what could force them out of their original world? However, if they were not forced, what could attract the other party? Lu Yan shook his head and then looked at Irina and smiled bitterly. Previously, I never understood why the people of the Darkborn society became traitors and were willing to become the lackeys of the Darkborn. Now, it seems that their final dream is probably to enter that world to live. Irina smiled when she heard this and said, Mr. Lu Yan is even smarter than I imagined. That's indeed the case. However, lackeys don't have good endings. Moreover, living in that world is not as simple as you think. The power between the 2 worlds is unbalanced and the rules are different. Because of this, our people suffered a lot of pressure in the past. Of course, the creatures of the other world will also be suppressed after coming over. However, the Void Gate is an exception. The strength suppression of the demon beasts and foreign races that come out will be very low. If you go behind the Void Gate now, you will even be directly crushed if you don't have powerful strength. Of course, this situation is constantly improving. As the gases of the 2 worlds fuse, the environment of both sides will become more similar. Moreover, the increase in strength can also allow one to better adapt to the environment of the other world. It's a little early to say this. After all, we don't know much about the other world. I think if possible, the higher UPS probably want to completely close the Void Gate. Hearing Irina's words, Lu Yan was very shocked. He did not expect the world behind the Void Gate to be like this. With so much information, Lu Yan still needed some time to digest it. The 2 of them continued to eat, but Lu Yan was clearly distracted. Irina looked at Lu Yan and naturally knew why. After all, anyone who learned such news would be distracted. The meal quickly ended. Lu Yan also stood up and bade farewell. Irina did not ask him to stay and only left Lu Yan with a sentence. If Mr. Lu Yan needs anything in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as you need it, I'll try my best to help you. Lu Yan looked at Irina, his eyes flickering. He nodded slightly and directly left. The other party had given him so much help. If she needed anything in the future, it would also be difficult for him to refuse. However, even so, Lu Yan did not think of cutting off contact with Irina. After all, both sides could be considered to be taking what they needed. For example, Lu Yan had obtained many things from this invitation. After Lu Yan left, a woman in a professional outfit slowly walked over and looked at Irina. Miss, is there a need to go through so much trouble for a first-year student? Even if he has a lot of potential, he's only a first-year student. We don't have time to wait for him to grow. Irina's gaze landed on the aircraft that was slowly taking off outside, and the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. Kyo, Lu Yan is different from the other geniuses. I see an unprecedented possibility in him. You were present the entire time in this battle. You should know how great Lu Yan's potential is. I'm willing to spend more time waiting for such a person. Behind him, Kyo did not speak again and only nodded slightly. She had never doubted Irina's judgment. Let's go. I still have many things to deal with. Irina stretched and turned to pick up the folder in Kyo's hand. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Her gaze landed on the document in her hand, and her eyes revealed exhaustion. Kyo followed behind Irina and looked at her back, her eyes revealing a trace of heartache. If Lu Yan was here, he would definitely discover that this person wearing a professional outfit was Teacher Mocking's assistant who had fought with him for the entire day yesterday, Teacher Kyo. Lu Yan returned to the school and only completely digested the news he had just received after walking. After arriving at the dormitory, Lu Yan thought for a moment and took out the gift box he had obtained from Irina. Lu Yan was still very curious about this gift from Irina. After all, this was something that contained the aura of the Netherworld King. Opening the gift box, Lu Yan saw the heart-like thing inside. Looking at this thing, Lu Yan pondered for a moment. This thing had a dense Netherworld King aura and he still did not know what it was. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan reached out, wanting to take this thing out of the gift box and observe it carefully. He did not know if this thing was useful or not. He hoped it would be helpful to him. After learning the situation behind the Void Gate, Lu Yan naturally yearned to increase his strength even more. When his fingers touched this thing, a voice instantly sounded in Lu Yan's mind. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Netherworld King's heart. After absorbing the Netherworld King's heart, you obtain a new talent power. Lu Yan was directly stunned for a moment, and his body froze. Netherworld King's heart? Previously, when he saw this heart-like thing and the aura of the Netherworld King on it, Lu Yan had guessed if it was the Netherworld King's heart. However, that was only a casual guess. How could the Netherworld King's heart be so easy to obtain? However, the system notification now clearly told Lu Yan that it was true. This heart-like rock was really the Netherworld King's heart? It was really a little too crazy. At this moment, Lu Yan could clearly see the information of the Netherworld King's heart in his hand. Netherworld King's heart, extremely damaged. The Netherworld King's heart has been corroded by time and is already extremely damaged. However, it still contains a substantial force. Absorb it and you can obtain a new talent power. Looking at the introduction of the Netherworld King's heart in his hand, Lu Yan's heart could not help but beat. Although it was an extremely damaged heart, one could still obtain a talent power after absorbing it. This was a huge temptation for Lu Yan. Lu Yan knew very well how powerful talent was. This was the Netherworld King's heart. The talent power obtained was definitely not that simple. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Without hesitation, Lu Yan slowly closed his eyes and grabbed the Netherworld King's heart with both hands. He began to hold his breath and focus as he absorbed the power in the Netherworld King's heart. As Lu Yan devoured, waves of power surged into Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan could clearly sense that this power was very related to the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body. The two were simply of the same origin. Soon, this power completely surged into Lu Yan's body, turning into a force of Lu Yan's own. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind again. Ding, congratulations on devouring the power of the Netherworld King's heart, extremely damaged, and obtaining a new talent, Netherworld Devour. Netherworld Devour, when you kill an enemy, you can devour the other party's physical strength and transform it into your own strength, reflected in your 4 attributes. The new talent power was called Netherworld Devour. The introduction was also very simple. However, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly constricted because he knew very well how abnormal this Netherworld Devour was. After killing the enemy, he could devour the other party's physical strength and transform it into his own strength. It would directly manifest in his 4 attributes. Didn't that mean that by killing the enemy now, he could devour the other party's strength to increase his 4 attributes? In terms of growth potential, this skill could simply be said to be maxed out. Lu Yan's current 4 attributes were already very abnormal. Moreover, when it came to absorbing essence tonics and enhancement pills, he also did not need to wait for them to be digested. Now, coupled with this Netherworld Devour, Lu Yan could foresee that his 4 attributes would grow very quickly. He clenched his fists tightly. Although his strength had not increased much, Lu Yan felt that the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body seemed to have become richer. He did not know if it was his imagination. After obtaining the power of the Netherworld devouring, Lu Yan naturally wanted to test it. This time, he had obtained a lot of points. He could test this power in the secret realm and also increase his level. Thinking of this, Lu Yan directly headed towards the secret realm. Soon, Lu Yan arrived at the stadium and the room where the secret realm was placed. After explaining to teacher Hu inside, Lu Yan checked a few new secret realms. Compared to the previous secret realms, the new secret realm was clearly better. Previously, Lu Yan felt that the second secret realm, which was between level 20 to 30, was more suitable for him. However, looking at it now, Lu Yan chose a secret realm with an average demon beast level of around level 33. Looking at the secret realm in front of him, Lu Yan paid 800 credits and directly entered the door of light in front of him. Light flickered, and a familiar dizziness sounded again. As his feet landed on the ground, Lu Yan appeared in a bright forest. Looking at the surrounding environment, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Generally speaking, the environment of the secret realm was arranged according to the situation of the demon beasts inside. He wondered what kind of demon beasts would appear in such an environment. Before today, Lu Yan had already put on his equipment. He raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, and a large number of undead appeared around him and began to explore the forest in front of him. Soon, a cry sounded from ahead. Lu Yan rode on the little Netherworld dragon and quickly headed forward. Soon, he arrived at an area in front of him. The undead in front of him were fighting some demon beasts. Lu Yan also saw clearly what the demon beasts in this secret realm were. They were earth dragons. They looked like crocodiles but were even larger and more ferocious. Their limbs were thick and powerful. Moreover, the earth dragon in front of him had a long antenna on its forehead. This antenna was also mixed with some lightning power, as if there was a lightning rod on its head. A lightning-type earth dragon. The auras emitted from these earth dragons were about level 33 and were not very dense. Ordinary students in between level 20 and 30 would definitely not dare to challenge this secret realm. Moreover, Lu Yan had chosen the nightmare level. However, to Lu Yan, these earth dragons were definitely not a big threat. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and walked forward. However, after arriving in front of the Thunder Earth Dragons in front of him, Lu Yan did not directly attack. This was because his undead had already killed a Thunder Earth Dragon just now, but he did not feel any increase in strength, as if the Netherworld Devour was useless. What was the chance of triggering the Netherworld Devour? Or did he have to kill the enemy himself to trigger the Netherworld Devour? Lu Yan stood on the spot with the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and did not attack the surrounding Thunder Earth Dragons. The surrounding undead killed several Thunder Earth Dragons in a row, but they still could not trigger the Netherworld Devour. It seemed that he probably needed to personally kill the other party to trigger the Netherworld Devour. Lu Yan no longer hesitated and directly went forward. He raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and quickly killed a demon in front of him. Then, Lu Yan felt a dense force quickly enter his body from the demon corpse in front of him. The demon corpse in front of him quickly dried up and flattened. In less than a second, its skin was directly stuck to its bones. It was as if its flesh had directly disappeared into thin air. It turned out that this was how the Netherworld Devour worked. It directly transformed the flesh and blood of the enemy it killed into pure strength and was devoured. His body was filled with a sense of strength before it was slowly immersed and fused into his limbs and bones. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lu Yan's eyes flickered. The corpse sucked by the Netherworld Devour would not transform into an undead. All its strength should have already been devoured by Lu Yan. Fortunately, its soul could still be used. It was either devoured by the Black Shadow Necklace or condensed into a soul crystal. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a regretful expression. How good would it be if the killed demon beasts could become his undead and its soul could also be devoured by the Netherworld Devour? It would simply be perfect. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Devour did not work this way. This Netherworld Devour was incomparably domineering and directly devoured the flesh and blood of the enemy without leaving a trace. However, Lu Yan could vaguely sense that he could control the Netherworld Devour. This was not bad. In the future, if he encountered better corpses, it would be better for him to transform them into undead. This was why he felt that the Netherworld Devour was somewhat wasteful. Soon, Lu Yan no longer had this regretful worry. Half an hour later, Lu Yan killed more than half of the Thunder Earth Dragons in the forest. Because he had to personally kill it to trigger the Netherworld Devour, it took a little longer. However, Lu Yan quickly felt that the Netherworld Devour was useless. After checking, Lu Yan discovered that in just half an hour, his 4 attributes had increased by a full 20 points. The 4 attributes increased by the Netherworld Devour were balanced. Each of the 4 attributes had increased by 5 points. This improvement was already very big. After all, it had only been half an hour. However, after increasing by 20 points, Lu Yan would not be able to trigger the Netherworld Devour if he killed more demon beasts. It was as if it had lost its effect. Lu Yan frowned and was somewhat confused by this situation. However, after killing more Thunder Earth Dragons, Lu Yan leveled up. This level up gave Lu Yan 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points, several times more than ordinary people. After all, Lu Yan had the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body. Lu Yan did not hesitate. He directly distributed the 20 free attribute points evenly, and his 4 attributes increased by a lot. However, Lu Yan then discovered that the Netherworld Devour that was already useless had become effective again. After killing the demon beasts, he could devour the other party through the Netherworld Devour. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Compared to before, the only change he had was that he had increased by 1 level and could activate the Netherworld Devour again. This situation was still very rare. Lu Yan did not understand what was going on and could only clear the secret realm first. At that time, he would ask Master Leishuo. A level 33 nightmare level secret realm was not difficult for Lu Yan. After using the undead, Lu Yan flattened the remaining demon beasts in the secret realm in 10 minutes. After successfully clearing the level, he directly entered the teleportation door and quickly disappeared. After arriving outside, Lu Yan greeted the teachers here and returned to the dormitory. The gains from the secret realm this time were not bad. He had increased by 1 level. Moreover, he had also tested the Netherworld Devour. The effect was not bad, but the previous failure puzzled Lu Yan. After increasing by 1 level, he had obtained 20 free attribute points. However, coupled with the fact that he continued to use the Netherworld Devour after leveling up, the Netherworld Devour had increased Lu Yan's 4 attributes by a total of 32 points. Although it was an even distribution of the 4 attributes, it was still a huge increase for Lu Yan. Thinking of his question just now, Lu Yan directly called Leishuo. Hello, Lu Yan, what's up? Lu Yan exchanged a few pleasantries with Leishuo before telling Leishuo his situation and asking him. Soon, Leishuo's somewhat speechless voice sounded. Damn it. Ahem, you're really good at creating miracles. The situation you encountered is called a level restriction. It's something that others basically won't encounter in their entire lives. To put it simply, there's a limit to the power humans can accommodate for every level. It can be reflected in their 4 attributes. If your 4 attributes increase too much and your level doesn't increase, there will be a situation where your level will limit your 4 attributes. In other words, at that level, your 4 attributes won't increase anymore and you need to level up. However, such situations are very rare. After all, the 4 attributes of a level restriction are very high. The stronger the potential, the higher the 4 attributes restriction. Your level will quickly increase. It's basically impossible for you to encounter it. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Generally speaking, only those old experts with relatively high levels who rely on essence tonics and enhancement pills to constantly increase their 4 attributes after reaching a bottleneck will encounter such a situation. Moreover, it's relatively rare. After all, the higher the level, the higher the restriction on their 4 attributes. Some old experts have never encountered a situation where their levels limit their 4 attributes. Moreover, you've refined the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. Coupled with your potential, compared to ordinary students, your level limit is higher. It's even harder to reach it, but you. Forget it, forget it. I long knew that you were abnormal. However, don't tell anyone about this, in case they have bad intentions. Hearing Leishuo's words, Lu Yan nodded. I understand, Master. Leishuo, it's good that you know. By the way, Wang Yanjai contacted me. He should be bringing your sister, Luo Liulai, into the school tomorrow. He probably hasn't contacted you yet. Since you called, I'll let you know first. I still have something to do here. I'll hang up first. Then, Leishuo hung up. Lu Yan put down his phone. He did not expect Sister Liulai to arrive so quickly. He originally thought that it would still be a few days. He wondered how Sister Liulai was getting along with the Luo family. Then, Lu Yan recalled Leishuo's words. His level was limiting his 4 attributes? He had never heard of such a situation before. However, he was indeed not like others. It did not take time for him to absorb the essence tonic and enhancement pill. Coupled with the Netherworld Devour, the increase in his 4 attributes was very terrifying. It was normal for him to encounter such a situation. Previously, he thought that his 4 attributes could be increased infinitely. Now, it seemed that his level was the upper limit of the increase in his 4 attributes. Thinking about it, it was normal. After all, if his 4 attributes increased infinitely, his body would definitely not be able to withstand it. There was definitely a limit. Increasing his level was equivalent to increasing the limit of his body. However, he did not care too much. After the Netherworld Devour filled up his 4 attributes, he could also transform the enemies he killed into his undead. It would not be a waste no matter what. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. Lu Yan picked it up and raised his eyebrows. It was Maggie. Looking at the incoming message displayed on his phone, Lu Yan was directly stunned. He did not expect Maggie to call him at this moment. To be honest, Lu Yan still felt very awkward about the last time. After all, Teacher Miao Yun was present, and now that he thought of what happened back then, Lu Yan could not help but feel his face turn red. Facing Maggie, he always felt as if his heart was pounding. He did not know what was going on. However, Li Mayer, who was a mixed-blood succubus, and even Irina, who was a mixed-blood succubus and elf, did not give Lu Yan this feeling. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan answered the call. Hello, Auntie Maggie. What's the matter? It had not been long since the last treatment, so the curse should not act up again now, right? It shouldn't be so fast, right? Just as he was thinking, Maggie's somewhat embarrassed voice sounded in his ear. Lu Yan, are you in school now? There seems to be some abnormal movements with the curse on my body, but it didn't act up. However, I'm not sure what's going on. Can you come and help me take a look? Hearing Maggie's words, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. Then, he directly said, all right, Auntie Maggie, where are you now? I'll go over now. I'm at home now. Come directly. With that said, Maggie hung up. Lu Yan put down his phone and pondered for a moment. Then, he stood up and walked out of the school. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. When Lu Yan rushed to the school entrance, the stalls in the night market outside had already been set up. With the directions in mind, Lu Yan quickly rushed towards Maggie's house. At this moment, in Maggie's house, Maggie was talking to someone on the phone anxiously. Miao Yun, I've already asked him to come, but I keep feeling that this is not good. Aya, it's already done. Why are you still acting like this? Don't think about anything tonight. Just treat it as a date with Lu Yan. Miao Yun's voice sounded, making Maggie's face instantly turn red. Maggie said somewhat nervously, Then what should I do next? What's Lu Yan going to do when he comes? Miao Yun's resentful voice sounded. How old are you? Do I have to teach you how to have a date? Maggie said shyly, This is my first time dating someone. Miao Yun, I forgot that you're still a virgin. Maggie said, hurry up and tell me what to do next. Just eat. Is there anything I need to say? Miao Yun was slightly silent when she heard Maggie's nervous voice. I don't know either. You want me to invite Lu Yan over and now you're telling me that you don't know what to do either. I'm also a virgin, okay? I work all day long. How would I know how to date? Aya, can't you just check online? Let me tell you, this is a good opportunity. You have to seize it well. Hearing the busy tone in her ear, Maggie put down the phone in her hand weakly. It was over. She had been tricked by her good sister. The other party didn't know anything but still dared to matchmake her. Maggie hurriedly opened the browser, wanting to search for things to take note of on a date. However, at this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Maggie's heart tightened and she almost dropped the phone in her hand. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Looking at the door in front of her, Maggie tidied her clothes, took a deep breath, and went forward to open the door. Lu Yan looked at Maggie, who had opened the door, with surprise in his eyes. Today, Maggie was wearing an evening gown. Her hair was tied up, giving off a lazy beauty. Coupled with her face and the temptation emitted from her body, it made people want to ravage her. Lu Yan, you're here. Come in quickly. Maggie looked at Lu Yan standing at the door with a slightly flustered expression. Lu Yan nodded and walked in. After arriving at the room, Lu Yan looked at Maggie and asked, Auntie Maggie, what's new about the curse? Do you want me to let me take a look? Maggie's face was slightly red. She stroked the hair at her temples and said gently, it's nothing serious. It just moved a little. It's calmed down now. You haven't eaten, right? Sit down and eat first. Help me take a look after dinner. As she spoke, Maggie brought Lu Yan to the dining table not far away. Looking at the food on the dining table and the bottle of red wine on it, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. Why did it seem like something was wrong? He seemed to have seen this scene in some indie movie. Lu Yan shook his head and threw out the crazy thoughts in his mind. Lu Yan, it's all thanks to you that I was able to escape the torture of the curse power. I've never had the chance to thank you properly. This time, take it as me expressing my gratitude. Maggie looked at Lu Yan and chuckled. Lu Yan also smiled and said, it was nothing. Auntie Maggie, you don't have to be so polite. Maggie did not say anything else. She picked up a piece of food and handed it to the plate in front of Lu Yan. Come, try this dish. I made it myself. Lu Yan nodded and took a bite, repeatedly praising the food. This was not Lu Yan flattering her. Maggie's food was indeed very delicious. The fruit wine she brewed previously also kept lingering in his mind. Maggie smiled and opened the red wine at the side to pour a glass for Lu Yan. Come, let me toast you to thank you for healing my curse. With that, Maggie finished the red wine in her glass. Seeing this, Lu Yan also swallowed the red wine in his glass. The two of them ate and drank for a while. After a few glasses of wine, their faces turned rosy. This was especially true for Maggie. Previously, she was not good at drinking. After drinking a few glasses of red wine, her eyes became a little blurry and watery. Looking at Lu Yan, Maggie's eyes gradually softened as she asked softly, Lu Yan, do you know how old I am? When Lu Yan heard Maggie's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, Auntie Maggie looks very young and looks to be in her 20s. This was not Lu Yan flattering her. Maggie was very beautiful to begin with. Moreover, as a succubus, she could be said to be eternally young. In front of him, Maggie looked to be in her 20s. Moreover, she was at the peak of beauty among women in her 20s. Maggie smiled and said with blurry eyes, I'm 28 years old this year. Now that I think about it, time really flies. Lu Yan did not know why Maggie suddenly said this and could only smile. Come, drink. We won't go home until we're drunk today. Maggie seemed to be somewhat drunk. She picked up the wine bottle at the side and poured another glass of wine for Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not refuse and directly drank it all. The exhaustion Lu Yan felt from this period of time seemed to have disappeared with the wine. After a few more glasses of wine, Lu Yan's body was somewhat hot. At this moment, Maggie's face was becoming redder and redder. She looked at Lu Yan with blurry eyes and told Lu Yan what had happened previously. It was as if she was telling him everything after getting drunk. Lu Yan, do you know? The first time I saw Mayor, she still didn't know how to walk and kept asking me to carry her. At that time, I didn't even dare to move when I hugged her, afraid that she would fall. Later, we came here to live. At first, it was quite good, but you also know that my identity as a succubus can easily attract trouble. Those men look at me as if they want to eat me up. Pfft, are they worthy? I'm Forget it, forget it. A good woman doesn't talk about her past glory. Nov. L.B//JNN. Maggie was clearly a little drunk. She arrived beside Luyan and patted his shoulder like a drunkard bragging. Luyan was also slightly drunk. He looked at Maggie and smiled. Then aren't you afraid of me, Auntie Maggie? I'm also a man. Now, we're alone. As soon as Luyan finished speaking, he felt that it was inappropriate. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw Maggie looking at him with a burning gaze. You're different, Luyan. If you want. Luyan panicked. Looking at Maggie, he hurriedly said, Auntie Maggie, are you drunk? Let me help you and take you to go rest, okay? It's getting late. I have to go back to school too. When Maggie heard this, she directly grabbed Luyan's arm and looked at him. Leave? Why? Come here, you haven't checked the curse for me. As she spoke, Maggie frivolously pulled Luyan into her bedroom. After closing the door, Maggie leaned against it, her expression slightly dazed. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Biting her lip lightly, Maggie pulled Luyan to the bed. Slowly lying on the bed, Maggie held Luyan's hand, lifted her clothes, and placed Luyan's hand on her stomach. Perhaps Maggie was a little drunk and her movements were a little much, but Luyan saw a patch of white. Luyan tilted his head in panic, but his palm felt warm. Luyan, turn your head. Otherwise, how are you going to help me take a good look? Maggie was really drunk. Her voice was slightly coquettish as she held Luyan's hand and was about to move it up. Luyan hurriedly stabilized his right hand and said, Auntie Maggie, I'll help you check on the curse now. As he spoke, Luyan closed his eyes and focused on sensing the curse power. After Luyan absorbed the curse power in Maggie's abdomen a few times, it had already become relatively calm. However, this calmness was only relative. As time passed, the silent curse power would slowly seep out and cause damage to Maggie. However, from the current situation, the curse power in Maggie's abdomen was still relatively stable. However, Luyan discovered that the curse power in Maggie's abdomen had changed somewhat. This made Luyan frown slightly, and his slightly drunk expression became much clearer. In Luyan's perception, on the surface, the curse power in Maggie's abdomen had already completely calmed down. However, in the depths of the curse power was also Maggie's abdomen. There was something abnormal going on with the silent curse power. Previously, the curse power in Maggie's abdomen was abnormal on the surface. Then, Luyan used the undead rainbow absorption to absorb the curse power on the surface to help Maggie eliminate the pain. However, Luyan could not do anything to the curse power of the lower level. This was because the curse power was too entangled with Maggie's body. If he forcefully absorbed it, he would injure Maggie. After absorbing the curse power on the surface, the curse power at the bottom of Maggie's abdomen would slowly spread upwards. After a certain amount of time, it would form a new curse power on the surface and cause Maggie to feel pain. Luyan's current treatment plan was to absorb the curse power on Maggie's abdomen again and again. Then, he would let the deep curse power keep surging. Through constant absorption and devouring, he would finally be able to eradicate the curse power in Maggie's body. However, now, Luyan sensed that the deep curse power in Maggie's abdomen was spreading in all directions and not spreading upwards like usual. This made Luyan frown. If the curse power deep in Maggie's abdomen spread in all directions, it was very likely to spread to the surrounding important organs and cause damage. Moreover, if it could spread in all directions, this curse power would not surge upwards. If Luyan wanted to absorb this curse power, he would definitely cause damage to Maggie. Therefore, he definitely could not let this deep curse power spread in all directions. He had to stop it. Luyan told Maggie the situation and then told her that he had to use some methods to stop the deep spread of the curse power. Maggie nodded and continued to look at Luyan in a daze, as if she was at his mercy. Luyan's heart skipped a beat. However, this was not the time to think about anything else. He directly used the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. Previously, Luyan had tested that the curse power in Maggie's body was relatively afraid of the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. In this situation, using the bloodline power of the Netherworld King could very well force this curse power not to spread. After absorbing the extremely damaged heart of the Netherworld King, Luyan's bloodline power of the Netherworld King was greatly strengthened. The bloodline power of the Netherworld King entered Maggie's body, making her groan. Then, as the bloodline power of the Netherworld King entered Maggie's body, the curse power began to curl up in fear and shrink back. Luyan did not imprison this spreading deep curse power. He only surrounded it with the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. In this case, when the deep curse power started to spread, it could only head upwards. At that time, when it arrived at the surface, Luyan could use the undead rainbow absorption to absorb it without injuring Maggie. It was still very difficult to build a wall with the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in Maggie's abdomen. Luyan's right hand kept changing directions, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. After 10 minutes, he finally finished building the wall with the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. Alright, Auntie Maggie, fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luyan heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his hand. He looked at Maggie and smiled. Maggie looked at Luyan, her eyes moving. What's wrong? Luyan touched his face and was somewhat puzzled. Then, Luyan saw Maggie stretch out her hands and pull him down. Woo! A warm sensation came. Luyan's eyes widened as he felt a tender tongue enter his mouth. At this moment, Maggie had already narrowed her eyes in confusion and wrapped her arms around Luyan's neck. Lu Yan's body suddenly froze, and his mind went blank. He did not expect this situation at all. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Maggie's face became even redder, as if she had realized what she had done. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Lu Yan looked at Maggie and the heat in his heart suddenly exploded, filling his entire body. He instantly felt a headache. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Just as Lu Yan was about to give in, the door opened from outside. Then, Li Meier's voice entered their ears. Mom, I'm back. Lu Yan and Maggie's bodies froze, and the redness on their faces disappeared a lot before they instantly separated. The confusion in Maggie's eyes dissipated a lot, replaced by panic. Mom, are you asleep? Footsteps sounded from outside, and Li Meier's voice was getting closer. In her panic, Maggie directly pulled Lu Yan onto the bed and behind her before covering him with the blanket. Then, Maggie turned off the lights in the room. At this moment, Li Meier arrived at the door and knocked softly. Mom, are you in there? Maggie lay on the bed and nervously covered Lu Yan. She pressed her hands against the blanket, afraid that Lu Yan would be exposed. I'm sleeping. Meier, weren't you doing a mission outside? Why are you back so quickly? Li Meier opened the door. The mission is completed. Coincidentally, the team needs to rest. I'm only coming back for 2 days. Why are you sleeping so early? As she spoke, Li Meier directly turned on the lights in the room. Maggie's body suddenly froze. Fortunately, she had just lowered the curtain beside the bed. Because of the curse power, it was best to keep the wind away when Maggie's condition acted up previously. Then, a curtain was installed beside the bed. I felt that the curse power was somewhat abnormal, so I wanted to lie on the bed and rest. Maggie said nervously. When Li Meier heard this, she hurriedly arrived at the bed, wanting to check on Maggie. Don't lift the curtain. It's best not to let the wind in now. I'll be fine after resting. Maggie's heart was about to reach her throat. Although Lu Yan was under the blanket now, he would definitely be discovered if the curtain was pulled away. Seeing this, Li Meier sat by the bed and asked with concern, Mom, how are you feeling now? Maggie was about to speak when she suddenly felt a heat on her butt. It was very uncomfortable as there was something hard pressing against her. Reaching out, Maggie grabbed it and her body suddenly froze. It was not until this moment that Maggie realized what this was. Lu Yan's body suddenly froze. Just as he was about to use corpse stealth to hide, he did not expect his private part to be grasped. Now, he could not use it. Maggie held the fiery object and did not dare to move. Her face also turned red. Li Meier sat by the bed and talked to Maggie for a while. Maggie stammered in response, feeling the heat in her hand increase. Soon, Li Meier let Maggie rest and stood up to leave the room. Hearing the door close, the two people on the bed heaved a sigh of relief. The surroundings fell silent. The two of them did not speak. In the end, Lu Yan could not help but whisper into Maggie's ear, Auntie Maggie, be gentle. Your grip is too tight. Maggie exclaimed softly and hurriedly let go. Lu Yan felt relieved. He looked at Maggie's back and smelled the fragrance in Maggie's hair, feeling that his body was about to explode. Auntie Maggie, I'll leave first. I have to go back. As he spoke, Lu Yan directly used corpse stealth. His body was instantly covered by the undead power. Then, he escaped into the void and directly passed through the wall before landing on the ground outside. Then, Lu Yan bent his body slightly and quickly headed towards the school with somewhat awkward footsteps. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At this moment, in Maggie's room, Maggie was stunned when she sensed that the space behind her had become empty. Then, she placed her right hand in front of her with a slightly red face. Looking at her palm, Maggie was stunned for a moment before her face turned redder. Then, Maggie placed her right hand under the tip of her nose and sniffed. As if realizing what she was doing, Maggie buried her head in the pillow with a cry. Lu Yan returned to the dormitory and took a cold shower for half an hour before calming down. Thinking of what had just happened, Lu Yan shook his head in distress. After all, Maggie was Li Meier's mother. Lying on the bed, Lu Yan slept for a long time. The next morning, Lu Yan woke up and first completed today's mission. As for Maggie, Lu Yan temporarily forgot about her. The most important thing now was still to increase his strength. Currently, obtaining credits and points was definitely the fastest way to increase his strength. In other words, he needed to accept missions to hunt demon beasts or participate in the operation of the Dark Destroyer team. Compared to hunting demon beasts, the operations of the Dark Destroyer team were clearly more suitable for Lu Yan. After all, the difficulty of hunting Darkborn Society members was about the same as hunting demon beasts for Lu Yan. However, hunting Darkborn Society members gave him more credits and points. Last time, Lu Yan obtained more than 10,000 credits and points. However, Lu Yan's quota to buy essence tonics and enhancement pills was basically gone. Coupled with the fact that he had the Netherworld Devour now, Lu Yan did not choose to spend these credits and points. He would see if there were any good skill books later. Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Leishuo. Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan answered the phone. Hello, Lu Yan, where are you now? Leishuo's voice sounded as rough as ever. Lu Yan smiled and said, I'm still in school. Master, why are you looking for me? Leishuo said, I want to ask for your opinion on something. Since you're in school, come to my office. Hearing Leishuo's words, Lu Yan directly said, all right, I'll go over now. After changing his clothes, Lu Yan quickly headed to Lei Shuo's office. He arrived at Lei Shuo's office and saw that Lei Shuo was alone. Master Lei Shuo, why are you looking for me? Seeing that Lei Shuo was alone, Lu Yan also became casual and sat on the sofa at the side. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and smiled. It's like this. The National New Student Exchange Competition has already ended. According to the situation in the past, the Global University Exchange Competition is about to begin. Compared to the National New Student Exchange Competition, the Global University Exchange Competition is much more meaningful. However, it has been postponed for a long time because of the spatial crack. This time, I want to ask you if you want to participate in the Global University Exchange Competition. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan frowned. The Global University Exchange Competition was not a new student exchange competition, but a comprehensive exchange competition. In theory, they would send the top students of a school to participate. Moreover, the Global University Exchange Competition was not only an exchange competition, but also a rare exchange event between the 5 big countries and the other smaller countries. During this process, the exchange of various information and items would reach a high level. Generally speaking, every country would basically send the top 5 new students to participate. The students chosen by every university were basically third-year students. This was because fourth-year students were basically busy with various things like graduation and were rarely able to participate. Therefore, a rule was set and only third-year students and below could participate. In the past, there had also been second-year students participating in the Global University Exchange meeting. However, there had never been a first-year student participating. After all, a first-year student had just entered the school for a while. How could such a student represent the strength of a school? Letting a first-year student participate in such an international meeting was simply humiliating the student and his school. However, Lu Yan was an exception. Lei Shuo knew very well that Lu Yan definitely had combat strength comparable to third-year students. Therefore, Lei Shuo was considering letting Lu Yan participate and broaden his horizons. Why? Are you unwilling? Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and raised his eyebrows. Lu Yan shook his head and said, No, I'm just surprised. After all, third-year seniors have always participated in such an international conference in the past. Lei Shuo smiled and said, In the past, no first-year students participated because there was no abnormal person like you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have let them go even if they wanted to. At this moment, before Lu Yan could speak, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations on activating the achievement mission, Global University Exchange. The specific achievement mission will be triggered at the right time. A new achievement mission. Seeing this, Lu Yan no longer hesitated and said, Since Master Lei Shuo has said so, I'll participate in this Global University Exchange. Lei Shuo smiled and nodded. All right, I'll sign you up then. There's still a week. Hurry up and increase your strength. At that time, shine bright and blind those guys overseas. Lu Yan smiled and nodded before saying a few more words to Lei Shuo. By the way, your sister should also be coming to enter the school today. Coincidentally, you can come with me to welcome her. Lei Shuo thought of something and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded. At this moment, Lei Shuo's phone rang. After saying a few words, he hung up and looked at Lu Yan. I'm on my way. As he spoke, Lei Shuo brought Lu Yan towards the school entrance. When he arrived at the school entrance, Lu Yan saw Wang Yanzhai and Luo Liulai standing not far away. Seeing Luo Liulai, Lu Yan smiled and hurriedly welcomed her. Sister Liulai, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? If not for Master Lei Shuo telling me, I wouldn't have known that you were coming to school today. Seeing Lu Yan, Luo Liulai also smiled. Didn't the spatial crack open recently? I heard that the various universities have missions. I thought you were busy, so I didn't disturb you. Lu Yan said, How can you possibly disturb me? Let's go. I'll show you around our school. As he spoke, Lu Yan said to Lei Shuo, Master Lei Shuo, go through the procedures with Sword God Wang. I'll bring Sister Liulai around the school. As he spoke, Lu Yan pulled Luo Liulai into the school. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan's actions and smiled and shook his head, but he did not say anything. Let's go, Sword God Wang. Let's go and settle the procedures together. Lei Shuo looked at Wang Yanzhai beside him and smiled. Wang Yanzhai nodded and followed Lei Shuo into the school. After leaving Luo Liulai here, does Sword God Wang have any plans? Lei Shuo asked as he brought Wang Yanzhai towards the office building. Lei Shuo knew very well that since Wang Yanzhai had already recovered, he would definitely not be able to relax for too long. Especially now that the spatial crack had appeared and there was some chaos everywhere, the higher UPS would definitely mobilize a killing weapon like Wang Yanzhai. Wang Yanzhai smiled bitterly. To be honest, the higher UPS have already urged me several times. I'm also somewhat anxious about what's happening now and want to help. However, inheriting the legacy is still the most important thing to me, so I rejected these things again. In the next period of time, I'll try my best to teach Luo Liulai. After imparting all my lifelong sword Dao to Luo Liulai, I'll accept the arrangements of the higher UPS. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I'll have to enter your school more often during this period of time. Sorry to disturb you. Lei Shuo laughed when he heard this and said, Not at all. It's our school's honor to have Sword God Wang here. I'll directly get someone to arrange a residence for you in the school to prevent you from traveling back and forth. On Lu Yan's side, he brought Luo Liulai around the school and introduced the various places of the school and their respective functions. Luo Liulai listened quietly at the side and looked at Lu Yan very gently. Once upon a time, Luo Liulai had never thought that she and Lu Yan would be able to study in the top few universities in the country. Lu Yan had now become the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition, and she had also become Wang Yanzhai's disciple. Everything seemed like a dream. It even made Luo Liulai think that her previous suffering was a test. By the way, Sister Liulai, how was it in the Luo family? Did they treat you well? Lu Yan looked at Luo Liulai and asked. Lu Yan was still somewhat concerned about the situation of Luo Liulai and the Luo family. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Luo Liulai frowned slightly and said, "The people of the Luo family are all very good to me. However, I think that place is a little too oppressive. If there's no need, I don't want to go back again." To be honest, the Luo family was very good to Luo Liulai. They agreed to all kinds of requests, but the rules and some other things were too depressing. Although these rules did not apply to her, Luo Liulai was somewhat uncomfortable just looking at them. If there was no need, she did not want to go back again. Lu Yan smiled and said, "It's fine if you don't want to go back. Just go and visit when you have time. Sister Liulai, you can just stay in school in the future." As he spoke, Lu Yan was about to bring Luo Liulai to the restaurant to take a look when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Reawakening calling him. After the call connected, Reawakening's anxious voice sounded. "Hey, Lu Yan, are you in school? A member of our Dark Destroyer team acted on their own and is missing now. Come quickly and search with us." Hearing Reawakeng's anxious voice in his ear, Lu Yan frowned. Someone was acting on their own? The Dark Destroyer team was mainly formed as a team because the members of the Darkborn Society were much harder to deal with than demon beasts. Moreover, most of them were gathered together. Unless one had extremely powerful combat strength like Lu Yan, acting alone was no different from courting death. At the side, Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan's expression and also heard the anxious words from the phone. "Lu Yan, if you have something to do, go ahead. Coincidentally, Master sent me a message asking me to go and fill in the information." Hearing Luo Liulai's words, Lu Yan nodded slightly. "Yes, I'll go do something first. I'll look for you when I'm free." As he spoke, Lu Yan hurriedly headed towards the school entrance. When he arrived at the entrance of the school, Reawakening was already waiting. Hung Shanyu and the others were also prepared. He originally wanted to rest for a day or two, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. Hung Shanyu and the others frowned and were somewhat nervous. They looked at Reawakening and asked, "Teacher Li, are we still unable to contact Wang Lei?" Wang Lei was also in her third year and was relatively familiar with them. Now that something had happened to Wang Lei, they were naturally very worried. n/o/vel/b/c/in.c//om. Reawakening frowned and said, "I can't contact her yet, but I've already confirmed Wang Lei's location. There's also new news now. Let's talk as we walk." As she spoke, Reawakening brought the surrounding people towards an aircraft. Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He still had an impression of Wang Lei. It was the assassin who could fuse into the shadow. Previously, she had always been relatively calm. He did not expect such a situation to happen. After arriving at the aircraft, Reawakening instructed the driver in front to rush towards a coordinate and said, "Kyo, tell the others what you know now." Everyone's gaze landed on the assistant teacher, Kyo. Kyo looked up and opened the tablet in her hand. "From the information we know so far, the reason why Wang Lei acted alone is because the members of the Darkborn Society kidnapped Wang Lei's family." The bodies of the surrounding people suddenly trembled, their eyes revealing shock. A member of the Darkborn Society had kidnapped Wang Lei's family? All along, their Dark Destroyer team had always hunted members of the Darkborn Society, so everyone had ignored a fact. That was, hunters might also end up becoming prey. This made the expressions of the surrounding people become somewhat ugly, and their expressions were somewhat nervous. Kyo raised her head and looked at the surrounding people with a solemn expression. "I should have told everyone previously that when we were hunting the members of the Darkborn Society, the other party might also be hunting us. This is a two-way street. Previously, our actions attracted the attention of the Darkborn Society, so they kidnapped Wang Lei's family to force her to rescue them alone. We also just learned the news. However, don't worry too much. The members of the Dark Destroyer team will be specially protected by the military region. Wang Lei's family was also only taken away by the Darkborn because they had forcefully attacked." Hearing Kyo's words, the expressions of the surrounding people improved slightly. They were usually in the Golden Corner Academy and did not have to worry about their safety at all. However, their families were their weakness. With the protection of the military region, it was naturally much safer. However, Wang Lei's family had been kidnapped because of the Darkborn. There was nothing they could do. After all, the families of all the members of the Darkborn Society needed to be protected. It was impossible for the military region to send very powerful people to protect them. Kyo continued, "According to the news, the last place Wang Lei was seen before disappearing was in the suburbs of the Western Courtyard in the suburbs. The exact location is unknown. Now, professionals are investigating. We don't know how many members there are in the Darkborn Society this time and how powerful the other party is. Therefore, everyone, we have to be careful." When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions also became solemn. Many people subconsciously landed their gazes on Lu Yan. Seeing that Lu Yan's expression did not change much, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if as long as Lu Yan was around, they would be much more at ease. It could not be helped. The combat strength Lu Yan had displayed previously was really too powerful. Now, it was not an exaggeration to say that the sense of security Lu Yan brought to Hung Shanyu and the others was much higher than the sense of security they felt from Reawakening. As long as Lu Yan was around, Hung Shanyu and the others would have confidence. The aircraft drove quickly and quickly arrived at the suburbs of the western courtyard in the suburbs. This place was relatively desolate and there was no one around. There were only a large number of unfinished buildings not far ahead. These unfinished buildings had already been here for a long time and were tattered. Teacher Reawakening, is this where Wang Lei disappeared? Hung Shanyu pointed at the large area of unfinished buildings in front of him and asked. Reawakening nodded when he heard this. That's right. She disappeared here. As you can see, the environment here is still relatively unfamiliar. Now, I don't know where Wang Lei is, and the results of the investigation haven't come out. We can't waste time here. Let's each choose a direction to investigate. If you encounter any situation and see the members of the Darkborn Society, don't take action. Report the exact location first and everyone will gather before taking action. Hearing Reawakeng's words, the surrounding people nodded. Then, they quickly spread out and headed in all directions. At this moment, any time delayed would cost Wang Lei and her family's lives. However, for the sake of safety, many people still chose to travel together. After all, if they encountered danger, it was naturally better to have someone to help. Lu Yan also found a direction and directly rushed out. After rushing into an unfinished building, Lu Yan directly began to summon a large number of undead and quickly spread them in all directions to investigate the surrounding situation. Lu Yan used corpse stealth and directly explored underground. According to Lu Yan's understanding, if the members of the Darkborn Society really ambushed Wang Lei here, they were definitely underground. This was because it would cause the least commotion. If there was a secret passage or something, it would even be more convenient for them to escape. Thinking of this, Lu Yan's body had already sunk into the ground. With corpse stealth, he could pass through objects. However, this was the first time Lu Yan had used it. He could clearly sense a greater pressure than passing through a wall. However, this pressure quickly dissipated because Lu Yan had arrived at a basement. This basement was very big and empty. It should be the basement of an unfinished building. There was nothing inside and it was very clean. After carefully checking his surroundings, Lu Yan discovered that there was nothing wrong. This was only a very ordinary basement. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and then passed through a few thick walls in front of him and arrived at a basement, but he did not discover anything. The characteristics of these basements were very obvious. They were all very empty and clean. There was nothing inside. Could it be that he was wrong? Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the ground of the basement. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yan's body quickly sank into the ground in the basement below. A dense feeling of being wrapped came. Lu Yan could sense the pressure instantly increase a lot, directly making Lu Yan feel a lot of tension. Lu Yan did not care and continued to dive. Underground, the consumption of corpse stealth was very fast. It was completely incomparable to passing through a wall. Sensing that his strength was quickly consumed, Lu Yan frowned. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly relaxed. Without hesitation, he continued to dive and instantly appeared in a new space. This was a long passageway, and the surroundings were very uneven. The height of this tunnel was not very tall. Lu Yan almost felt that the top of his head was about to hit the top of this tunnel. The passageway was very long from front to back and he did not know where it led. Lu Yan identified his direction and then headed towards the direction leading to the area of the unfinished building. Now, Lu Yan was still maintaining this corpse stealth state. After arriving, the state of the corpse stealth was already much better and was no longer as consuming as before. This was clearly a secret passage. Who knew what was in the surroundings? Lu Yan still felt that it was better to maintain the corpse stealth state. As he continued to walk, Lu Yan took out his phone and reported his location to Reawakening. According to Reawakeng's instruction, Lu Yan should already be waiting at the original spot for the team to gather at this moment. However, those instructions were meant for Hung Shanyu and the others. Lu Yan had the ability to act alone. Time was very important to Wang Lei. Lu Yan did not want to waste time. Moreover, he should be able to obtain a lot of credits and points from this operation. Thinking of this, Lu Yan continued walking in the tunnel. Soon, Lu Yan arrived at a secret room. The entire secret room was not big, but it was enough to accommodate more than 10 people. There was still light in the secret room that came from the surrounding red candles. Looking at the burning of the surrounding red candles, Lu Yan determined that there was someone here previously. Only some tables and chairs were left in the secret room, and there was still some blood on the ground. On the wall, there were some strange Darkborn Society code words that were associated with the demon god and some strange runes outlined with blood. It seemed that Wang Lei or her family had probably appeared here before, but it was unknown where they had been transferred to. Looking around, there did not seem to be any other passageways. This seemed to be the end. Looking at the wall in front of him, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Then, Lu Yan arrived in front of the wall and used corpse stealth. Looking at the Darkborn on the wall and the strange runes, Lu Yan frowned. Taking out his phone, Lu Yan checked some information about the Darkborn Society. There were some strange runes on it. After translating them one by one, Lu Yan discovered that the strange runes on the wall seemed to be a sentence. The door to the dark is in heaven. Lu Yan frowned slightly. Damn, I hate such riddlers the most. Can't they just speak literally? Do they really have to be so secretive? Lu Yan frowned and thought for a while before slowly raising his head. Could this so-called heaven be above? When his gaze landed on the wall above the door, Lu Yan's body froze slightly. An array formation was reflected in Lu Yan's eyes. It was really there. Was this riddler so unsophisticated? Looking at the array formation above his head, Lu Yan pondered for a moment before his gaze landed on the blood on the surrounding ground. Then, Lu Yan summoned an undead. According to the current situation in this room, the array formation above should be activated with blood. Moreover, this array formation should be a teleportation formation. Lu Yan naturally would not use his blood to prevent any traps. His undead also carried blood. Lu Yan summoned an undead transformed from a Darkborn and bled it before scattering it on the wall above. These Darkborn should be the so-called demon god the Darkborn Society members believed in. He wondered if using the blood of the Darkborn would be effective. Dark black blood splashed onto the wall above. Under Lu Yan's gaze, a portion of it landed on the ground and the rest slowly fused into the array formation on the wall. As this blood entered the array on the wall above, black light spread out from the wall array and slowly descended. The light emitted by the surrounding candles seemed to have been dyed by these black lights, instantly dimming the surroundings. These black lights arrived on the ground below and slowly outlined a teleportation formation on the ground. How flashy? After waiting patiently for a minute, the entire teleportation formation formed by the black light appeared in Lu Yan's vision. This teleportation formation had already been activated. As long as Lu Yan stood on this teleportation formation, he could directly teleport out. Looking at the teleportation formation on the ground, Lu Yan was somewhat hesitant. He did not know where this teleportation formation led, nor did he know if there was an ambush on the other side of the teleportation formation. It was clearly very irrational to go over rashly. However, it seemed to be a waste of time to wait for Li Mocking and the others to come. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yan directly sent a message to Li Mocking and told them the approximate location and the way to activate the teleportation formation. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then, Lu Yan summoned the undead netherworld armor and a few undead beside him, prepared to use the life conversion ring ability at any time. Then, Lu Yan took a deep breath and slowly stood on the teleportation formation. Buzz! The entire teleportation formation instantly lit up. Then, a black light rushed out and directly enveloped Lu Yan's body. A familiar weightlessness sounded. In the next moment, Lu Yan felt that he had appeared elsewhere. Before he could see the surrounding situation clearly, a long saber directly slashed towards Lu Yan's face. Lu Yan was already prepared. When the long saber landed in front of him, he had already raised the netherworld soul scythe in his hand to welcome it. Bang! A crisp sound sounded. The netherworld soul scythe in Lu Yan's hand directly blocked the long saber that landed, emitting a crisp sound. Lu Yan quickly swept his gaze around and observed the surrounding environment. At this moment, he had appeared in a cave and his exact location was unknown. There were more than 10 figures around, all of them members of the Darkborn Society in black robes. They were clearly lying in ambush here, prepared to attack the people who had come through the teleportation formation. When the long saber landed on Lu Yan, the attacks of the surrounding Darkborn Society members quickly landed on Lu Yan. Boom! Thick netherworld soul flame surged out of his body and quickly enveloped Lu Yan's body. Then, the surrounding Darkborn Society members felt the weapon in their hands land on empty air. Lu Yan's body appeared behind a member of the Darkborn Society. The netherworld soul scythe in his hand directly pierced through the other party's body. The expressions of the surrounding Darkborn Society members suddenly changed. They could only be considered guards. Most of them were level 20 and only the captain was only a level 30 combat professional. Through the mark of the teleportation formation, they could see that the other party was a combat professional. They originally thought that they could easily take him down, but they did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Hurry up and inform the elders. The captain of the surrounding Darkborn group said anxiously. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows, and a large number of undead appeared in the surroundings, directly surrounding the Darkborn Society members. Want to escape? No way. Looking at the large number of undead that appeared in the surroundings, the expressions of all the surrounding Darkborn Society members became extremely ugly. They did not expect the guy in front of them to be able to summon so many undead. Charge! Charge out! The captain of the Darkborn Society team said with a shocked expression. They originally thought that the person who arrived was a small fry. They did not expect him to have such powerful combat strength. Coupled with the surrounding undead, it was simply a disaster for them. In such a situation, they definitely had to spread the news. The ritual inside was still going on and had to be immediately stopped and transferred. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Hearing this team captain of the Darkborn Society, the surrounding Darkborn Society members also tried their best to quickly rush out and spread the news. Lu Yan held the netherworld soul scythe and rushed towards the captain of the Darkborn Society team in front of him. He waved the netherworld soul scythe in his hand. With his powerful 4 attributes, Lu Yan did not even need to use any skills to directly suppress the captain of the Darkborn Society team. In less than a minute, Lu Yan directly killed this captain of the Darkborn Society. The surrounding Darkborn Society members were also killed by the undead, leaving only corpses on the ground. A few corpses slowly stood up and became Lu Yan's undead. Previously, Lu Yan had always relied on demon beasts to increase the growth of his undead. Now, Darkborn and Darkborn Society members had appeared among the undead. These humanoid undead basically maintained their combat strength when they were alive, such as skills and abilities. Compared to demon undead of the same level, the combat strength of these humanoid undead was stronger. However, these undead did not have the ability to think independently and could only rely on their instincts to fight. He did not know if it was because the level of these undead was relatively low, but if he wanted demon beasts like Aoyun, he might have to transform creatures of a higher level. Thinking of this, Lu Yan put away the remaining corpses and put the surrounding undead into the undead space. He directly used corpse stealth. Through the words of the captain of the Darkborn Society team just now, Lu Yan heard some information. The most crucial thing was the word ritual. Ritual? Clearly, the Darkborn Society members here were probably carrying out a ritual. However, he did not know if this so-called ritual was related to Wang Lei. After entering the corpse stealth state, Lu Yan quickly headed into the tunnel in front of him. Soon, the tunnel in front of him ended, and two forks appeared. If one did not know this place well and casually chose a fork, the chances of it being correct were only 50%. Lu Yan thought for a moment and chose to directly pass through the wall in front of him. If the right path was not ahead, it would waste a lot of time. n/o/vel/b/c/om. However, if the correct passageway between the two passageways curved to the back of the wall in front of him, it would save more time. After entering the wall in front of him, Lu Yan felt a huge pressure. However, a happy expression appeared on Lu Yan's face because this resistance was not very big compared to before. This meant that the space in front of him was not solid. There was definitely an empty space. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. Moreover, this empty space was relatively close. Otherwise, the pressure would not have decreased so obviously. Lu Yan quickly walked forward and suddenly heard a voice from ahead. Lu Yan's expression became solemn. Then, he thought for a moment and directly moved forward. According to the faint voice in front of him, he determined the general direction and slowly arrived above the space in front of him. Hearing the voice from below, Lu Yan carefully infiltrated down bit by bit. He followed the voice bit by bit, until his two were exposed outside the wall. The scene inside was directly reflected in Lu Yan's eyes. Under such circumstances, Lu Yan did not choose to remove the corpse stealth. Hiding in the stone wall could help him better defend against detection. Looking at the scene below, Lu Yan frowned. Below was a huge stone room. Compared to the ordinary stone room from before, this stone room was much more solemn. The entire space below was relatively large, like 2 basketball courts. In the center of the stone room, a figure was tied to a stone table. It was Wang Lei. However, at this moment, Wang Lei was already dead. Her abdomen was slashed open, and blood flowed along the stone table to the ground. Her eyes were wide open. She couldn't even die in peace. In a corner not far away, Wang Lei's family had also been killed, but there was no blood left. Looking at the strangulation mark on the necks, they should have been strangled to death. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the members of the Darkborn Society below. There were unexpectedly many Darkborn Society members here. In a stone room, there were a total of 50 to 60 Darkborn Society members. There were a dozen of them who were between level 10 and 20. Their group was the smallest. Most of them were level 30 Darkborn Society members, and there were more than 30 of them. As for the remaining 10, they were Darkborn Society members around level 40. After sweeping his gaze around, Lu Yan's gaze landed on a member of the Darkborn Society in front of the stone table below. This should be an elder of the Darkborn Society. Judging from the aura from his body, he was around level 50. At this moment, this level 50 Darkborn Society elder was standing in front of Wang Lei's corpse with a fanatical expression. In his hand was a dark black book. Something was written crookedly on it, like a scribble. Honorable Darkborn God, I've found the most suitable body for you. I can guide you here soon. Please allow me to give you the best gift so that you can descend in your strongest state. This level 50 Darkborn Society elder muttered something. Then, he slashed his wrist with a knife, making a large amount of blood flow onto the ground. His face was fanatical as he looked at the blood flowing out of his wrist. He was very excited, as if it was not his blood that was flowing out. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan frowned even more. He remembered that previously, the members of the Darkborn Society had called the Darkborn Demon God. Now, what was the Darkborn God this Darkborn Society elder was talking about? Lu Yan's eyes flickered as he prepared to wait and continue watching. Wang Lei was already dead. It would be best if he could obtain more information now. Moreover, it was also very difficult for him to deal with this level 50 Darkborn Society elder. He needed to wait for Li Mocking to come and cooperate to destroy the other party. With Wang Lei's death, annihilating the members of the Darkborn Society below became the top priority. Under Lu Yan's gaze, the Darkborn Society elder below cut his wrist and bled enough before stopping. Then, this Darkborn Society elder chanted an obscure incantation with a fanatical expression. As these obscure incantations were chanted, Lu Yan could clearly see the blood flowing out of the Darkborn Society elder below begin to slowly squirm and surround the stone table in front of him. Then, this blood turned into blood threads and began to spread in the surroundings. It was a formation that was made of blood. After the array was completed, the fanaticism in this Darkborn Society elder's eyes became richer. Then, he activated this blood formation impatiently. As the array was activated, blood-colored lights spread out. Then, these blood-red lights directly enveloped the entire stone table. The entire stone table was enveloped in a blood-red light that shone on Wang Lei's corpse, looking very strange. What was even stranger was that under the illumination of these blood-red lights, the blood around Wang Lei's corpse began to slowly circulate and return to Wang Lei's abdomen, as if it had been absorbed by her corpse. Then, the wound on Wang Lei's abdomen actually began to slowly heal. Lu Yan even saw the internal organs in Wang Lei's abdomen begin to recover their luster, and her heart began to beat. The wound on her neck, abdomen, and waist slowly healed, not leaving a trace of scar. Now, if not for the paleness of Wang Lei's face, Lu Yan would definitely not have mistaken her for a corpse at first glance. Soon, this paleness quickly disappeared and was replaced by a redness. Wang Lei's corpse seemed to have recovered its vitality and turned bright red again. Looking at the change on the stone table, the expression on the Darkborn Society elder's face became even more fanatical, as if he had become somewhat crazy. Then, he knelt on the ground and lowered his head to shout, "Honorable Darkborn God, your body is already prepared. Please descend to the world and help us expel our confusion and guide us forward." As soon as the Darkborn Society elder finished speaking, the blood-red light wrapped around the stone table began to spread upwards and slowly arrived above Wang Lei's corpse. Arriving in midair above Wang Lei's corpse, these blood-red lights quickly condensed and began to tremble in the surrounding space. Spatial fluctuations sounded, causing cracks to begin to appear in the surrounding space. A spatial crack? Lu Yan immediately thought of the spatial crack. Could this so-called Darkborn god be a Darkborn they're trying to summon? Just as he was thinking, the spatial crack above Wang Lei's corpse became larger and larger. Then, it directly broke open, and a spatial crack appeared. Then, under the effect of the blood-red light, this spatial crack became larger and larger, gradually forming a spatial crack the size of a person. Looking at the spatial crack that appeared, the expression of the Darkborn Society elder became more and more intense. His body trembled as he knelt on the ground, but he raised his head and looked greedily at the spatial crack that appeared above. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Lu Yan's gaze also landed on the spatial crack. He wanted to see what would come out. At this moment, a pitch-black finger crawled out of the spatial crack. Then, another finger followed. This should be a palm, but the speed at which it arrived was very slow, as if it was very difficult. At this moment, the expression of Wang Lei's corpse had already returned to normal. There were no signs of her death at all. Her corpse seemed to be guided by the black fingers as it slowly stood up. Lu Yan could sense Wang Lei's heartbeat and aura from her corpse. It was as if Wang Lei was about to come to life. A pitch-black arm finally stretched out from the spatial crack and touched Wang Lei's forehead bit by bit. The aura of life on Wang Lei's body also became richer. Lu Yan was certain that as long as the fingers of the pitch-black arm touched Wang Lei's forehead, it would directly revive her. However, Lu Yan was also certain that the Wang Lei who opened her eyes again would definitely not be the Wang Lei from before. Looking at the pitch-black arm, Lu Yan felt a chill. It was only an arm, but Lu Yan could already sense a huge pressure. Under such circumstances, if the other party successfully revived Wang Lei's corpse, it would probably be much more serious than he had imagined. It could even be said to be very terrifying. He could not wait any longer. He had to attack. Lu Yan directly passed through and removed corpse stealth. He directly stepped on Wang Lei's corpse and did not let her come into contact with the pitch-black arm. Then, dense netherworld soul flame flew out of Lu Yan's hand and enveloped the pitch-black arm that stretched out from the spatial crack in front of him. The Darkborn Society elder kneeling on the ground did not expect someone to appear. By the time he reacted and wanted to move, it was already too late. The netherworld soul flame directly landed on the pitch-black arm that stretched out of the spatial crack. A miserable cry sounded from behind the spatial crack. Then, the pitch-black arm directly retracted into the spatial crack. Seeing this, Lu Yan smiled. The news he learned from Irina taught Lu Yan that if the creatures behind the Void Gate did not come through the Void Gate, they would be greatly suppressed. The Darkborn who needed time to recover his strength previously could completely prove this. The owner of this pitch-black arm should be very powerful, but he could not appear here through a spatial crack, so he could only borrow Wang Lei's body. Under such circumstances, if the pitch-black arm was injured, it would definitely be doubled back to the owner of the arm. The netherworld soul flame could cause damage to the soul and was even more effective. As expected, as he had guessed, the netherworld soul flame landed on the pitch-black arm in front of him and directly made the pitch-black arm retract. Then, without hesitation, Lu Yan scattered a large number of netherworld soul flames on the teleportation formation around the stone table below. He had to destroy this teleportation formation. Otherwise, the owner of the pitch-black arm might have another way to come out. The Darkborn Society elder stood up and looked at the burning netherworld soul flame in front of him, feeling a dense threat. Even his soul was somewhat afraid. This flame could attack the soul. The Darkborn Society elder instantly realized this. However, he then saw the teleportation formation condensed from blood on the ground begin to burn and evaporate under this pitch-black flame. His expression changed. The Darkborn Society elder no longer hesitated and directly rushed into the burning netherworld soul flame in front of him with his weapon. Even if he died, he had to kill this guy and let the Darkborn god descend. After entering the netherworld soul flame, the Darkborn Society elder instantly felt a burning sensation from his soul. However, he did not care about this and directly found Lu Yan. The weapon in his hand directly attacked Lu Yan. The surrounding Darkborn Society members also attacked. A few Darkborn Society members held staffs and waved them as they began to attack. Gale surged over, wanting to blow away the Netherworld Soul Flame. However, after the wind surged in, it instead fueled the fire, making the Netherworld Soul Flame richer. A large amount of water also shot towards the Netherworld Soul Flame, directly extinguishing a lot of it. The airflow produced by the evaporation of the water quickly enveloped the surroundings. Then, ice crystals appeared and directly covered the entire stone table, completely extinguishing the Netherworld Soul Flame. Compared to ordinary flames, the Netherworld Soul Flame was relatively difficult to extinguish, but it did not mean that it could not be extinguished. It was still very easy for a few level 40 Darkborn Society members to destroy Lu Yan's Netherworld Soul Flame. At this moment, Lu Yan was also under a lot of pressure. The level 50 Darkborn Society elder in front of him was a berserker. He held 2 axes and kept slashing, forcing Lu Yan to constantly raise the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand to block. Although Lu Yan could fight above his level and was between level 10 and 20, it was still somewhat difficult for him to fight an elder of the Darkborn Society who was around level 50. He could only barely resist. However, although the Netherworld Soul Flame on the ground had already been extinguished, the blood formed by the entire teleportation formation had already been burned to ashes. The cornerstone of the teleportation formation had already shattered. The blood-red aura above completely disappeared, and the open spatial crack slowly closed. However, before the pitch-black spatial crack completely closed, a pitch-black arm was thrown out and directly landed on the ground. Lu Yan was in the midst of an intense battle and did not discover this scene. The surrounding Darkborn Society members were stunned for a moment before stepping forward and using their bodies to block Lu Yan's view of the pitch-black arm. Then, they continued to attack Lu Yan. A large number of magic attacks and long-range attacks also covered Lu Yan. Nov, L, B //JNN. However, then, a large number of undead appeared in the surroundings, making these Darkborn Society members unable to take care of themselves and begin to block the surrounding undead with all their strength. Lu Yan faced the level 50 Darkborn Society elder and retreated step by step, his expression tense. Bang! The axe in the Darkborn Society elder's hand smashed onto Lu Yan's raised Netherworld Soul Scythe, making Lu Yan's arm go numb. Then, the Darkborn Society elder suddenly increased his speed. A trace of lightning flashed on his body and instantly swept past Lu Yan. The other axe directly slashed across Lu Yan's neck. The gloomy expression on the Darkborn Society elder's face eased a little. He had vented some of his anger by killing this little thief. However, an ear-piercing sound sounded from behind, making the Darkborn Society elder raise his eyebrows slightly. He flipped his wrist and flipped the axe in his right hand behind him, directly blocking the Netherworld Soul Scythe Lu Yan slashed out from behind. He quickly turned around and looked at Lu Yan, who was wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Flame in front of him. The Darkborn Society elder frowned. This guy, how could he not be dead? Just now, he had instantly used his full strength. Not to mention slashing the other party's neck, even hitting the other party's body was enough to kill the other party. After all, this guy was only a level 20 combat professional. Then, the Darkborn Society elder's gaze landed on the spot where Lu Yan was just now and he saw the corpse of an undead lying there. The neck of the undead corpse had already been severed. A death substitution ability? After Lu Yan slashed out, his body quickly retreated, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Although it was relatively difficult to resist this Darkborn Society elder just now, he could still block it. It even gave Lu Yan the illusion that he could resist the attack of this Darkborn Society elder. After all, his 4 attributes were so explosive. Therefore, Lu Yan almost did not react to the attack just now. If not for the fact that he had reacted in the end and used the life conversion ring, he would probably have been in danger. Aoyun, the 2 bone dragons, and the little Netherworld dragon appeared. They surrounded Lu Yan and stared at the Darkborn Society elder. The Darkborn Society elder looked at Lu Yan and revealed a hesitant expression. Although he hated the guy to the core, the teleportation formation had already been destroyed and all his previous efforts had been wasted. Moreover, the other party had already discovered this place and reinforcements might arrive soon. Coupled with the fact that the other party was also relatively difficult to deal with and was unlikely to be killed in a short period of time, this made the Darkborn Society elder somewhat hesitant. No matter how he looked at it, retreating now was the best choice. Just as this Darkborn Society elder was thinking of retreating, a Darkborn Society member arrived beside him and whispered in his ear. The Darkborn Society elder's body trembled, and his pupils instantly dilated. Then, he narrowed his eyes and vaguely glanced in a direction. Then, this Darkborn Society elder held the 2 axes and rushed towards Lu Yan with an excited expression, as if he had suddenly changed his mind and wanted to kill Lu Yan. Undead twin? Undead rage? Lu Yan looked at the Darkborn Society elder rushing towards him and did not hesitate to directly get the bone dragon, Aoyun, and the little Netherworld dragon beside him to give birth to clones before going berserk. He knew very well that if he did not use undead rage, the 2 bone dragons would probably not even be able to last a minute. Boom! The Darkborn Society elder slashed at a bone dragon with his axe, directly sending this bone dragon flying and landing heavily on the ground. The other axe slashed at a bone dragon beside him, shattering its body. Then, Aoyun's twin wrapped around the Darkborn Society elder's body and opened his mouth to bite the head of this Darkborn Society elder. The Darkborn Society elder raised the axe in his right hand and directly slashed at the other party's mouth, directly opening a hole in it. Then, lightning appeared from this Darkborn Society elder's body and directly released Aoyun. Then, the axe landed on the twin's waist and instantly slashed a large hole. Aoyun's twin was almost cut in half. Aoyun, who was above, gasped when he saw this and was shocked. Fortunately, he was not the one who rushed forward. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. This guy was too powerful. The two little netherworld dragons kept spitting out a large number of netherworld soul flames in the sky, directly scattering them towards the Darkborn Society elder. The Darkborn Society elder's eyes flickered as his body quickly rushed out to dodge the netherworld soul flame that kept spewing down. The only thing he was worried about was the netherworld soul flame. After all, the attack of the netherworld soul flame was really too strange. It was targeted at the soul and could not be compared to other attacks. Lu Yan stood not far away and rushed forward with the netherworld soul scythe. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to suppress the Darkborn Society elder in front of him with the surrounding undead. Only when they worked together could they barely suppress the other party. With their combined strength, they barely blocked the Darkborn Society elder in front of them. However, as time passed, the bone dragon began to suffer damages, and Aoyun's twin was also about to be shattered. If it wasn't an undead, this Aoyun's twin would probably not have been able to move. As the time passed, Lu Yan's expression also became somewhat anxious. The surrounding Darkborn Society members were blocked by the undead, but the dozen or so level 40 Darkborn Society members could only be stopped when the undead constantly sacrificed themselves. Otherwise, they would participate in Lu Yan's battle. On Lu Yan's side, the combat strength of the Darkborn Society elder in front of him was also very powerful. If the undead rage passed, he probably would not be able to last. At that time, he could only use the Monarch Netherworld escape or corpse stealth to escape. He wondered how long it would take for Reawakening and the others to rush over. Just as he was thinking, a huge hole suddenly opened in the wall behind him. Then, Reawakening directly rushed out. Looking at the surrounding scene, Reawakening was slightly stunned before quickly arriving beside Lu Yan. Hung Shanyu and the others also came out one after another. Looking at the surrounding scene, they were also stunned. So many members of the Darkborn Society? I didn't expect it to really be a stronghold of the Darkborn Society. There are 10 level 40 Darkborn elites, a level 50 Darkborn Society elder, and so many level 30 Darkborn Society members. Lu Yan actually lasted for so long. Only Lu Yan can do something like this. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even be able to escape here. Hung Shanyu and the others looked at the surrounding situation and were very shocked. Only Lu Yan could easily deal with and resist such a situation. If it were them, they would probably have long died. Reawakening held her sword and blocked an attack from the Darkborn Society elder that was targeted at Lu Yan. Then, she arrived beside Lu Yan. What's going on here? Reawakening asked Lu Yan. Lu Yan quickly explained the situation here and directly said, Teacher Reawakening, you and I will deal with this Darkborn Society elder in front of us. Hung Shanyu, cooperate with the surrounding undead to resist the dozen or so level 40 Darkborn Society members. Reawakening said without hesitation, do as Lu Yan says. Nov, L, B /JNN. Hung Shanyu and the others held the weapons in their hands tightly when they heard this, and their expressions became tense. After all, they would be under a lot of pressure when facing level 40 or so Darkborn Society members. After all, they were not as powerful as Lu Yan. However, fortunately, they had the help of the surrounding undead. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to provoke these Darkborn Society members. Reawakening also directly rushed towards the Darkborn Society elder in front of him and directly blocked the other party's attack. Reawakening was a level 50 combat professional and could still face this Darkborn Society elder. Of course, it was basically impossible for her to kill the other party. Even if she could do it, it would still take a lot of time. Moreover, she would need to exchange her injuries for his life. However, with Lu Yan beside her, this was not necessarily the case. Although Lu Yan was only level 20, his combat strength was completely comparable to level 30 or even 40. Most importantly, his black flame attack could directly affect the soul. It was simply a super divine ability that allowed him to fight those above his level. Facing Reawakeng's attack, the expression of the Darkborn Society elder also became solemn. Compared to before, the Darkborn Society elder began to become somewhat flustered. After all, the siege of Reawakening, Lu Yan, Aoyun, and the others still gave him a lot of pressure. However, even so, he still did not choose to retreat. Moreover, he did not use any desperate methods. Instead, he kept retreating, dodging the attacks and fighting, as if he was stalling for time. At this moment, in a corner that no one noticed, a pitch-black arm slowly crawled and had already arrived in front of the frozen stone table. Its target was Wang Lei's corpse that was already frozen on the stone table. Bang! Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and slashed fiercely at the Darkborn Society elder in front of him, but it was blocked by the axe raised by the other party. Then, the elder of the Darkborn Society wanted to use his axe to slash Lu Yan. At this moment, water-like sword aura appeared from the side and surged towards the Darkborn Society elder. Reawakening held the long sword in her hand and also rushed forward, launching a fierce attack on this Darkborn Society elder. The Darkborn Society elder could only constantly retreat to dodge Reawakeng's attack. More than half of the weakest level 30 members of the surrounding Darkborn society had already died. After all, there were really too many undead around. Coupled with the help of Hung Shanyu and the others, these level 30 Darkborn society members were already struggling to hold on and were simply unable to last. However, the combat strength of the 10 level 40 Darkborn society members was still powerful. Even with Hung Shanyu and the others joining the undead, they were still able to handle it with ease. It was just that they could no longer destroy the surrounding undead fearlessly like before. Fortunately, these level 40 Darkborn society members were already restrained. Under such circumstances, the center of the entire battle was Lu Yan and the others. As long as the outcome was decided, the entire situation of the battle would be directly revealed. Li Mocking directly attacked the Darkborn society elder, while Lu Yan, Aoyun, and the others supported her from the side. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Because of the Netherworld Soul Flame, Lu Yan and Li Mocking directly suppressed the Darkborn society elder, making him constantly dodge, as if he was exhausted from escaping and was completely unable to counterattack. However, looking at the elder of the Darkborn society in front of him, Lu Yan frowned. He had just experienced the strength of the Darkborn society elder and knew that the other party's combat strength shouldn't be so weak. Even with Li Mocking's help, they shouldn't be able to suppress the Darkborn society elder in front of them to this extent. At most, they could only suppress him briefly. However, now, the other party was constantly retreating, as if he was very afraid of Lu Yan and Li Mocking. Something was very wrong. After all, if he was definitely unable to resist them, why did he not choose to directly escape? Although Lu Yan and Li Mocking could suppress the other party, if the other party wanted to escape, Lu Yan and Li Mocking would not be able to stop him at all. Under such circumstances, the other party did not choose to escape or fight head-on. Instead, he kept dodging. It was as if he was stalling for time. Could it be that the other party had reinforcements? Lu Yan frowned slightly. This thought was not necessarily wrong. After all, based on the other party's actions, he seemed to be waiting for reinforcements. Teacher Li Mocking, try your best to end the battle quickly and kill this guy quickly. He's stalling for time. It's very likely that there will be reinforcements from the Darkborn society, Lu Yan said to Li Mocking. Li Mocking frowned slightly when she heard Lu Yan's words. Then, she looked carefully at the Darkborn society elder and nodded slightly. She waved the long sword in her hand, and more water-like sword aura spread towards the Darkborn society elder, directly drowning the other party. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Mocking turned around and said to Kyo not far away, Kyo, come and help. Not far away, Kyo, who was fighting a level 40 Darkborn society member, was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then, she hesitated for a moment and gave up on the enemy in front of her before quickly arriving beside Li Mocking. Teacher Li, with my strength, I can deal with those level 40 and above Darkborn society members. I'm afraid I'll only cause trouble here. Li Mocking did not even turn around and said, Kyo, I don't know who you're working for, but ever since you parachuted into my side previously, I knew that you're not simple. You heard Lu Yan's words just now. The other party might have reinforcements. Now, we have to destroy this Darkborn society elder quickly. Stop hiding your strength and help me. At the side, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Li Mocking to say this. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on Kyo not far away. Hearing teacher Li Mocking's words, it seemed that this Kyo was a hidden expert. Kyo also revealed a surprised expression when she heard Li Mocking's words. Clearly, she did not expect Li Mocking to have long been vigilant against her. After a slight silence, Kyo looked at Li Mocking and nodded. All right, teacher Li. I didn't mean to deceive you, nor did I do anything harmful to you to get close to you. Please forgive me. Since the other party had guessed it, Kyo also openly admitted that her goal was not Li Mocking. Li Mocking nodded slightly. Hurry up and attack. The earlier we can destroy the other party in the current situation, the more beneficial it will be for us. Kyo no longer hesitated, and the aura on her body suddenly exploded. Lu Yan's eyes constricted slightly. Level 50? This Kyo also had an aura of a level 50 expert. Moreover, judging solely from her aura, she was much stronger than Li Mocking. However, after the aura on Kyo's body rose, it quickly descended and disappeared. Something was wrong? It did not disappear, but the aura had quickly become hidden? With such a powerful aura concealment method, was the other party an assassin? As expected, in the next moment, 2 daggers appeared in Kyo's hand. Then, her figure slowly disappeared from her spot. Nov, L, B /JNN. It was as if she had completely fused into the surrounding space. Wang Lei, who was dead, also had a powerful concealment ability. However, she needed her body to use special methods to jump into the shadows to achieve the concealment effect. However, this Kyo's body directly melted into the surrounding space, and the visual impact was even greater. Not far away, the elder of the Darkborn society had just broken free from the water stream sword aura that covered his body. He held the 2 axes and his expression became very vigilant. Just now, he had sensed a new and very powerful aura. He had also heard about Li Mocking and Kyo's conversation just now and knew that another powerful enemy had joined the battle. Looking around and not seeing any traces of anyone in the surroundings, this Darkborn society elder could not help but become somewhat nervous. An assassin? This Darkborn society elder was very experienced in combat and quickly guessed that the new enemy might be an assassin. Moreover, the other party was a top-notch assassin. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not sense the aura until now. Thinking of this Darkborn Society elder's expression became tense. This situation was completely unexpected. According to this situation, he should quickly retreat. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would die here. However, after glancing vaguely behind him, this Darkborn Society elder's eyes revealed determination. Without hesitation, a large amount of lightning power directly appeared on this Darkborn Society elder's body and enveloped his body. It could not be helped. With a powerful assassin lurking beside him, he had to mobilize the strength of his body to the maximum. This was the only way to guard against the other party. The power of lightning was not his own strength but emitted by a special item. It consumed a lot of energy and he would not use it unless it was necessary. However, now, in order to guard against assassins who might attack at any time, he had no choice but to use this power to a large extent. Li Mocking held the long sword and rushed towards the Darkborn Society elder again. Lu Yan also protected her from the side. However, Li Mocking and Lu Yan quickly could clearly sense that the Darkborn Society elder was now having more difficulty resisting. After all, there was a top-notch assassin hiding in the surroundings. The Darkborn Society elder needed to spend a lot of effort to face an attack that might suddenly appear. Under such circumstances, even after using the lightning power, this Darkborn Society elder was in an even more sorry state than before. It was even to the extent that the wounds left behind by Li Mocking's long sword began to appear on the other party's body. Blood seeped out of the wounds. The pain made this Darkborn Society elder frown. He looked at Li Mocking and Lu Yan and his expression began to become manic. The pressure from a top-notch assassin was really too great, especially when the other party had completely disappeared. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lu Yan's eyes revealed admiration. Assistant Kyo was truly a top-notch assassin. She was using her existence to pressure the other party. Even if she did not attack, the pressure alone caused a lot of damage to the other party. After all, the attack power of an assassin was the strongest among all combat professionals. The Darkborn Society elder would rather take a lot of Li Mocking's attacks than let an assassin's attacks land on him. After all, the attack of a top-notch assassin might not cause damage to him but directly kill him. Under such circumstances, the Darkborn Society elder began to make repeated mistakes in the battle. The wounds on Li Mocking's body quickly increased. Even though the Darkborn Society elder had tried his best to dodge, the Netherworld Soul Flame released by Lu Yan and Little Netherworld Dragon still landed on the other party and began to burn. The pitch-black fire made the Darkborn Society elder frown. The black flames on the surface of his body did not cause much damage. The armor could completely block the heat. Although this black flame was very difficult to disperse, the damage caused to his body was still not much. However, these black flames could enter his soul and burn it, making this Darkborn Society elder incomparably uncomfortable. Raising the two axes in his hand, he blocked Li Mocking's attack again. Then, he dodged the attack of the Netherworld Soul Scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Flame. The Darkborn Society elder quickly retreated a distance. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, his body suddenly tightened. A dagger strangely appeared at his waist and was directly stabbed down. It tore through the armor on his body and entered his back. With a muffled groan, the lightning on the Darkborn Society elder's body suddenly intensified, wanting to spread throughout the other party's body through the dagger in the other party's hand. However, after hitting the enemy, Kyo quickly disappeared from the surrounding space. Even the power of lightning could not catch up to her. The Darkborn Society elder gritted his teeth and covered his waist, where a large amount of blood flowed out. He looked around warily, afraid that Kyo would appear again. However, Kyo seemed to have completely disappeared again and did not take advantage of the fact that the Darkborn Society elder was injured to attack. Li Mocking arrived with her sword and rushed towards the Darkborn Society elder again, launching a fierce attack. The Darkborn Society elder raised the two axes in his hand and kept blocking Li Mocking's attack. He also had to constantly guard against Kyo's possible surprise attack and his frown deepened. Coupled with the Netherworld Soul Scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Flame in Lu Yan's hand, this Darkborn Society elder felt even more exhausted. However, even if he wanted to escape now, it was basically impossible. This was because Kyo's existence did not give him much of a chance to escape. Assassins were best at assassination and tracking. If one was targeted by a top-notch assassin, they better pray that they were not injured. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to, they could still slowly exhaust one to death. The Darkborn Society elder raised the two axes in his hand and kept resisting the attacks of Li Mocking and Lu Yan. Then, his body quickly retreated and he began to slowly walk towards the stone table that was already wrapped in ice crystals, as if he was forced into a corner. Just as this Darkborn Society elder was about to arrive at the stone table, a dagger appeared behind him again and suddenly stabbed towards his waist. A cold light flashed in the Darkborn Society elder's eyes. He suddenly flipped the axe in his right hand and directly slashed behind him. Then, the axe in his left hand quickly blocked the dagger that suddenly appeared. With a stronger defense, the Darkborn Society elder blocked this attack. However, the attack coming from his right hand missed. This made the Darkborn Society elder's heart sink. Then, he felt a chill and a stabbing pain from the back of his head. Without hesitation, the Darkborn Society elder's head was directly lowered and a dagger quickly slashed from above, directly cutting open the Darkborn Society elder's scalp and almost cutting him open. Lu Yan could clearly see that 2 dagger-wielding hands had appeared behind the Darkborn Society Elder. From this, it could be seen that the axe in the Darkborn Society Elder's hand did not hit Qiu. Previously, Lu Yan had seen an assassin use a similar ability. However, although that assassin only revealed his hands and daggers, his body was still in place. However, in Assistant Qiu's case, only her palm and dagger seemed to have appeared. It was as if her body had completely disappeared. Seeing that the Darkborn Society Elder was severely injured, Reawakening rushed forward again with the Dragon Abyss Sword and began to attack the Darkborn Society Elder fiercely. The 2 daggers kept appearing, leaving wounds on this Darkborn Society Elder. Blood splattered onto the ground. Facing Reawakening and Qiu's violent attacks, this Elder of the Darkborn Society, who was already injured a lot, was completely unable to withstand it. The wounds on his body began to appear in large numbers. He kept blocking the surrounding attacks and quickly retreated towards the stone table. At this moment, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand. Thick Netherworld Soul Flame suddenly soared from the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Then, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly used 3 soul crystals to activate the fatal blow. Then, Lu Yan suddenly waved the Netherworld Soul Flame in his hand and slashed at the heavily injured Darkborn Society Elder. Sure hit attack? Now, Lu Yan's strongest attack was to first use a soul crystal to increase the enhancement effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe before using 3 soul crystals to launch a fatal attack. In the end, he would use sure hit attack to ensure that he could hit his opponent. This was Lu Yan's strongest attack. Previously, he had relied on this attack to kill the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Therefore, when Lu Yan slashed out with this attack, the Darkborn Society Elder who was still entangled with Reawakening suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on Lu Yan, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He did not expect this guy who was between level 20 to 30 to be able to release such an attack. At this moment, Reawakening stabbed at the Darkborn Society Elder with a long sword. 2 daggers also appeared from the side and directly pierced towards the neck of this Darkborn Society Elder. Nov. L. B /JNN. Facing the attacks of the 3 sides, the Darkborn Society Elder bit his lip and hesitated for a moment before choosing to block the attacks of Reawakening and the assassin and withstand Lu Yan's attack. After all, to him, be it Reawakening or that assassin, they were both existences above level 50. Their attack power was very powerful and it might be fatal for him to withstand a single attack from the other party. However, no matter how powerful this guy was, he was only level 20. Although this attack aura was very powerful, it should not be a problem for him to resist it head-on. This thought quickly flashed through his mind. The Darkborn Society Elder raised the axe in his right hand to block Reawakeng's attack. The axe in his left hand flickered with the power of lightning and directly slashed at the dagger at the side. This time, a large amount of lightning power spread out along the dagger, directly making Qiu's figure appear. Qiu's body was not behind the arm. Instead, she was in the distance, as if her wrist had stretched out from the void. The eyes of the Darkborn Society Elder suddenly constricted, his expression shocked. Spatial power? This woman could actually use the spatial power. No wonder his previous attacks were useless. This was because the other party had not used any method to hide her figure. Instead, she was not there at all. Without any hesitation, the Darkborn Society Elder directly wanted to rush towards Qiu, wanting to kill this woman who could use spatial power first. However, at this moment, Lu Yan's attack landed on him. According to the guess of the Darkborn Society Elder, the armor on his body and his defense were completely able to block the attack of the other party. However, when this attack landed on him, this Darkborn Society Elder finally understood how powerful Lu Yan's attack was. Although Lu Yan was only between level 20 and 30, his 4 attributes were already extremely powerful. With the increase of 1 soul crystal, Lu Yan's 4 attributes soared again. Coupled with the effect of the 3 soul crystals, the current attack effect was tripled. Lu Yan's attack had already completely surpassed Reawakening and Qiu's attack. Crack! The armor on the Darkborn Society Elder instantly cracked. The blade formed by the Netherworld Soul Flame directly tore through the armor on the Darkborn Society Elder and landed on him. Lightning power flickered, wanting to force back the blade formed by the black flames. However, in the next moment, the power of lightning directly flickered and disappeared, like a disappearing lightning thread. His flesh tore open. This attack directly slashed open the chest of the Darkborn Society Elder and instantly entered. A black light flickered on the Darkborn Society Elder's body. Then, the bracelet on his wrist instantly shattered, turning into dust that scattered. The black light quickly entered the chest of the Darkborn Society Elder and helped him block most of the attacks. As a level 50 Darkborn Society Elder, he naturally had some life-saving methods. Most of the attack was blocked by the black light. However, even so, this Darkborn Society Elder's chest was still torn open, and blood flowed. In the next moment, a large number of Netherworld soul flames directly exploded in the chest of the Darkborn Society Elder and burned. Screams instantly sounded from this Darkborn Society Elder's mouth. The direct burning of the Netherworld soul flame put this Darkborn Society Elder in endless pain, and the smell of roasted meat came out. Some of his internal organs were even about to be roasted. Compared to the pain in his body, the Netherworld soul flame that suddenly exploded in his soul world made this Darkborn Society Elder hug his head. His eyes suddenly bulged, as if was unable to withstand such a soul attack. Li Mocking did not hesitate and directly stabbed at this Darkborn Society elder. She would take advantage of the other party's weakness to take his life. It would naturally be best if she could kill the other party just like that. Not far away, Kyu also attacked at the same time. At this moment, her palm had already returned. 2 sharp blades appeared in her palm and she directly stabbed forward. 2 spatial vortexes appeared in front of her, and the 2 sharp blades instantly disappeared. Then, the sharp blades pierced out from above the Darkborn Society elder, as if it was about to directly enter the head of the Darkborn Society elder. At this moment, the Darkborn Society elder no longer had the ability to resist these attacks and could only watch helplessly. Just as Li Mocking and Kyu's attacks were about to land on this Darkborn Society elder, the sound of ice shattering sounded. Then, 2 arms stretched out. A palm grabbed Li Mocking's long sword and directly stopped the falling sword. As for the other palm, it had helped the Darkborn Society elder block the 2 sharp blades that were falling from above his head. Li Mocking and Kyu were shocked and their gazes landed on the owners of the 2 arms. Looking at Wang Lei, who had sat up from the ice crystal on the stone table, the 2 of them were shocked. When they entered this stone room, Li Mocking and Kyu had seen Wang Lei's corpse on the stone table. Although they were sad, they could only face the Darkborn Society elder first. However, now that Wang Lei's corpse had sat up, how could they not be shocked? At this moment, Wang Lei's face was red and she did not look like a corpse at all. She looked like he had completely come to life. However, Li Mocking and Kyu then sensed the aura on Wang Lei's body. It was completely different from before. She's not Wang Lei. Lu Yan looked at Wang Lei on the stone table in front of him and frowned. Previously, didn't he stop the thing in the spatial crack from coming out and occupying Wang Lei's corpse? Why was it like this now? Then, Lu Yan saw a broken pitch-black arm beside the stone table. Lu Yan's heart instantly sank. This pitch-black arm was exactly the same as the pitch-black arm he had seen extend out of the pitch-black spatial crack. Damn it, he actually failed to notice such an arm come out of the spatial crack. However, Lu Yan was also somewhat puzzled. It was only an arm. How could it occupy Wang Lei's corpse? Or could it be that an arm was now controlling Wang Lei? No matter how one looked at it, it sounded somewhat ridiculous. However, such a ridiculous thing had actually happened. Li Mocking took away the long sword in her hand and quickly retreated to Lu Yan's side. Kyu also arrived beside Lu Yan and Li Mocking. She looked at Wang Lei's corpse in front of her and said with a solemn expression, "Now, the aura on Wang Lei's body doesn't belong to her at all. Not only is it very unfamiliar, but it's also very dangerous. To be able to block my and teacher Li Mocking's attacks with her palm, this Wang Lei is very powerful now. I'll condense the spatial power first. If it really doesn't work, I can use the spatial power to send everyone out." Kyu's intentions were already very obvious. She felt a huge threat from Wang Lei in front of her. This threat even made her lose the desire to attack and directly began to prepare to escape. Li Mocking looked at Wang Lei in front of him with a vigilant expression. At this moment, Wang Lei's gaze landed on Lu Yan, her slightly dull eyes revealing an inexplicable light. Then, Wang Lei stretched out her right arm and aimed it at Lu Yan in front of her. Looking at the other party's actions, a chill surged in Lu Yan's heart, as if he felt extreme horror. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly waved the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, and a large amount of Netherworld Soul Flame instantly enveloped Wang Lei's corpse in front of him. Not far away, the little Netherworld Dragon also opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of Netherworld Soul Flame, directly landing on Wang Lei in front of it. According to the previous situation, the thing in this spatial crack was afraid of the Netherworld Soul Flame. Lu Yan could only bet that even if the other party occupied Wang Lei's corpse, he would still be afraid of the Netherworld Soul Flame. As expected, just as the Netherworld Soul Flame covered it, a sharp cry sounded from Wang Lei's mouth. The sharp cry from Wang Lei's mouth formed a wave that directly rushed forward. It was somewhat similar to the sound wave attack of the Darkborn Black Soul Race member previously. The Netherworld Soul Flame Lu Yan released was directly dispersed by the sound wave formed by this scream. Then, it rushed towards Lu Yan. Li Mocking waved the long sword in his hand, and a sword light lit up, directly blocking this invisible scream. However, Li Mocking also snorted and quickly took a few steps back. The little Netherworld Dragon was still constantly spitting out Netherworld Soul Flames that covered Wang Lei and the Darkborn Society Elder in front of it. Wang Lei's eyes revealed fear. Then, she grabbed the Darkborn Society Elder at the side and quickly retreated. After dodging the Netherworld Soul Flame in front of her, Wang Lei's gaze landed on Lu Yan. Her dead eyes seemed to have completely remembered Lu Yan. Then, Wang Lei waved her right arm, and a large amount of black fog directly seeped out, quickly spreading towards Lu Yan and the others. Seeing this, Lu Yan and the others retreated and looked warily at the black fog in front of them. Li Mocking stabbed out with the long sword in her hand, and a stream of water sword aura entered the black fog in front of her, emitting a muffled sound. Then, the water sword aura was directly melted by the black fog, as if it had been corroded. Lu Yan and the others frowned. The black fog in front of them was very corrosive and could corrode attack power. Lu Yan tentatively released a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames. After it came into contact with the black fog, the two seemed to have reacted and melted. It was as if the black fog and the Netherworld Soul Flame had neutralized each other and disappeared. At this moment, Kyu's expression changed slightly. There are a large number of spatial energy fluctuations in the black fog in front of us. The other party wants to use spatial power to retreat from here. Hearing Qiu's words, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly released a large number of netherworld soul flames that quickly headed towards the black fog in front of him. At the side, the little netherworld dragon also quickly spat out netherworld soul flame into the black fog. Both sides kept melting. It did not take long for the black fog to completely disappear. However, Wang Lei and the Darkborn Society Elder were also gone, as if they had never appeared. Lu Yan and Li Mocking frowned, and Qiu quickly visited Wang Lei and the Darkborn Society Elder's previous location. After arriving, Qiu checked around. Then, she turned around and said with a solemn expression, "It's a spatial method. The other party used a spatial method to leave this place." Spatial method? What's going on with Wang Lei? Why did she suddenly come back to life? Moreover, she even helped the Darkborn Society. Li Mocking frowned. Lu Yan looked around and said, "Let's destroy the remaining members of the Darkborn Society first. I know what's going on. I'll tell Teacher Li the details later." Li Mocking nodded and rushed towards the level 40 Darkborn Society members. Qiu's figure quickly disappeared from her spot. When she appeared again, she had already arrived beside a level 40 member of the Darkborn Society. The dagger in her hand directly pierced into the other party's body. Lu Yan also held the Netherworld Soul Scythe and quickly arrived beside the Darkborn Society members in front of him, constantly attacking. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Under a large number of attacks, these Darkborn Society members were quickly destroyed. To Li Mocking and the others, dealing with the remaining Darkborn Society members was relatively simple. During this process, Lu Yan also told Li Mocking and the others what he knew so far. The long sword in Li Mocking's hand pierced through the body of the last member of the Darkborn Society. Hearing Lu Yan's words, she fell silent slightly. Resurrection? Darkborn God? Possession? Black Arm? These strings of information came together in Li Mocking's mind, making Li Mocking's expression become very solemn. They did not know much about what was behind the Void Gate. This situation had already exceeded their previous understanding. With just a pitch-black arm, the other party could possess Wang Lei and revive her before controlling her. Moreover, the other party could even release a soul wave attack like the Darkborn Black Soul Race member. Coupled with the fact that the other party could also use spatial power, the other party's identity became even more mysterious. A Darkborn? However, what kind of Darkborn race could do this? The most mysterious one? Li Mocking did not know, but he had to quickly report this news and let the higher UPS understand. Clean up some of the battlefield and go back. Contact the people from the military region and get them to carry out the follow-up arrangements. Li Mocking looked at the corpses of Wang Lei's family at the side and was silent for a moment. The expressions of the surrounding people were somewhat depressed. After all, they were still unable to save Wang Lei in the end. This was a big blow to them. After tidying up the surroundings, Li Mocking left with a few of them, prepared to return to the school first. However, not long after, Li Mocking's phone rang. After Li Mocking answered, she frowned. After hanging up, Li Mocking looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "There's news that a teacher from Xingming University is missing. They suspect that it's the doing of the Darkborn and asked us to take a look." Missing? Lu Yan and the others were shocked. Then, they thought of Wang Lei. Could it be the same thing? Thinking of this, Lu Yan and the others did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards the location where the teacher of Xingming University had disappeared. Lu Yan and the others were still very fast and quickly headed out of the suburbs. According to the situation, the teacher of Xingming University had disappeared in a small village in the suburbs. That was the teacher's hometown and he had gone back to do something. They did not expect the other party to directly lose contact with them. Moreover, there were also traces of some Darkborn people there, so they handed the matter to Li Mocking's team. After all, the Dark Destroyer team was a team specially targeted at the Darkborn Society. Lu Yan and the others did not spend too much time. About an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of this small village in the suburbs. This was a relatively ancient village. The ground was still a dirt road. There were large trees around the entire village, as if it was a village wrapped in the forest. The path to the village was a long and slender dirt road. It was crooked and uneven. The village chief had long received the news and was already waiting at the entrance of the village. When he saw Li Mocking and the others, he quickly welcomed them. "Are you Captain Li? I'm the village chief of the Yang family village. I've been waiting for you." The village chief was an old man. His body was hunched and his face was very old. Li Mocking looked at the old man in front of him and asked, "Village Chief Yang, how's the situation in the village now? What's going on when you said that there are members of the Darkborn Society in the village?" Village Chief Yang's body trembled, and his eyes revealed lingering fear. He said, "It's like this. We discovered traces of the Darkborn Society in an abandoned house in the village. It's a scribble. The news seems to say that it's a talisman of the evil organization, the Darkborn Society." It could be seen that Village Chief Yang was somewhat flustered. After all, he was still very afraid of such a thing happening in the village. Hearing this Village Chief Yang's words, Li Mocking also frowned. Then, he looked at Village Chief Yang and said, "In that case, let's enter the village first and see what's going on so that we can make the corresponding judgment and response." Hearing Li Mocking's words, Village Chief Yang hurriedly nodded. All right, let's go and take a look." As he spoke, Village Chief Yang hurriedly brought Lu Yan and the others into the village in front of him. At this moment, the sky had already gradually darkened. Around this curved path, there were many tombs erected in the forest, looking somewhat terrifying. Soon, Lu Yan and the others entered the village in front of them. The entire village was still relatively dilapidated. It was filled with brick houses and even some mud houses. As he brought Lu Yan and the others in, village chief Ying introduced, "Our Ying family village has also existed for 100 years. Many talents have also appeared in the village. I didn't expect there to be members of the Darkborn Society hiding here this time." As they walked, village chief Yang introduced the history of the Ying family village and quickly brought everyone to a house behind the village. This place was already very close to the forest behind. There were no more buildings behind the house, only the forest. The entire house was also dilapidated. It was a mud house that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. It was already not easy for it to still be standing. Village chief Yang pushed open the door in front of him and brought everyone in. The space inside the door was not very big. There was only one room. Then, with the light that leaked in, one could clearly see that there were various blood-red runes on the wall. They were indeed very similar to the runes often used by the members of the Darkborn Society. Li Mocking went forward to check and then said, "It's indeed a rune often used by the Darkborn Society." Then, Li Mocking looked at village chief Yang and said, "When were the runes in this house discovered?" Village chief Yang said, "After Yang Hongyu disappeared, we began to search the village. In the end, we found this place and saw what was on the wall." Hearing village chief Yang's words, Li Mocking and the others frowned again. Yang Hongyu was the missing teacher Yang. Li Mocking looked at village chief Yang and continued to ask, "Can you tell me the exact situation of teacher Yang's disappearance? The more detailed, the better." The village chief said, "It's like this. Previously, Yang Hongwei came back to do something and seemed to want to get something. He said that he wanted to stay in the village for a day. Moreover, he also told me that he might live in the city in the future and not come back. I was even sad for a while. However, I also know that life in the city is better. It's normal for young people like them not to want to return." Yang Hongwei lived in the village for a few days. He said that he wanted to see the scenery in the village again, but a day ago, Yang Hongwei disappeared. At this point, the village chief's eyes revealed fear. At that time, we still didn't know where Yang Hongwei had gone. We only thought that he had left. Later, the school contacted us and we found out that Yang Hongwei had disappeared. Then, I mobilized the people in the village to search. I quickly found this place and discovered the thing on this wall. This is the entire process. You have to find the members of the Darkborn Society. Otherwise, our village will be in danger." Hearing the village chief's words, Li Mocking frowned even more. However, she still looked at village chief Yang and said, "Village chief, don't be anxious first. How about this? Bring us to the place teacher Yang has been staying for the past few days to see if there are any clues." All right. I'll bring you there now." Village chief Yang nodded crazily when he heard this and quickly brought Li Mocking and the others to the center of the village. On the way, Lu Yan said, "Village chief Yang, have any outsiders entered your village recently? If there were outsiders, it was still most likely for them to become members of the Darkborn Society." Hearing Lu Yan's words, village chief Yang hesitated for a moment before directly saying, "No, there haven't been any outsiders recently." Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. If it was not an outsider, the situation would be somewhat complicated. Lu Yan looked at the ground and wondered if they were hidden under the ground again. Lu Yan prepared to use corpse stealth to investigate later. Soon, the group arrived in front of a small courtyard. This small courtyard was still relatively big. At a glance, one could tell that it was a relatively good residence in the village. The village chief pointed at the small courtyard in front of him and said, "This is Yang Hongwei's home. His parents died when he was young and he grew up eating the food of hundreds of families in the village. This courtyard was built for him by the people in the village. He originally wanted to use it to get a wife. Later, he went to the city, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." As he spoke, the village chief pushed open the door of the small courtyard in front of him. After entering, they saw 3 houses in 3 directions. The 2 houses on both sides were relatively small, and the house in the middle was the largest. Li Mocking looked around and directly said, "Check the surroundings to see if there's anything wrong." Hearing Li Mocking's words, Lu Yan and the others began to investigate the 3 surrounding houses one by one. After investigating, they did not discover anything. Li Mocking thought for a moment and looked at village chief Yang. "Village chief, it's getting late. Go back and rest first. We'll take a look here and rest here tonight. Don't worry, if there are really Darkborn Society members in the village, we'll definitely find them." Hearing Li Mocking's words, village chief Yang smiled. All right. You have to find them. Please." With that said, the village chief directly left. After they were inside, Li Mocking looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "Don't cause too much chaos first. We'll investigate the village at night. If they left now, the villagers of the Ying family village would definitely not be at ease. Even if there were no Darkborn Society members, they still had to investigate carefully." At this moment, Lu Yan said, "I'll check if there's anything under the ground first." As he spoke, Lu Yan directly used corpse stealth. Lu Yan was still somewhat puzzled about this. Since they had discovered traces of the Darkborn Society, there were definitely members of the Darkborn Society hiding in the Ying family village. Without outsiders entering, it was very likely that these Darkborn Society members had built a secret room under the Ying family village. It was just like the secret room Wang Lei was in previously. Therefore, Lu Yan wanted to investigate underground. Seeing this, Li Mocking did not stop him. Last time, Wang Lei's discovery was also thanks to Lu Yan. Moreover, there was indeed the possibility for there to be a secret room underground. However, when Lu Yan entered the ground, he felt that something was wrong. It felt very hard. Even if there was a secret room under the ground, it was definitely not here. Thinking that he had already relied on the corpse stealth to enter the ground, he began to investigate, wanting to figure out the exact situation. Lu Yan quickly swam forward and kept investigating, but he could still sense the pressure from the surroundings. This situation was completely different from there being a secret room underground. After carefully investigating the entire Yang family village, Lu Yan returned. After arriving on the ground, Li Mocking and the others shifted their gazes. How's the situation? Lu Yan shook his head. I didn't discover any secret rooms. There shouldn't be much of a problem underground. Li Mocking nodded when she heard this. She pondered for a moment and then said, this matter is somewhat complicated. Teacher Ying Hongwei has already disappeared, and there aren't many clues around. The sky has already darkened. At night, everyone will go out and investigate the situation in the village to see if there are any new discoveries. Remember, you can't disturb the villagers here. Hearing Li Mocking's words, the surrounding people nodded. Kyo said, are you suspecting that there might be hidden Darkborn Society members in the houses of the surrounding villagers? It was obvious that Li Mocking wanted to investigate the situation in the surrounding villagers' houses by suggesting to investigate at night. Li Mocking nodded when he heard this. That's a possibility. We'll investigate tonight. Kyo nodded. For now, they could only give it a try. Everyone directly set up tents in the courtyard. A few members of the Dark Destroyer team also lived in the 3 houses. After returning from the investigation at night, they would definitely return here to rest. Night quickly descended. With a gesture from Li Mocking, they directly began to spread out into the surrounding Ying family village and began to investigate the situation in the surrounding villagers' houses. Everyone's movements were very gentle. They were all combat professionals and naturally had a way to investigate the situation in the villagers' houses without disturbing them. Lu Yan also chose a direction and quickly rushed out. He still used corpse stealth. In this state, Lu Yan could directly enter the villagers' houses without being discovered. Lu Yan chose the east direction and quickly investigated the situation in the village in this direction. Basically, they were all villagers who had already fallen asleep. There were also some who stayed up late to play with their phones. However, he did not discover anything unexpected, nor were there any suspicious people hiding. After determining that there was no problem with this direction, Lu Yan saw that it was still early and continued to investigate the entire village. Soon, he completely investigated the entire village. Lu Yan directly entered every house. He checked the situation of the villagers inside clearly and found that there was no problem. After quickly returning to the courtyard, the other members of the Dark Destroyer team had already returned and were reporting the situation to Li Mocking. Just like Lu Yan, they did not discover any suspicious situation in their investigation. This was an ordinary village and there were only ordinary villagers inside. There were no traces of the Darkborn Society. If not for the runes on the wall of the house from before, it would definitely not be a problem at all. Li Mocking frowned slightly as she listened to the surrounding reports. Then, she directly said, all right, everyone rest first. We'll investigate the surroundings of the village tomorrow and see if there's anything else. After what happened to Wang Lei today, everyone was somewhat tired from the battle. They still had to rest first. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They each found their places to sleep and began to rest. Lu Yan also entered a tent and lay on it to rest. At first, Lu Yan was still relatively awake. He was thinking about the situation in the Yang family village, wanting to find some clues. However, the more he thought about it, the more tired he became. Perhaps it was because fighting in the day was really too exhausting. After a while, Lu Yan fell asleep. He slept very well. At around 9 the next day, Lu Yan opened his eyes and woke up. He stood up and walked out of the tent. Outside, Kyo and Li Mocking had already woken up and were talking. When they saw Lu Yan, the two of them greeted him. However, Li Mocking then frowned slightly. It's already past 9. Why haven't the others woken up? Why are they sleeping so soundly? n/o/vel/b/c/.om. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that he had slept in and did not expect the others to still be asleep. Kyo said, could it be that we were too tired from the battle yesterday? After all, there were so many members of the Darkborn Society. It's still difficult for everyone to fight. Li Mocking nodded. That's possible. Let's wait a little longer. If not, we'll directly wake them up. We can't delay the progress of the investigation. As she spoke, some members of the Dark Destroyer team walked out of the surrounding tents one after another. They were all yawning, as if they had just woken up. Many people stretched and greeted them with smiles. Clearly, they had slept relatively comfortably. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from a house at the side. Ah, Li Yihan? Li Yihan has disappeared. The scream instantly attracted the attention of Li Mocking and Lu Yan. When they heard this, their expressions changed and they rushed into the house. As soon as they entered, Li Mocking and Lu Yan saw the 3 panicked guys inside. Lu Yan remembered that 4 guys had slept in this room last night, but now, 1 was missing. What's wrong? Li Yihan is missing? Is there a mistake? Did he wake up early and go to the toilet? Li Mocking looked inside and said anxiously. A guy on the bed inside pointed to the side in panic and said, "No, look, those are Li Yihan's clothes. They're all here. We came in a hurry and didn't bring a change of clothes. Moreover, even if Li Yihan had a change of clothes in his storage space, he wouldn't leave them here. Moreover, most importantly, I can't contact him anymore." Hearing the other party's words, Li Mocking and Lu Yan's expressions became heavier. Looking at the bed at the side, there was indeed a set of clothes placed neatly on the bed. If someone was lying on it, it would have matched. It was as if something had directly taken the person wearing the clothes away, but the clothes remained where they were. This discovery made everyone's hair stand on end. There were so many combat professionals sleeping here last night, but the other party could actually do this quietly? It was a little too exaggerated? Just as they were thinking, 2 more exclamations sounded from the other 2 houses. Li Mocking thought of something, and her expression changed as she directly rushed out. Lu Yan quickly followed and arrived at another room. As expected, there was still a set of neat clothes on the bed, but the person wearing them had disappeared. It was exactly the same as the previous room. Soon, Li Mocking and Lu Yan arrived at the 3rd room. The situation inside was exactly the same. There was also a set of clothes, but the other party had disappeared. This time, everyone directly woke up. The students in the house also walked out and arrived at the courtyard. Their faces were still in shock. They did not expect the team members sleeping beside them to have disappeared when they woke up. If they were the ones who disappeared, they did not dare to continue thinking and their gazes landed on Li Mocking. Li Mocking frowned. She was the leader of the Dark Destroyer team. Now that such a situation had happened, it was difficult for her to shirk her responsibility. What's going on? The other party actually made the Darkborn Society members in the 3 rooms disappear. Kia frowned tightly and was very curious about this. In her guess, the best way to do this was naturally to use the spatial power. However, after investigating the 3 rooms, she did not discover any spatial fluctuations left behind. Unless the other party's use of spatial power was much more brilliant than hers, such a situation would not happen. At this moment, Lu Yan slowly said, "The only ones that have gone missing seem to be the members of the Darkborn Society sleeping in the 3 houses. The people in the tent outside are fine. Therefore, there should be something wrong with these 3 houses. Moreover, don't you think it's strange? We slept too soundly yesterday. I previously thought that perhaps we were too tired yesterday, but from the looks of it, that doesn't seem to be the case." Hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Mocking and Kyo also frowned. Now that 3 students had disappeared from the 3 houses, there was definitely a problem with the houses. However, they had already investigated the houses just now and did not discover anything abnormal. Under such circumstances, everyone had no idea. At this moment, Lu Yan continued, "This situation can prove that there's indeed a problem with the Yang family village. Perhaps there are really members of the Darkborn Society here." Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding people were stunned for a moment before nodding. That was indeed the case. This matter happened to prove that there were members of the Darkborn Society in the Yang family village. Moreover, they were not far from the Yang family village. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Li Mocking pondered for a moment and then said, "From the current situation, the members of the Darkborn Society should still be in the Yang family village. Last night, we should have been affected by something like a knockout drug, causing us to fall asleep. The disappearance of the 3 members of the Dark Destroyer team has a lot to do with this. Now, our main mission is to find the location of these Darkborn Society members." At this moment, Hong Shanyu said, "I'm somewhat puzzled. Why did 3 members of the Dark Destroyer team disappear? If the other party has the ability to make the 3 of them disappear without anyone noticing, why didn't he attack the others?" Hearing Hong Shanyu's words, the surrounding people fell silent, somewhat confused about the current situation. If the other party had such an ability, why were they still safe and sound? When Lu Yan heard Hong Shanyu's words, his eyes flickered. Then, he captured something and said, "Manpower. The other party definitely doesn't have enough manpower, so they can only attack the 3 members of the Dark Destroyer team. As for why they attacked one from each house, I'm not too sure for the time being. Yang Hongwei is missing, and now that the 3 of us members of the Dark Destroyer team have also disappeared, there's definitely a problem with the Yang family village. The most important thing now is to quickly investigate the surroundings. Everyone should still remember the forest around the Yang family village, right? Previously, we kept forgetting to investigate the surrounding forest. If there's a hiding place there, the members of the Darkborn Society are very likely to be in the forest." Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding members of the Dark Destroyer team nodded. That was indeed the case. They should be able to hide in the surrounding forest of the Yang family village. Previously, their attention had always been focused on the Yang family village and they had forgotten about the forest outside. Li Mocking said, "Then investigate the forest around the Yang family village. This time, form a team of 4. If you encounter any danger, don't forcefully risk your life. Evacuate first and release a signal to get everyone to support." The surrounding people nodded. Then, under Li Mocking's lead, they began to head out, prepared to investigate the forest. At this moment, the village chief arrived outside the courtyard and looked at Li Mocking. "Teacher, how was your rest? Did you discover anything yesterday?" Li Mocking looked at the village chief and frowned. Then, she said, "There are no clues for the time being. However, village chief, don't worry. If the members of the Darkborn Society are really in the village, we will definitely find them. The village chief was overjoyed when he heard this and kept nodding. That's good, that's good. We've really been trembling in fear these past few days. It's good that you're here. Li Mocking nodded at the village chief and quickly left with Lu Yan and the others, heading out of the village. The village chief looked at the backs of Li Mocking and the others, his eyes revealing an inexplicable meaning. After Li Mocking and the others disappeared from his vision, the village chief turned around and looked at the courtyard behind him. Then, the village chief turned around and bent down to leave, muttering, "There are really many smart people. We're in trouble this time."